Good morning, everyone. Glad to have you here. My name is Mike Terry. I want to welcome you to this regular monthly meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. If everyone would find a seat, and as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we do have the training room across the hall available for those that are standing in the back. You're welcome to go over there. You can follow all of the proceedings from there. If you choose to speak to one of the cases, you can present yourself to the officer at the back of the room, and he'll let you back in. So if you don't want to stand, you can go across the way there. The Planning Commission, just for information purposes, the Planning Commission is an advisory board appointed by the Board of Commissioners. It's our job and our task to investigate every zoning request and land use permit that comes to the county. We then make a recommendation, and that's what we'll be doing today. On each of those cases, we make that to the Board of Commissioners. All the final and binding decisions are made by the board at their regular hearing, which is generally 2 weeks after this, and that will be on February the 21st. So if you're here today for a particular case, you'll need to come back on the 21st of February for the Board of Commissioners hearing. It's our custom at this time to invite various members of the clergy to come forward and share some words with us and lead us in a prayer if that's their choice. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Mark Walker, pastor from the Mount Perrin North Church of God on Allgood Road. Pastor, come on up if you will. When the pastor has finished with his comments and his prayer, we will then have a Pledge of Allegiance led by Officer Ott, who's in the back of the room, but he'll come forward from the Cobb County Police Department. He will lead us in the pledge. When you see that happen, please stand as you're able and join us. Pastor, go right ahead.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings of another day. We thank you for the blessing of work. And God, I thank you for this planning commission. I thank you for the different citizens that have gathered here today. I pray your blessings on all the proceedings that take place. I pray that all discussions will be done with dignity and respect. God, I ask that you give this commission wisdom and discernment in all their recommendations. And Father, we pray that all decisions ultimately rendered will be best for all parties involved. But God, most importantly, we pray that it will be best for your glory and for your name. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, gentlemen. First on our agenda this morning will be the consent agenda. These are cases that the Planning Commission and the zoning staff have fully investigated, and we're satisfied that all the pertinent issues have been resolved, and for which there is no known opposition. The zoning administrator, Mr. John Peterson. John, raise your hand. To my left, to your right. Mr. Peterson will read these cases into the record and will ask if there's anyone present wishing to make a comment on or is in opposition to that particular consent item. If there is, we may elect to pull it from the consent agenda, and we would then hear it in its regular numerical sequence. Next, we will hear cases that were either held or continued from a previous hearing. And lastly, we will hear all the regular cases again in their numerical sequence. Applicants will be asked to come forward and identify themselves, be sworn in and present their case, and then the opposition likewise will be asked to come forward and do the same and be counted for the record. When your case number is called, if you wish to address this body, present yourself to Mr. Jason Campbell. Jason, hold your hand up. He's on the front row here. Jason's our officer of the day, and he'll handle our swearing-in procedures, so present yourself to him. He'll also ask you to sign a book which gives us the correct spelling of your name, so we'd like you to do that as well. When you speak, this is really important. When you speak, remember that we allow 10 minutes per side. That's not 10 minutes per person. Now, we do make exceptions to that rule occasionally. We're going to have a couple of those that I know of today, so we'll talk about those as we get to them. But please be mindful of the length of your comments. If there are a lot of people wishing to speak, we'd like to hear from as many of them as we can. When you come up to speak to us and to address us, that is not the time for rebuttal. That's your time to tell us what you'd like us to know about a particular case. We may invite you to come back up later, though, to clarify a point. We'll decide that at the time. So that's basically how we work. I do have some other instructions that I'm going to read into the record that I think are important. This is an unusual day for us. We have a lot of cases. 20, 25, I think we'll be hearing today, something like that. Some of them are quite long, so while some of you will be leaving, we will be here until well into the night, but that's fine. That's what we're supposed to do, and we don't mind that a bit. But the room is full, as I mentioned earlier. If you want to go across the hall, if you're tired of standing in the back, you can. That room's available until about 11:30. At that time, there's another group coming in to utilize the room, so we'll have to vacate it by then. But we should be through with most of our complicated cases by that time. Also, we have an unusually large crowd here today, so I want to read something to you that is really important. I see the signs. I see them, folks. I had asked that they not come, but I see that they're here. I want to remind you that we are televised. We have lots of other cases on the agenda. There are many people here for the other cases as well. Please refrain from applause, from cheering, and from sign waving. That is the respectful thing to do. I would appreciate it very much. Let's all be courteous to one another and try to move through this as quickly as we can. If you decide to leave after your case has been heard and voted on, that's fine. Do so through the rear door and as quickly and quietly as you can. The police are here to help us with that, and they'll direct traffic as we need to. But we'd like to ask your indulgence there. Just be respectful to one another, and I know that you will be. I appreciate your understanding. There are some code amendments that we're going to be discussing today as well. I normally don't make this announcement, but I know and I recognize some people in the audience that are here just for the code amendments. That will not be heard until the very end of this hearing. So I'm just telling you now that'll be well after the lunch hour. If that's the only reason you're here, go get a cup of coffee and come back, unless you want to be should I say bored with the rest of us? No, I won't say that. If you don't want to sit here for that long. So code amendments will be heard toward the end of this hearing. Let's see here. Finally, and more importantly for me personally and for all of us on the Planning Commission, this will be Christy Trombetti, Miss Trombetti, to my left. This will be her last hearing. Christy has decided after 14 years of dedicated service to the county, she has decided to retire. And we all hate that very much. We love working with Christy. She has been a delight to work with, has lots of experience, has been a friend and a mentor to a lot of us, and so we wish her the best. She wishes to take some time to be more involved with her family, her husband, her 2 kids, and she actually has another job that actually pays something, so I don't mind that she wants to do that as well. So we're going to miss Christy. The news is not all bad, though. Taking her spot, representing District 3, is Judy Williams, and Judy's on my right. This is Judy. Judy's going to just slide over and take that position, and that's a good thing because Judy likewise has, 14 years, 12 years of experience doing that same thing. So that would be pretty seamless, and we're delighted that that occurred. So we congratulate Judy for that and wish them both the best. But that frees up one more spot here. So we're doing fruit basket turnover. I'm delighted to announce that taking Judy's at-large spot will be Thea Powell. Thea's with us today as well. Thea, raise your hand. Thea's on the front row. Many of you will recognize Thea's name. She's been working in Cobb County government in different capacities over the years. She also comes with a wealth of knowledge, lots of experience, and so I think our Planning Commission is going to be in great shape going forward. We wish Christy the best. We congratulate Judy and Thea. Some of you I know that have worked with these ladies for many years will want to say something to them when we take a break, and we will here in a couple of hours, and then we'll have a lunch break. You might want to come up to them and wish them all the best. So we're going to miss you. Okay, thank you very much. John, that's kind of my stick here. You got anything else you want to add or any announcements?
Yes, sir, and thank you, Chairman Terry. There are 2 cases on today's printed agenda which have been withdrawn and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z-115 of 2016, Brooks Chadwick Capital LLC. That case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard today. And also OSC 17-01, Benchmark Contractors Incorporated. That case has also been withdrawn without prejudice, it will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman, Board, there are two cases on today's regular agenda in which the applicant wishes to withdraw. Rezoning case Z4, Marietta Ice LLC, and also SLUP1, Marietta Ice LLC. Is the applicant present? The applicant is present, and the applicant does wish to withdraw these two applications, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Okay, this is in Galt's district, so Galt, do you have any comments for us?
Yeah,
Make a motion for us.
I understand the reason for the withdrawal, and I'm fine with that, and I think we should do it without prejudice. Now, do you need Hank to come up and state on the record that he wants it withdrawn? Or?
Sure, that'd be fine.
Okay. You want to come up, and I don't know if Jason has to swear him in first, or?
Just give us your name for the record and proceed. Go ahead and tell us what you want us to know.
Sure. My name is Hank Dupree, and I do wish to withdraw both of the applications, SLUP1 and Z4.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat now. I guess I'll make a motion that we recommend withdrawal of Z4 and SLUP1 without prejudice.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Skip. Any further discussion? Everybody, please register your vote. And that is approved 5-0. So thank you very much for that. What else, John?
Yes, sir. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been continued and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z18 of 2016, Popeland Enterprises Incorporated. That case has been continued by the staff, will not be heard until the Planning Commission hearing on March 7, 2017. Rezoning case Z97 of 2016, Royal Residential Incorporated. That case was continued by the staff and will not be heard until the Planning Commission until their March 7, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. Rezoning case Z112 of 2016, Duncan Land Investments LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the March 7, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z112 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z5, Joshua Powell Sr. and Lauren Powell. That case was continued by the staff until the March 7, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. LUP2, Living Hope Lutheran Church. That case was continued by the staff until the March 7, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. OSC 17-02, W&H Investments LLC. That case was continued by the staff until the March 7, 2017 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So OSC 17-02 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, there are three cases on today's agenda in which the applicant is requesting a continuance. First case is rezoning case Z7, Pollock Shores Real Estate Group LLC. The applicant is asking this case be continued until your March hearing date, Mr. Chairman and Board.
John, I'm sorry, that was Z7, is that correct?
Z7.
Okay. Mr. Sams, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams, and I represent Pollock Shores in connection with this application for rezoning. We, of course, submitted a letter of agreeable stipulations back in the first part of January. Staff's comments and recommendations came out last Tuesday concurrently with your work session. The next day, we revised the site plan so that it was consistent with staff's recommendations, reducing the density and addressing some other issues. Since that time, however, some other issues have emerged, all of which we can address and resolve, including the positioning of buildings in juxtaposition to the topography, some traffic transportation issues which are addressed in the context of about a 200-page traffic report. We need to distill those down to the more salient points. Also, revise the stipulation letter so it's consistent with the revised site plan we filed on the day after the recommendations came out, and also to address the demographic mix of this type of utilization in relation to and in response to questions that have arisen with respect to the school system. So we think it's a legitimate request. We did articulate it last Friday, and we hope we got the word out. But that is our request, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Trombetti.
Ms. Trombetti.
I do think it's a good idea to continue Z7. Just in the last week, we've received a lot of new questions and emails from area residents. So I'd like to make a motion that Z7 be continued till March.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Galt. Any other discussion? Okay, everyone, please register your vote. So that is approved 5-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What else, John?
Mr. Chairman and Board, the applicant for Z113 Habitat for Humanity of Northwest Metro Atlanta Incorporated is requesting a continuance to your March hearing date, and he is here today if you have any questions.
Okay, that was Z113. That applicant here?
Yes, he is present.
It's John Moore.
Okay, John, come on up, please.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is John Moore, and I represent the applicant, and we would like to continue this case to March. We're having some discussions about the site plan and other discussions, and would like to continue those until March. We think we'll have it resolved by March, but we appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moore. Galt, I believe this is yours.
It is, and I would support that. I think they're doing some good work, and they just need a little bit more time to work on it. So I'll make a motion that we recommend, or that we continue Z113 till our March hearing.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second from Judy. Any further discussion? Please register your vote. And that is approved for continuance 5-0. Mr. Peterson, what else, please, sir?
Lastly, we did get word from the applicant last night for Z111 of 2016, RSDC1 LLC, that they would like to continue this case for 30 days also, Mr. Chairman. Is the applicant here for Z111? They are not present, Mr. Chairman, but they did email us last night. They had something come up that they could not attend the hearing today.
Okay, I believe, Christie, that's yours, is that right? Z111, okay.
I really was trying to take care of some of these cases before next month, but no one wants to be heard. This application does still need some work, and I had asked them some questions earlier this week that they were working on getting answers to, so I do think it'll be beneficial to continue this case as well. So I'd like to make a motion that we continue Z111 until the March hearing.
Have a motion, we have a second from Galt. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. And that is approved 5-0 as well. Thank you, Christie. Mr. Peterson, what else?
I would like to ask people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on it. The ringing does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. So if you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode. Additionally, any person wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement if within the last 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning application, a campaign contribution totaling $250 or more was made to the current Board of Commissioners member. Additionally, there is information about this on the back table in the back of the room where the agendas are posted. Mr. Chairman, Board, there are 2 requests for early head counts, so we'll go ahead and do those right now. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z93 of 2016, Kaplan Morgan Vinings Development? Please raise your hands and keep them raised, including people in the hallway.
Please keep your hands up, and we'll move quickly to try and get a count. Officer Ott, did anyone go across the room, across the hall? Okay. Mandy, you want to help us out and possibly go across the hall?
And those are being counted by Phil Westbrook.
Oh, Philip's there, I'm sorry.
Phil has the outside.
Okay, we have someone counting those folks as well. Anybody have a good joke or?
Yeah, did you hear the one about?
Did you hear the one about Z93? I think they're done counting in here, folks, so you can put your hands down. Thank you very much. Tell you, while we're waiting, I'm going to go ahead and make another announcement here that I've just been asked to make. There's going to be a meeting at the SAE School on Mableton Parkway. I know many of you know where that is, and that is tonight at 6:30 to discuss the Veterans Memorial Highway Draft Design Guidelines. I do know what this is, and this is very important. If you live on that side of town, you certainly want to participate. They'll be asking for your input. I'm sure Commissioner Cupid will be there, Galt will probably be there. So that is tonight, 6:30 at the SAE School, 6688 Mableton Parkway, tonight at 6:30. Okay, what was the total count?
I'll let the record show there are 88 people here opposed to rezoning case Z93. Additionally, Mr. Chairman and Board, there is one more request for an early head count. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z114 of 2016, Cap Key Real Estate Advisors?
Before
Please raise your
we do
hands.
that, John, let me interrupt you. Just to be completely fair, is anyone here in favor of Z93? Okay, you folks keep your hands up as well. Let's get that on the record. He's not here.
Let the record show there are 10 people here in support of rezoning case Z93.
Thank you, Jason. Now, John, I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z114 of 2016, Cap Key Real Estate Advisors? Please raise your hands. Yes.
Skip wants a head count on those luck cases, look, 29 through 33.
Okay.
This is what happens when you have people across the hall, in the hallway, standing at the back. Should have had a coffee pot in the back for us. Yeah. Cobb, did you see this? Get it to me as quick as you can. If you can do it today, that'd be great. Do it today. That's right.
Okay. Mr. Chairman of the Board, there are 46 people here opposed to rezoning case Z114 of 2016. Do you want to call support?
Those that might be in favor of or in support of Z114, would you raise your hands, please?
Let the record show there are 11 people here in support of rezoning case Z-117 or 114 of 2016.
One more head count. Love it.
Yes, sir. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to land use permit 29, SM Living LLC, LUP 30, SM Living LLC, LUP 31, SM Living LLC, LUP 32, SM Living LLC, and LUP 33 of 2016, SM Living LLC? Please raise your hands.
The main reason we do this is so that if any of you need to go ahead and leave, and we know that many of you had to arrange for childcare, you had to get off from work and that sort of thing, at least you're counted and we know about your opposition or your support. We have that on the record.
Mr. Chairman, Board, there are 54 people here opposed to all the land use permits for SM Living LLC.
And just to be fair, anyone here in support of LUP 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, if you're in favor, raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman of the Board, there are 5 people here in support of all the land use permits for SM Living LLC.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, John, let's try to move along here. What's next, please?
Moving on to the consent agenda. Cobb County Planning Commission. Oh, one more announcement, Mr. Chairman of the Board. The first case on consent agenda has been removed from consent, so Z1 will just be heard in its normal order today. So Z1 will not be on consent agenda.
Okay,
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for February 7th, 2017. Rezoning case Z2, Lucio Arvizo Rodriguez requests rezoning from CF to R15 for the purpose of a single-family residence in land lot 60 of the 17th district. The property is located at the northwest corner of County Services Parkway and Kurt Drive. Staff recommends approval to the R15 zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Lot size variance for the currently existing 14,660 square foot lot. Applicant will have 180 days from the Board of Commissioners' final decision to meet DOT requirements. The only parking on non-hardened surfaces is to be on those areas shown on the site plan. No expansion of the non-hardened area parking. No outdoor storage allowed. Applicant to remove all outdoor storage within 30 days of the Board of Commissioners' final decision. Variances necessary for location of proposed carport to be authorized upon demonstration of support by the western neighbor and elevations of the proposed structure to be approved by the District Commissioner. Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, last revised February 3rd, 2017. Is the applicant present? He's here. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z2? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z3, R. Jasani ENT LLC request rezoning from R20 to NRC for the purpose of a convenience market with fuel sales and a restaurant use in land lot 352 of the 17th district. Property is located on the southeast corner of Atlanta Road and Old Concord Road. Staff recommends deleting the request to TS, subject to the following conditions. Site plan dated January 31st, 2017, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter from Mr. Adam J. Rosen dated February 3rd, 2017. Variances from zoning comments, Fire Department comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, and the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z3. Let the record show there's one person opposed, Mr. Chairman of the Board. Is the applicant here for Z3? Okay. Mr. Rosen, can you get with the opposition and see if there's something that can be worked out or discussed? And we're planning on pulling that off consent right now. If they come to an agreement, we'll put it back on. So Z3 is off consent.
For now. Okay.
Okay. Rezoning case Z6, Sassim Pat Mel LLC requests a rezoning from GC RM12 to NRC for the purpose of a convenience store of fuel sales and retail in land lot 132 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southeast corner of Pat Mel Road and Faber Road. Staff recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the zoning division on December 1st, 2016, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated January 9th, 2017. Variance, as mentioned in the zoning comments, fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns, district commissioner to approve final building architecture and colors, and no outdoor storage or display of merchandise. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z6? Mr. Chairman, there are two people here for this application also, so we'll pull this one off consent and hear it in its normal order. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LUP 1, Shiloh Hills Christian School, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of an educational program for 3 and 4-year-olds in land lots 210 and 211 of the 16th District. Property is located on the south side of Hawkins Store Road, east of Bells Ferry Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the site plan received by the zoning division on November 21st, 2016. Fire department comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 1? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman of the Board.
I think Mr. Rosen is still talking to the one Z3 opposition person. We'll let that continue. We will pull Z6 and we will hear that case in its regular sequence. And we'll see if Adam comes back with a resolution. Typically, when we have maybe one person with an issue, it often is just an easy question that can be answered and we can leave it on consent. So we'll let them see if they can work through that. But if we have 2 or more, we typically pull that and we'll hear that case. So we'll hear Z6. What else, John? We'll wait on Mr. Rosen, but we'll get back to that if he walks back in.
That completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, this is in District 3. That is Ms. Trombetti's case. Why don't you go ahead and lead our discussion on that? If we need to add it back, we can.
Yeah, I think at this point we should take Z3 off consent and just approve Z2 and LUP 1. And then if C3 is able to come back to the consent agenda, we can add it with a different motion later in the hearing, can't we?
We can do
Okay, so
that.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, including Z2 and LUP1.
Okay, we have Judy second, is our second. Any further discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote. So that's what we'll do. We'll see what happens with that. If we need to add it back to consent, we can do that a little bit later. Okay, John, let's go forward. Let me make an announcement here before we get into it. There are a few cases that we know most of you are here for, Z93 being the big one. So I'm going to make a recommendation to the board that we move that forward and hear that case first on the regular agenda. So that will help those of you that may need to leave, but I would like to go ahead and hear that case first, if that's okay with the board. Okay, John, go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z93 of 2016, Kaplan Morgan Vinings Development LLC. Request rezoning from CRC to RRC for the purpose of mixed-use development and land lots 816, 817, 839, and 840 of the 17th district. Property is located at the southeast intersection of Cumberland Parkway and Paces Walk. The applicant is present. Earlier, there were 88 people here opposed and 10 in support. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Let's get the swearing in done all at one time. If you think you might want to speak, come on up and let's get that done. Doesn't mean you have to speak. Good, thank you, thank you. Okay, let's get started. Mr. Moore, whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. This one.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Go right
members of-
ahead. Give us your name, please.
Yes, sir. For the record, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing the applicant, Kaplan Morgan Vinings Development. With regard to this tract on Cumberland Parkway, consisting of almost 19 acres, and is currently zoned CRC, and we'll talk about that later. We're asking for a RRC zoning, and this is located in a RAC land use category. This is proposed to be a mixed-use development, and I'd like to turn our attention to the site plan, start with. This is the track here. This is Cumberland Parkway, and this is Paces Walk. And Paces Walk actually goes all the way around and comes back into Cumberland Parkway. And what we're proposing, really, we see a lot of mixed-use developments. This is one of the most complete, truest mixed-use proposals that I've seen. It clearly has different elements in it that make it a true mixed use. We'll start on the right-hand side. This is a grocery store will be located below this with apartments above it, 300 proposed apartments above it. This is a 78,000 square foot proposed grocery store. I'm not allowed to say who yet, but it is a national brand that everybody would recognize. This is going to be a new prototype for them. It's going to be more in the, they'll have a delicatessen, they have fresh foods, they're going to have organic foods, and they're going to have a wine area, and they're going to have a wine tasting area, in fact, and they're going to have a lot of different items in there than you would see in your typical grocery store. And the program would be that this is the main entrance. You would come in, there's a roundabout here with a fountain that I'll show you a little later, and you drive into here and you park to go to the grocery store. There's no parking deck that's visible. It's all contained within these buildings. And you'll see that this elevation, this green portion here sets back, and I'll show you a rendering that shows that. Then you have retail on ground level all the way up to here. And then you have 50 condominiums located here that are for sale condominiums and owned condominiums. On the left-hand side of the entry drive will be an office building, a proposed 100,000 square foot office building with retail ground floor in front of it and a parking deck. This is community space. This is a hotel that is proposed, and it also has front ground level retail. Is proposed for 300 rooms or 300 keys. And this is our senior component. And I probably received more calls about this component than any other. And people are saying that the really nice senior facilities in this area are all full with a waiting list, and people are having to go great distances to find a very upscale quality senior. We have both. We have senior living, which is in this proposal. Then we'll have 200 units of senior living, which is age restricted, 55 years of age and older. And we have, in this portion, we have an assisted living with a memory care section to it, both of which are really needed. So you can, if you need to, go from senior living to assisted living. That comprises all these components, and I think you can see, based on these components, that people will be able to walk to the grocery store from the senior living, from the condos, the apartments, even people using the office building and the hotel will be able to utilize all these different factors without ever getting on the road to go anywhere for that. Also, we have a connecting road to Paces Walk. So everyone around this whole, there are over 400 apartments behind us, and there are other developments around that arc. Can all get into this development without ever getting on Cumberland Boulevard as well. And I'll come back to some parts of this. This is a rendering that shows the proposed development. This is the main entrance that we talked about. And you will see the recessed portion we had here that I mentioned to you will be a landscaped portion of a courtyard balcony, which makes this makes the whole building set back again from the road, so it's not one straight facade. And you can see that this is the grocery store, and these would be the apartments and the condos back here, the office building, and this shows you the assisted living building. This also shows you the turnaround as well. Will be very well done. This is projected to be a $400 to $500 million project when completed. One of the biggest in Cobb County. By I'm saying biggest too. There was an article in the Atlanta, the AJC, that indicated that this was bigger than SunTrust Park. It is not close. This is some 800,000 square feet totally, while that's $1.5 million to $2 million. So I don't know how the reporter got that information. I've had a lot of calls about that too. That doesn't even count the stadium, and you've got that much square feet. So we're not near that big. This shows you the roundabout and the fountain looking over the green space. This would be the hotel and the senior facility, so you can see the upscale nature of all of this. And that covers all the components that will comprise this proposal. I mentioned to you earlier when I was in the beginning that this property is zoned CRC. This was done in 1993. There was a zoning brought forward to zone this property CRC for approximately 200,000 square feet of retail, which included a big box component, and the Board of Commissioners approved that. You can see that this Cumberland Boulevard, Parkway would be on your left, the big box, and then the adjacent retail for a big box user such as Walmart or Lowe's or somebody of that nature. Which leads me into, there was in 2007, there was a comp plan amendment for this property, which said because of transportation issues, this property should not be used for commercial use. It should rather be used for residential use. It's also said that this could be changed due to changing circumstances, traffic pattern changes, anything else. And they also said there was a site distance issue to the entrance to the development. And if you go back to the site plan again, David, please. What we had proposed there at the entrance is a traffic signal be paid for totally by the developer, which would remove any issue of site distance from this proposal. I know that the DOT, I think, is now recommending that it go at Pace's Walk. I'm not sure why. Where it's located now at the entrance takes care of the entrance and the site distance issue for this development. We've also asked, this has already passed a warrant study, this light, that it be installed at the beginning of construction rather than at the end, which is normally the case, so that you can get construction vehicles off the road and onto the property and not interfere with the traffic that's on the road. Going back again to the comp plan, clearly there's been a major change in this area since 2007. And the main thing that needs to be understood is that somebody can go pull a permit today to build a big box and related retail in spite of the comp plan. The comp plan is merely a guide, and that's important. It's been enforced interpreted that way by the courts. In fact, from a case in Vinings, the court clearly said it's only a guide and cannot trump a zoning ordinance. And under our law in Cobb County, a zoning ordinance is your legislative statute. It trumps everything. So the mere fact that this comp plan is here has no effect on the current zoning. And that can be pulled, a permit can be pulled. It has no conditions on the zoning either, other than you can go there. So you don't have any, it's not subject to the DRI. We're gonna go over in a minute. It's not subject to any buffers. It's not subject to anything other than it's limited as to square footage. Mr. Chairman, if I could get some additional time, please. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was talked that long already.
Now, you go right ahead.
Okay. Now, I mentioned this went through a DRI, which is Development of Regional Impact, that involves ARC from a planning state, involves Greta and GDOT and Cobb DOT and every other department of Cobb County in reviewing the proposal, both as to whether it's a plan correctly and it meets the state's determination of what a community should be and whether it would benefit the community. And the DRI found and issued its recommendation saying that this, in fact, is in the best interest of the state that it proceed as proposed. What we, the last thing I want to talk about with regard to the site plan for a little bit is this is a site plan again. What's located adjacent to us over here are the Vinings Vineyard condominiums. And I've had a couple of meetings with the residents or representatives of Vinings Vineyard, and the last was last week. And we wanted to, their concern, one of the concerns they expressed to us, this is the loading area for the grocery store. Now, this is enclosed with a masonry wall. It even has a roof on it. In our stipulations, we have stipulated there can be no truck idling there, period. But they wanted additional protection from that and from any traffic on this road. So what we've agreed to do, if you put that is to put a wall that runs up to this corner. And this is a masonry wall, 8 feet in height, concrete and faced with brick, stone, or combination thereof, facing the condominiums and probably facing us as well. This drawing was done to illustrate what we're talking about. This is the Vinings Vineyard side. You will see that there's a slope here down from where we are, and this has trees on it. This is the property line between the two proposed development and Vinings Vineyard. We have set back from the property line to put this 8-foot wall right here. You see this pink line is the wall that will go in this direction, and the green indicates landscaping. We'll be planting a variety of evergreen trees along there, a minimum 15 feet in height at the planting. In other words, they will be large trees at the time that they go in. Which will be a further sound attenuation and landscaping feature. You're going to be looking at a nice brick stone wall with nice mature trees. Thank you. The last section I want to cover, and these are kind of broken into sections, is the transportation portion, because there's been a lot. We had our community meeting at St. Benedict's Church several weeks back. This was one of the main issues that came forward, was transportation. I want to show you what has happened. As part of this DRI, the Greta, GDOT, and Cobb DOT reviewed the traffic study that was prepared by Mr. Dan Dobry, our traffic engineer. Mr. Dobry used to be the director of Cobb DOT. And when they do that, they look at the traffic study and they tell us, okay, we want you to focus your attention for more study on particular areas. It may not even be in front of our property. In fact, in this case, it was not. They asked us to focus on the intersection of Paces Ferry Road and Cumberland Parkway, which we did. We went back and it took additional time, which they are allowed, that is, the DRI is allowed to take the time to get what they're looking for us to do a specific study on that intersection. I want to show you that now and talk to you about what the recommendations were. Yes.
We have a door alarm that went off, so we're trying to check that. You can go ahead, John. We're
Okay,
fine.
thank you, sir. This is kind of sideways, but it shows you from the lettering. This is I-285. This is the ramp off of I-285 to Cumberland Parkway, and this is Paces Ferry Road that comes across the bridge and continues down here. Cumberland Parkway comes through here and heads this way. You will not see our property on this board. Our property is back over this way, off the board. So this is really done for the community. And the proposed improvements, because this was considered by those traffic agencies as being the bottleneck that was making the traffic much worse. And if these improvements were made, if these improvements were made, it would ease that log jam of traffic. So let's start here. As you come off here and down Paces Ferry, that is the exit ramp and Paces Ferry Road, you come to 3 left turn lanes to turn on to Cumberland Parkway. The problem is there are only 2 lanes for those 3 lanes to turn into. So what happens is nobody uses the 3rd one because you have to merge within about 10 feet of making the left turn. So it backs up traffic. The first proposal is to add a lane beginning here all the way down Cumberland Parkway, almost to Mount Wilkinson. There's a cut through right here that would stop here, but Mount Wilkinson Parkway is right here. That would allow all 3 of those turn lanes to be utilized and get the traffic through that intersection much more rapidly than before. As you come back this way, we would also be adding a lane here and a lane here, allowing another through lane and then a right turn lane for free moving traffic here. On the other side, one of the bottlenecks here is you've got two exit points coming on to Cumberland Parkway. You've got a Starbucks, a Chick-fil-A, and a Publix right here. And you can see these little turn lanes here to service these. But what happens when people turn in there, you come to a bottleneck right here where you can't get over into the left lane. You just have to stop. And you've got conflicting traffic movement. So what the proposal is to add a lane that takes this all the way up. This is one entrance to Publix, and then all the way up to their main entrance. And this has a dedicated right turn lane for it. Coming back the other way, a lane would be added, which is a through lane and a right turn lane, to allow this third lane now of straight ahead movement to use this third lane of travel at Cumberland Parkway. Going on Paces Ferry in this direction, you would add 2 left turn lanes, and you would extend way back the stacking. Right now what happens is people trying to make a left turn from Paces Ferry to Cumberland Parkway back up the traffic so the through lane cannot go through. And this would allow these two through lanes to go right on through. And these are the proposals that Greta, GDOT, and Cobb DOT came up with that would improve this. And the improvement would be to a what's called a level 7, E. There are levels A, B, C, D, E, F. Currently, this intersection operates at a level F. With these improvements, we are told by these traffic agencies that it would be a level 7, which doesn't mean level E, which doesn't seem to make that much of a difference going one level. It is great in magnitude, the difference it makes in the traffic flow and ease of traffic flow. For example, we're proposed to do 11,000, let's see, I think it's 11,354 trips per day, and that's 24 hours. It's not just peak period. For this development, this road currently handles 20,000 cars. Sandy Plains Road, for example, handles 40,000 cars in a similar traffic fashion as these do. So we won't even be to the same level of Sandy Plains. Also, if a big box user is placed here, it would have 8,244 trips per day. Now, that's not requiring a traffic light. It's not requiring these road improvements. It would just be, it doesn't have to comply with any of that because it was approved without a DRI. So that development can go in today with doing nothing to the traffic, but adding 8,244 trips per day with none of these improvements. I've got a lot more, but I'm going to try to cut this to my last statement. At the committee meeting, we had several people who stood up toward the end of the meeting and said, you know, we think we ought to be negotiating with these developers to try to make this plan better rather than trying to oppose it in total, because it's certainly much better than the alternative and much better than something we don't know that can come later. And one of the things they asked us to do was to consider taking out the office component, the 100,000 square feet of office space, because they thought that the AM, PM is when office users use, and that would be in the rush hour. We have been working toward that, and I told them we would work toward that. We are still working toward that. We hope to know something within the next week. I know we got 2 weeks until the Board of Commission, but I wanted to let people know that we did listen and we are working at that. What we're trying to do is tie down some of the other users before we turn one loose. So we should have that completed hopefully later this week. And I appreciate the people's suggestion. I think it makes some sense, and we're certainly cognizant of that. Mr. Foster Watkins, the gentleman that's behind me, went up to get sworn in. I have not talked to Mr. Watkins, but he wants to speak during my time. So I would ask Mr. Watkins to come forward and have a couple of minutes, Mr. Chairman.
We can do that. We need to Mr. Foster, make it as quickly as you can. We're a good 12 minutes over the normal, and we'll add that time to the opposition, so don't worry, folks. We'll give you all that time if you need it. Mr., was it Foster? Yeah, give us your full name.
Opportunity to make a few comments.
Sure, give us your name, sir.
I'm Foster Watkins.
Okay, Mr. Watkins.
And I currently live in Vinings, Main condo. We've lived there for 5 years. And my wife and I are approaching, I'll be 80 at my next birthday. In the last couple of years with some developing health conditions, we've started looking around for quality senior living all the way to memory care possibilities, looking for the future. And a priority in our look is to try to stay close to Vinings. There's an absence of quality senior living, memory care living in Vinings to deal with the growing population there. 2 members of our church, I go to the Vinings United Methodist Church, just recently were about to go to Lynbrook. Then when I was campaigning for Mike Boyce, making telephone calls, I stumbled over Sterling Estates. And right now, my wife and I are planning to go to Sterling Estates. And our neighbors, our church members in our Sunday school class are out there now. But that's 10 miles from our church. We would really like to have something like that nearby where we could still take advantage of the benefits of living in Vinings. The Cobb County in the past has done some good planning with these east-west corridors. Cumberland Boulevard is one of those. This morning, I drove up here the back way. I came up Atlanta Road, Atlanta East to Cherokee. And you look on each side of those roads, the kind of developments, even on the north-south corridor, do not come close. They exceed greatly what would still be there on Cumberland Parkway if this development. And I did not know anything about what developers are planning to do, but the discussion this morning and the presentation by them seems to say to me that they're trying to meet the public's needs and keeping in mind the development need to make it work. And I am a member of the Vinings Civic Association, but I'm probably the only one who will stand up and talk about this. And my friends over there, I hope they'll still talk to me after I made this little presentation. Thank you for your time.
I bet they will. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Okay, we need to wrap this up. John, does that conclude?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear from the opposition. We're going to need to add, Debbie, was it 15? 15 minutes to the opposition time if you need it. So let's come on up. I would encourage you to come on up and line up. I mean, if 6 of you want to speak, all 6 can come up. It saves a considerable amount of time. Yeah, and try not to repeat. If somebody makes a point, you don't need to make that same point again. We'll get it. Okay, let's get started. Give us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Janet Algers. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm a homeowner in the Vinings Vineyard community next to the proposed mixed-use development. I represent an overwhelming majority of Vinings Vineyard homeowners who oppose the Z93 rezoning. If approved, we will be the residents most dramatically affected. Vinings Vineyard is a quiet bedroom community of 99 homes on just a little more than 6 acres with approximately 150 residents. Quite a contrast to a proposal of 41 residential units per acre versus the 12 to 16 residential units per acre in the rest of this area. We believe the proposed project is entirely out of sync with the rest of the neighborhood. Our first concern is the grocery store and its location. Does this area really need another grocery store? Further, would any of you want a grocery store with its loading dock in your backyard? There are at least 5 grocery and gourmet stores within a 2-mile radius, with more being built. This particular loading dock, with noisy all-night deliveries, 7 days a week, with no distance from our back door. We understand that the developer hopes to reduce the setback to move the store even closer to our property. This is not acceptable. This will have a huge impact on our quality of life. And by the way, we did speak with Mr. Moore about this, and in spite of our request at the meeting that was held for the community to move the grocery store elsewhere on the site, the developer rep has advised us it cannot be done. And then, more apartments? Really? This area has hundreds of new apartments. Now, Cumberland Parkway is lined with apartments, plus new apartments going up near the stadium. Real estate professionals assure us that apartment development in the surrounding area has reached its peak. No more, please. Anyone who drives Cumberland Parkway knows traffic is an issue. Turning left or right from Pace's Walk onto Cumberland Parkway during morning and afternoon commutes is beyond a challenge. We understand a traffic light is planned for the entrance of the proposed community. Such a light will only benefit that development and the ever-growing traffic funneling from West Cobb onto Cumberland Parkway will hurt the rest of us. Finally, no one has mentioned the additional trips SunTrust Park, the Battery, and the new Wellstar Health Park on Atlanta Road will dump onto Cumberland Parkway and our neighborhoods. We are a direct route, not an alternative route, to and from them all. The proposed development calls for removing a tremendous amount of rock, at least half of 40 feet high, mostly granite, a granite shelf, a mere 12 feet from our buildings. Our quite reasonable concern is the likelihood of blasting with resultant damage to our homes. We love living in Vinings, and we cherish our present quality of life. We ask that you vote no to Z93 and instead support some more congenial development of this property, perhaps a high-quality neighborhood of accommodation for seniors. But please, not this plan.
Thank you, Janet. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners, my name is Frank Savini, and I'm the president of the Paces Homeowners Alliance. We're not directly inside 285 where this proposed project would be built. We're right outside it. Our concern is the impact to our approximately 800 homes that are part of the Paces Homeowners Alliance. I attended the meeting at St. Benedict's Church on January the 12th, as did many of our board members. And after that meeting, we sat down and unanimously opposed the extreme density that this project represents to the area. As Mr. Moore previously mentioned in his presentation, Cumberland Parkway does have approximately 20,300 trips per day. This would add 11,354, I believe is what he mentioned. That's an increase of 56% to a roadway that's already a level F, before you even talk about these improvements that he thought hopefully could be made. The other concern is the impact to Teasley Elementary. Now, while a portion of this is of Z93 is for senior living, there are apartments and condos. And Teasley just went through a major, beautiful renovation, but they're already exceeding capacity. So our homeowners are very concerned about that. We also go over, that's where we shop at Home Depot and Publix and Chick-fil-A and Starbucks. We see that traffic, and we understand how it could negatively impact us, because there are times right now at the 20,300 per day where we're overburdened and the congestion is terrible. You add 56% to that, and the quality of life and that domino effect is going to affect everyone. So we feel like it's far too dense, and I know you've probably received a lot of emails. And as the president, I've been bombarded with, Frank, what can we do to help, keep the density down? But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Frank. Next speaker, please.
Not the site plan. Okay. I'll give you these as ready for them to go up.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Ron Siphon, and I'm speaking on behalf of several of the communities in the vicinity of Z93, and I live in Vining, so I live in the impacted area. Z93 proposes dramatically more intense development than anything else along Cumberland Parkway, especially between the Home Depot store and I-285. The predominant land use is high-density residential, and the few commercial exceptions are all low-intensity, generally neighborhood compatible intensity. This property came up for an inappropriate, extremely high-intensity rezoning in 2007. That case was Z69. Staff comments on Z69 were to delete all of the proposed commercial development and approve only the residential components. The staff recommendation was actually to rezone this property to UC and RSL. The applicant subsequently withdrew the application. The incompatible intensity of Z69 was so extreme that then Commissioner Joe Thompson brought forward Comp Plan Amendment CP6 to provide explicit land use guidance for the future development of this property. And as you can see, first of all, they recommended that the appropriate land use for this property was high-density residential. In addition, they went further to explicitly guide you that there should be no commercial development on this property. There have been no changing conditions along this section of Cumberland Parkway. And in fact, the last rezoning on this section of Cumberland Parkway fairly recently approved townhomes at about 8 units per acre. High-density residential is the correct land use for this section of Cumberland Parkway. The applicant has tried to dismiss the land use text, the CP6, by saying that the existing CRC zoning trumps the text. Well, that's true, but that's only true for the existing CRC zoning. Once the applicant tries to change the existing zoning, the CRC becomes irrelevant. And what is relevant is the land use guidance that has been adopted into the comprehensive plan by the Board of Commissioners to guide your decision. The high-density residential community along this section of Cumberland Parkway is, in fact, an established, desirable community. If you approve a precedent to radically intensify development along this corridor, you are making a decision to radically deteriorate the quality of life of all who live in this community and the nearby low-density communities who will also be impacted. And for Z93, you would have to ignore the land use guidance from the Board of Commissioners that clearly says they want to protect the desirable quality of life of the people who live in this area and explicitly guided you to not approve commercial development on this property. There's been an attempt to claim that Z93 is similar in its proximity to I-285 as West Village. That is not correct. The high-intensity mixed-use portions of West Village are literally adjacent to the Atlanta Road I-285 interchange. That development is adjacent to the interchange. At West Village, as you move away from the interchange, you almost immediately transition down to high-density residential. And West Village is actually less intense than what is being proposed in Z93. West Village has no supermarket, no large office buildings, no hotel. Most of the commercial businesses are considerably lower intensity than what is being proposed in Z93. Meanwhile, for Z93, you get all this extra traffic through another major intersection, Paces Ferry and Cumberland Parkway, before you get to the interchange of Paces Ferry and I-285. And Z93 is approximately a quarter of a mile from the Paces Ferry Cumberland Parkway intersection, and would add so much additional traffic volume to that intersection that they're proposing the modifications to the intersection to push more vehicles through that intersection on each cycle. Thank you. However, Z93 will increase the developer's numbers 11,354 new car trips per day. That includes an assumption of a reduction of 5% for transit. Now, y'all know that this project on Cumberland Parkway is not going to achieve a 5% reduction for transit. If you even gave them a 1% reduction for transit, which is optimistic, they're at 12,000. And then if you go into the traffic study, they're making their mixed use and passerby reductions for the residential part, and then again for each of the commercial components. But really and truly, that means that they're winding up double counting the mixed use and passerby reductions, because the people who live there on the residential side, you wind up having a certain number of reductions, and you do have a certain number of reductions. But to then say, because these people live there, we're going to count the same reductions again on the commercial side, that's double counting. So really and truly, if you add that back in, you're up close to 12,700 car trips per day, and that is more than a 60% increase in traffic volume on Cumberland Parkway. So I sent y'all emails. I apologize that they were so long, but this is a complex and convoluted case. So the proposed modifications, roadway modifications, these are modifications that the applicant is proposing, but none of these modifications are actually included in Cobb DOT's list of future transportation improvements that Cobb DOT has determined would benefit this intersection, Paces Ferry and Cumberland Parkway. And that includes the fact that within the last couple of years, Cobb DOT recently completed improvements to this intersection, and they didn't think that it was, during the time that they were doing these modifications, they didn't think they needed to do the ones that are proposed by the applicant. So let me just jump over here to this intersection that was shown by the applicant. One of the things that they're proposing is there's a very short lane right here that goes to Burt Adams, the extra lane, but it is very short. they're proposing to add a third through lane all the way basically down to the right turn lane onto Mount Wilkinson, all the way down here. And then there's a right turn only lane right here that they're proposing to make a little bit longer and then make that right turn only or a through lane. Well, they looked at this from the standpoint of how can we run more cars through this intersection per cycle? That is a measure of alleviating traffic congestion. So actually, let me jump to this. This is copied from page 1 of Cobb's Comprehensive Transportation Plan. And Cobb County's policy is to focus on improving travel times rather than reducing traffic congestion. So here it is in the existing Comprehensive Transportation Plan that was adopted in 2015. Cobb County is updating the comprehensive plan right now. The same policy is being adopted into the transportation portion of the 2040 comp plan. And here's the same policy being adopted into the comprehensive plan. So Cobb County's policy is to focus on improving travel times rather than reducing congestion. That's relevant to this. By adding a third through lane here, can we force more cars through the intersection per cycle? I'll concede that point. But what will that do to travel times? Right now, this lane is rarely used right here. So the applicant said that, I agree, because there's not enough room to do anything in that lane. But if you extend it all the way down here, if you look at traffic patterns, first of all, the fastest way, if you're going north on Cumberland Parkway, the fastest way to get to almost any destination on Mount Wilkinson is to actually turn right way back here at Burt Adams. So there's no advantage to people who want to get to Mount Wilkinson to go all the way down here. The fastest way to go is to actually take Burt Adams to all of these destinations. The actual effect of adding this third lane is likely to be that people will use this, impatient drivers will use this extra lane to go ahead of all the other cars here, and then they're going to need to cut back in to the other lanes. And as we have all experienced in many places, that's going to wind up congesting the traffic flow and slowing down the traffic flow through the corridor. Likewise, back here, right now we can improve travel times a little bit by having this lane be right turn only.
Ron, let me suggest you wrap up quickly. You're not going to leave any time for these other speakers, so if you can, please.
Okay, so I'll give me just another couple minutes. So on Cumberland Parkway, if we have people now who are going to use this lane to jump ahead of the traffic down here, then they're going to block the right turns here, and therefore they're going to make travel times worse through this corridor. So Cobb DOT really needs to evaluate whether or not the proposed changes are going to make travel times better or worse, and I believe they're going to wind up making travel times worse. So then the other part was, according to the applicant, the DRI requires that Cobb DOT make these transportation improvements. If Cobb County does not make these transportation modifications to the intersection, then that can put Cobb County in conflict with the DRI, and there are potential penalties for that. Cobb County could lose funding for transportation, certain pots of transportation money that are allocated by the ARC. So if you approve this, if Cobb County approves this and winds up not approving the transportation modifications, Cobb County could get penalized financially. If you approve the modifications and the analysis is eventually that this is going to make travel times worse, you're making things worse for everybody. So you've got a conflict here that really and truly should be decided before anybody makes any decisions. And meanwhile, while the applicant told us at the January 12th community meeting and told y'all already today that these these roadway modifications are important, they did not put any stipulations into the last stipulation letter regarding this. So you've got a huge unanswered question that is very, very important to have answered. I believe the correct recommendation for you to make is to go back to the exact same recommendations that staff recommended on Z69. Recommend that this property be deleted to something like UC and RSL, or RM12 and RSL. Something like that would be the correct modification, the correct recommendation on this property. Oh, the current zoning would allow a big box retailer. Clearly, the current zoning
Ron, you're leaving no time for these folks, and you really need to wrap it up.
has less
Please.
impact. The current zoning has considerably less impact on the community than the proposed development. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Nancy Geisler. I'm the president of the Vinings Village Homeowners Association and a resident and co-owner with my husband Mike of 4441 Rebel Valley View. I'm going to cut my comments short because Ron Seifman did such an excellent job of putting, I thought you'd like that, of putting his points forward, but I want to ask to make 3 brief points. The first is we do thoroughly request as a unanimous vote of our board to reject this zoning. We ask you to fall back to the land use guidance, which we believe you really are required to do. We believe that was the appropriate use, and we ask you to stick with it. Secondly, we ask you to send a copy of that guidance to Mr. Watkins, because if he could see how much more senior living would come on here under different zoning, I think he might reconsider his position on this. And lastly, when you talk about traffic impact, I ask you, and I have asked many times, so please, think of it from a regional point of view, because putting 2,000 or so more car trips onto roads like Paces Ferry through Vinings, or even in the other direction and onto Woodland Brook, it's breaking our backs in Vinings. It's very hard for people to get out of their neighborhoods. It's changing the nature of our community and the quality of our life. So I ask you respectfully to deny this zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Next speaker, please. Now, this will need to be our last speaker because we are out of time right now. So, okay.
I'm
go ahead.
Vicki Millender Morrow, and I'm a resident of West Vinings Place subdivision, and we are very close to the intersection of Atlanta Road and East-West Connector, or Cumberland Parkway. And I won't go through many of the things that have been said before, but the idea that we're already at a level of service F, and to think that we could increase that traffic by 50 to 60% and it not continue to be disastrous is just unbelievable. I think the other thing is the needs. Do we need any of the things that are being proposed by this developer? As we said, there are grocery stores, there are apartments. We don't need more office complexes. So I don't see the reason why we would need to allow this high use or high density development in our community. And last but not least, one of the things that the gentleman articulated as a reason when we look at other big box establishments. If a big box establishment wanted to be in that area, that would have already taken place. We already know the nature of big boxes are going away with Amazon and other ways of getting our products. So as a resident of that community for over 15 years and already having to deal with the congestion at Atlanta Road, which you all have been, the Cobb County has been developing that expressway and trying to provide some relief there for over 2 years, and that still isn't where it needs to be. I can't get out of my subdivision, or any of the residents in that area near South City can't get out of that area on Atlanta Road, and the only reprieve we had was to go around to West Paces Ferry, and now we're being told that with Braves, Wellstar, and these types of developments, our quality of life is absolutely changing. So please consider denying this request for Z93.
Thank you. Quickly.
Hi, my name is Hyacinta Hodge, and I'm a Vinings Vineyard resident. And I just want to very quickly say that I live, I feel like I live on Cumberland Parkway because of the traffic and the noise associated with the traffic. So when we bring additional traffic to Cumberland Parkway, it's just going to bring more noise in addition to everything else. So I know there's been a lot of comments made, but no one has said anything about the noise level. The noise abatement project on 285 is supposed to help with some of that, but when we bring more traffic to Cumberland Parkway, the noise abatement from 285 is just going to return. So I wish you would take that into consideration in your decision as well.
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to need to close the, this portion of the hearing and see if we can move on here. This is in District 2, and that's the district that I oversee, so I'll handle the discussion on this. First, let me change gears just a little bit. I want to thank everyone that did get in touch with me by email, phone calls. I met with some of you directly in person. I appreciate that very much. I stopped counting emails at 100. I'm sure I got close to 200. I did read, so you'll know, every single one. I tried to respond to as many as I could. Sometimes my answers were very short because I had 200 of them to respond to, but I read them. So I appreciate that very much. It's important for us to get that feedback. All of us up here have been involved in large and complicated cases before. The Braves is a good example of that. Isaacson Living is another one. This is another one. This is quite complex. This is quite large. You heard Mr. Moore say how many millions of dollars this is going to take if it is indeed approved. And I know that we have many legitimate concerns that were expressed, but I noticed in reading through the emails and in talking directly to many of you, there really is some misinformation out there. There really is some misunderstandings out there about all of this. And I want to talk about just a few of those now. I'll try not to repeat a lot of what's already been stated so well by the speakers. I want everyone to know, and this is important because I had several people question this. One lady, several ladies, said, "You couldn't possibly understand how I feel about this because you don't live here." Well, I do. I live in this community. I live right around the corner from this. I travel Paces Ferry and Cumberland almost every day, sometimes 4 or 5 times a day. I grew up in this area. I've lived here my entire life. So I do understand your angst. I understand exactly the points that you were making, and I do appreciate it. I want everyone to know that this very flat, almost 19-acre site has been on the radar of developers and builders for a long time. You heard Mr. Moore and Ron mention 1993 was a zoning. That was 24 years ago. We had another one in 2007, a case that came up. Both of those, people ask, why did they really not come forward? Both of those did not come forward because the funding evaporated due to recession. You all remember 2007 and 8, the very stiff recession that we had back then. And so that's really why they didn't come forward. And yes, there were people, some of you I'm sure, that were opposed to one and maybe both of those. But that's really why they didn't come forward. I want you to know something else too. I heard several people mention that they attended the community meeting at St. Benedict's Church. I don't usually attend those community meetings, although I am invited. All of us are. I generally discourage our group from going to those. Now, it's okay for us to meet in smaller groups, especially if we call the meeting. But those big meetings are really designed for the applicant and their attorney, in this case, Mr. John Moore, to make their presentation and to answer your questions directly. But I did go to that one. I sat in the parking lot until it started. I slipped in the back. I stood next to Father Brian Sullivan. He and I chatted for a few minutes. And I listened to everything Mr. Moore said. I listened to everything that the traffic engineer said, and I heard every question and comment that you folks made, every one of them. It was interesting. I felt like I needed to do that, and then I slipped out before anybody had a chance to corral me. We can be a distraction sometimes if we attend those, so we don't normally do it. But I thought it was important for me to be there. But I noticed one thing. I noticed when several acronyms were used, eyes glazed over, GRETA, ARC, DRI, GDOT, LS, CID, all of those and many others were thrown out. A lady sitting on the floor in front of me at the back of the church leaned to her husband and she said, "I don't understand any of this. What does all that mean?" Well, basically, and I'm not going to try to teach a class here, but basically what you need to understand is that the country, by federal mandate, is divided into regions. And every region has a federal office that oversees all of the big development that occurs there. That includes highway programs and things like the Braves and things like this. If it's big enough, the ARC, Atlanta Regional Commission, gets very involved, and they demand a DRI. That's the Regional Impact Study. That has to be done. And so it is done. It's paid for mostly by the applicant. But the people who do that, who study that, and who render their verdicts on that, they don't lean one way or the other. They're not trying to tell the county and tell the citizens, we think this is good, bad, or ugly. They just identify the main problem areas, if there are any. And in this case, the one that was identified, the most significant one, is the one Ron spoke about, the one John spoke about, traffic. Traffic was a very big deal. And so some recommendations were made by the applicant of what could be done to help traffic flow through this area. Yes, the level of service at that major intersection is currently rated as a level F. All such areas are rated A through F. A meaning you can fly through there without even stopping, and F meaning it's a problem. Doesn't mean it's you can't drive through an intersection, but you may have to stop and start several times. It is rated as a level F, and that's important to know. But what's also important to know is that we have many, many intersections that you and I drive through every day that are level F. We don't realize it, but they are. To move from a level F to a level E, as John said, and he's absolutely right, that is a really big deal. It's not inconsequential, it is significant. The question is what they're suggesting really going to make it move to a level from an F to an E? That's the question that I had about all of this. The other question that was raised was the cost involved. Now, they said at the hearing or at the community meeting at St. Benedict's Church that it would cost in the neighborhood of $800,000. And all of you that were there, you laughed. You said, remember, Mr. Moore, you're in a church. And I thought that was kind of funny, and we all laughed at that. I, too, questioned that. When I first saw that figure, John will tell you, I told him, John, that can't possibly be enough. It's got to be more than that in order to have any significant impact on traffic flow through this area. So I asked DOT to go back and please reanalyze the traffic study, the DRI, completely, to go back through it again, and they did. And I have been in touch with them a number of times recently, and I want to tell you about how that came out in just a minute. Then there's the language that was mentioned about the comprehensive plan, the language that's in the plan. That language that is in the comp plan was put in more than 10 years ago. When it was put in by the commissioner at the time, Joe Thompson, it was true. I think things have changed. I think things have changed dramatically. Not just the Braves coming to this area, but there's lots of development that's occurring in the Galleria and Cumberland area. I can remember a newspaper article probably 15 years ago that predicted that the Cumberland Galleria area was going to become the new center of Atlanta Metro North. And it is. It's becoming that, whether we like it or not. Those of us that have lived here for many, many years like I have, I don't necessarily like that, but that's the reality of the situation. But the comp plan language that was put in 10 years ago was true then. I'm not convinced that it's true today. And understand this, the comp plan is a suggestion. It is guidance for us. It is not etched in stone. It is not the law. We frequently, I shouldn't say frequently, we occasionally go against what the comp plan says if we find that the language was put in a long time ago and it really doesn't apply to the conditions that exist today. So I want you to understand that. As far as mixed use, I do think mixed use is probably a good use for this particular site. I would be hard-pressed to believe that an all-residential community could develop on this site, and that's primarily because of the financial realities of the situation. Yes, money's available, but at what cost? This land is going for a very high price. I can tell you that the land where the church was on Paces Ferry that was just recently demolished, that's being redeveloped, that sold for about $1 million an acre. This land, even more. Now, the cost of the land does not impact our decision up here or the BOC. But I'm just telling you the realities of the situation are somewhat financial in nature, and that's going to continue to be the case. Land values are not going to go down, they're going to continue to go up. Now, that's some of the conclusions that I drew, and I say all of that so that you'll know we really worked hard on this. We talked to staff, we talked to Mr. Moore, we talked to a lot of people, we talked to you, and we listened intently. So we've done a lot of homework, a lot of research on this, and I want you to know what my absolute conclusions are. I've come to believe the following. Mixed use is a good idea for this 19-acre site. I believe that in my soul. I do think that would be the best use of this land, more so than all residential. Now, mixed use means there is some residential in there. I do believe that a grocery store is probably a good thing to have here. Now, there are things that we know about what's happening in the area in the grocery business that would impact that decision that you don't know. But I'm here to tell you, this store is probably a good idea for that site. People have said this would cause a domino effect. Ron Seifert and I had a long discussion about that. I don't see that happening. You have to understand that every zoning that comes forth, that comes to the county for their consideration, every rezoning request, has to stand on its own merits. This would not set a precedent if it was approved. It just would not. I don't think also that it would have a real negative impact on Teasley. The people who would rent those apartments, very high-end apartments, and that would buy those high-end condos are singles. They're not families with children. There may be young married couples. I don't think Teasley would be negatively impacted. That's just a gut feel on my part. And lastly, I don't really think that we would see property values plummet, which was the word that kept showing up in your emails. I don't see that happening either. When I look at other developments like this that we've approved, just the opposite is true. Now, that's the one side. Let me give you the but, the however. There's no question there's a real lack of community support for this. Yes, we had a few. We had 10 people in favor. I did receive emails from those folks as well. But there's just a lack of community support for this totally. Mostly, totally. Is that proper? That's terrible English. I did go to college, but okay. But that alone, understand, that alone is not grounds for denial. We have to look a little deeper. I want to talk about the DOT. I did ask DOT to review this carefully again, and they did. They were very nice to do that. I talked directly to the director, Mr. Wilgus, who I like very much, by the way. He's new in that job, and he agreed to have some of his senior engineers, along with Ashley, who's sitting out in our audience today, go over this again and make their recommendation. They came back and they said to me, it is hard for us to say anything other than this. Those improvements that were suggested will clearly make a difference. They will clearly help to move traffic through this area. What we can't say is that it definitely will move things from a level F to an E, but it will improve it. And I thought that was significant. I wanted to hear that. They don't think the traffic light, even though it's paid for by Mr. Kaplan, they don't think the traffic light is in the right place. They would prefer another spot. So that's what came out of that. They do think the suggested improvements, though, would make a big difference, probably positive difference in moving traffic, and I thought that was important. One of the things that was really important for me was the intensity of this plan. John Moore and I have had this conversation many times. This is an intense offering that they're presenting to us. I think it's too intense. I think it's an unreasonable amount of intensity. Now, that's different than density. The intensity is one thing, but density, which in this case is above 40 units per acre, simply doesn't fit what's in the neighborhood. It just doesn't. I found 5, 8, 12, up to 16 units per acre all around this area. I didn't find 40. I didn't find anything close to that. So intensity and density, as far as I was concerned, were both unreasonable in nature. The comp plan, yes, I think the comp plan language, though it's 10 years old, is significant, and I think the intent of the comp plan, although I found the language to be cumbersome and in some ways even too complex, it didn't need to be that way. It was a bit confusing to some people. I did find that the intent was exactly what Ron said to us and what some of you said. The intent was to stay away from commercial and to focus more on residential for this very site. The comp plan doesn't normally have language that focuses on just one site, but in this case, it did. And that was what their recommendation was. For all of these reasons, intensity, density, comp plan language, which is still on the books and is still just guidance, because of DOT's reluctance to really say this is definitely going to work for all of those things, I don't think I can support this plan. Now, I don't want to hear any applause. Let's don't do that. I want to hear if there are any comments from the rest of the board before I make a motion. Anybody?
I'll jump in.
Okay, go on.
Okay, first, I know I received over 300 emails on this one, and I'm sure Mike received far more.
I stopped
in
counting.
the district. So, you know, that's a lot of citizen input, and we appreciate it because it helps us in making the decisions up here when we do get citizens. The worst thing we can have are cases where nobody gives us any input. So that's good. My office for my day job is on Cobb Galleria Parkway. So I end up driving on Cumberland Parkway a fair amount. I go through that intersection all the time. I know how ridiculous that third left turn lane is that ends in about 10 feet. So I think that could use some help, whether this gets approved or not. It ought to be on DOT's radar to at least take it up to the next street that people cut over. I don't know that it needs to go as far as this proposal, but it certainly is just a horrible oversight on their part not to have extended that already. But I do think this is too dense and too intense. I think it's gonna create traffic problems. You know, the grocery store doesn't give me heartburn because I know that's gonna be very local and that. I love the senior living because I know it's desperately needed in this area. So I'd like to see that component. Apartments, I'm a little concerned that we're getting too many. You know, I don't know that we need the office building or the hotel on this. I think maybe if those two went away, I would think traffic counts may be down more in line with what a big box that it's currently zoned for would be there. But that's just kind of my thought. But I think as presented, it's way too intense in that.
Thank you, Galt. Let me just, I forgot something that I meant to say earlier. The question of the $800,000 or more for the improvements that would be made to the roadway and the intersection, the question of who would pay for that came up a lot. I made it really clear early on to Mr. Moore and to Mr. Kaplan that the county would not pay for that. The county does not have money in the budget. It's a lot of money, whether it's $800,000 or $8 million, whatever it winds up being. The county couldn't pay for that. The answer I got back was, okay, we get it. We think we can pay for it. I asked DOT if they could analyze that cost, and they came back and they agreed $800,000 is not enough to do what they were saying they should do to improve traffic flow. So that was point number one. Also, the senior living that Galt just mentioned, I do think we need good senior living in the area. We need quality senior living. In fact, we don't really have very much in this area. And those that we do have, just as John said, are booked. There's a waiting list to get in them. And the proposal for the senior living on this site was for a very high-end senior living complex. I think we do need that. Anyone else? Skip?
Yeah, I just want to chime in. I agree with most of what I've heard. To me, it just strikes me that there are just way too many moving parts in this. It hasn't settled down. I would like to see a proposal that comes forward that has a lot more community support than what this obviously has. We're all different, so we're not going to all agree to the same thing. But this needs to be much more residential, it seems to me, much less office space, much less commercial space. Something's going to happen here, but I don't think this is quite it. So I'm not in a position where I feel like I can really support this.
Thank you, Skip. Anyone else? Okay, let me just say that before I make my motion, my strong suggestion, and very strong, in fact, would be to remove, Mr. Moore, you might want to jot this down, to remove at least the office and maybe even the hotel from the site, reposition the grocery store, bring the height of the buildings down, get the density more in line with what exists in the neighborhood. If we can do that, and I don't know that that's doable, but if we can do that and not have such a negative impact on traffic flow, and that's a lot, that's asking a lot. I think the BOC might consider this, but that would be my suggestion. Those things I think have to be addressed before it gets to the BOC. Anyone else?
Years ago, this would have been called smart growth. There was a phrase going around years ago that we were trying to make developments where you could live, work, and play in the development. You could walk to your the grocery store. You could do those things. So the grocery store portion doesn't bother me. The thing that bothers me about this development is that if you could just pick out the components that you wanted, the senior living is a great component of it. I have my doubts that we need more apartments in this location. I think we probably, if we look in the overall area, we have enough apartments that haven't even come out of the ground yet. Some other things that I would question the use of the the hotel here. But there are good components of it, but there are also bad ones. So I would like to see the developer go back, rework it, and come up with a plan. All of you are never going to agree on it, but I think there could be some components that you could agree on.
Okay, thank you, Judy. Anyone else? Okay, not seeing anyone wishing to speak, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion for all the reasons that you've heard listed here this morning. My motion is going to be to recommend denial of Z93. That does give 2 weeks for Mr. Moore and Mr. Kaplan to go back to the drawing board to see if they can make enough adjustments before it gets to the BOC to gain their approval. But my motion would be to deny. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second from Skip. Any further discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote. Okay, so the motion is defeated 5-0. Thank you all very much. I know many of you are going to leave. Let me ask you again to please leave quietly and quickly, because we are going to move to the next phase of our meeting. I think we need to take a 5-minute break, so we'll be back in 5 minutes to start again. Okay, folks, we're back. Thanks, everyone. If you take a seat, we do have one special speaker who's coming today with some guests. I'm going to invite Commissioner Joanne Burrell to come forward. Joanne, if you want to grab a microphone from David here. Joanne has asked for a little time to make a special presentation. Joanne, go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. As you know, as Mike mentioned earlier, this is Christy Trombetti's last zoning hearing, and I just thought it was fitting after her 14 years of service to this board and also additional years of service to the BZA board that we honor her today. So on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, I have a proclamation that I'd like to read. We also have some fellow board members that served with her through the years. Murray Homan is here from BZA, and Kim Swanson, who was on BZA and is now Commissioner Ott's assistant upstairs. So, and my assistant Inger is here with some flowers for Christy. But before I read the proclamation, I'd really like to ask Christy to come down, and if any of y'all would like to come down, you're welcome to. Christy has been a tremendous asset, not only to this board, but to me. She was on the Planning Commission and BZA prior to me coming on the Board of Commissioners. And she really helped me a lot with the zoning process and was a great mentor and advisor. And I couldn't have done anything without her. So I really appreciate her many years of service, dedication. Whenever I called her or asked her for anything, she was always there for me. And she put up with a lot. But we've become great friends, and we both have beagles at home. So I'm going to read the proclamation so I don't cry. Whereas one of the components that makes Cobb County great is our excellent residents who give their time and talent to better our community. Christy Trombetti is the embodiment of this principle. And whereas Trombetti is a native of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, studied at Auburn University, she's married to Sean Trombetti, and they have 2 children, Sarah and Ross. She also has 2 beagles. And whereas she has lived and worked in East Cobb since 1995, has been a realtor since 2002, she is active in her church, her children's school, and in the community. And whereas she was an employee in the Cobb County Planning Division from November 1995 to September 2002, she was a Board of Zoning Appeals member from March 2003 to December 2010, and again from 2014 to January 2017. She has also been a member of the Planning Commission since January 2003. Now, therefore, we, the Cobb County Board of Commissioners, do hereby honor and thank Christy Trombetti for her countless contributions to our community. Her work to improve Cobb County is a great benefit to all. This is the 7th day of February, 2017. Christy, we're going to miss you. Judy, you have big shoes to fill, and I know you've been doing this longer. So I'm confident that Judy will step up. Christy, I just can't say enough about how great it's been to work with Christy. So this is Christy Trombetti Day. It's all about you. And just thank you, keep in touch, and let me know if you ever want to come back.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Those are for you too. Are you going where? Disney World.
Channel 5 is on its way, it's just late getting here. Okay, everybody, sex.
Murray, please. This isn't your day, Murray. Murray, say things like that. You're in a county building. Oh, Murray. Absolutely.
Thank you, Joanne. We appreciate it. We did all right. You didn't know it.
I thought I had dodged
You
it.
can hide, let me get that for you. You can hide behind this.
Okay, now y'all can get back to business.
Okay, let's see, why are we here? Okay. Mr. Peterson, I think we're going to try to move to Z114, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to try to hear that one before our lunch break, so let's call that case. John, if you will, please.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z114 of 2016, Cap Key Real Estate Advisors. Request rezoning from R30 to R20 OSC for the purpose of a residential subdivision and land lot 335 of the 20th District. Property is located on the north side of Dallas Highway, on the east side of County Road, and on the west side of Bob Fleming Road. The applicant's representative is present. earlier, there were 46 people here opposed and 11 in support. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
We're going to try to make this the last case before our lunch break, so when this particular case is heard and voted on, we will take a lunch break, which should take about an hour. Hopefully, we can break about noon and be back at 1, so that's the plan. When we come back from our lunch break, the first cases that we'll hear then will be the land use permit, LUP 29 through 33. That's our intention right now. Then we'll jump back into a more regular schedule. Mr. Sams, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. Congratulations, Ms. Trombetti. We'll miss you. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I represent, in this case, Capkey Real Estate Advisors concerning this application for rezoning. I have with me today Mr. Lauren Wimpheimer of Capkey and also Mr. Kenneth Wood of Planners and Engineers Collaborative. If they could raise their hands, they're collectively over there. Mr. Peterson was kind enough to take account for those in opposition, and I think some of the ones that were in favor are back in this room and not in the other. Would it be inappropriate, Mr. Chairman, to ask for that count again for those that are here in favor, many of which are property owners?
Are they, you think they're here across the hall?
They're here. They're in here now.
Debbie, can we do that since it's already on the record? Not a problem? Okay, well, let's do that again. We have to do it both ways, though, Garvis.
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's find out one more time. If you are opposed to Z114 Capkey Real Estate, raise your hands, please. And I know, because I announced earlier, some of those people have probably left. So it won't surprise me if it's less than the 46 we had earlier. So that's what I expected. Some people have to get back to work. They have childcare that they have to take care of and so forth. So, but we did register 46 opposed at the beginning. How many are in favor or in support of Z114? Would you raise your hands, please? Okay, so that went up a little and the opposition went down, so that's not really a surprise.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that indulgence. I appreciate it as my time ticked away. But this is an application that concerns a 68.87 acre tract of land. As you can see, it's located on the north side of Dallas Highway. It's west of its intersection with Bob Fleming Road and east of its intersection with County Road. This is in an area in the future land use map that's shown with densities ranging up to 2 units per acre. The density we have for this is 1.64 units per acre in accordance with the revised site plan that you have before you. Your professional staff has recommended approval. It's a little different than most applications in that you've got not only the planner assigned to the case with his eyes on it to make a recommendation and an analysis, but you have an OSC coordinator, his eyes on the case to make a specific recommendation with respect to the OSC category. It's a little different than others, and then, of course, the zoning manager who coordinates all of that. So this has been a highly vetted case from the beginning. You were kind enough to continue it from your December hearings to give us an opportunity to reduce what we originally had, the application at 132 units down to 108, or a reduction in density from 1.92 units per acre down to 1.64. Just from a little historical perspective, this application was submitted on October the 6th, but that wasn't the genesis of it at all. In fact, Capkey put this property under contract significantly in advance of that. The reason for that is because of sewer. This property is presently not sewered, and there's been at least 3 major builder/developers who have made a run at this property, trying to figure out ways to find alternate routes to get to sewer. Well, Mr. Wimpheimer and his engineers were successful. That's been secured. We have written easements traversing an individual's property in Sweet Pine Creek to our north to get to sewer the site. That's critical because, number one, your water system would rather not see a site that's served by septics, and number two, it not only serves this property, but I think perhaps even accommodates other people that would like to have sewer in the area. What Capkey proposes is a rezoning of this property to the R20 OSC classification for the purposes of the development of a high-end, quality-built, single-family detached residential subdivision, again, at a density of 1.64 units per acre. The OSC designation is unique and unusual in many instances, but it doesn't lend itself to every piece of property. On this particular piece of property, if we could train it on the site plan, the color site plan that I have behind me, you can see that there's a huge swath going down the middle of the property, which is a stream. Now, what's different about this stream and other streams is this is in what's called the 7-mile intake zone for Altoona. And what that translates into is a 150-foot buffer on not one side, but both sides for a 300-foot swath of property going right down through the middle of it. We've had to land plan around that. Our approach in this case has been not totally, but systematically focused on contiguous property owners. We think that contiguous property owners, that is those that touch, concern, can see, smell, and hear the property, are the ones that have the most vested interests. Although everyone here certainly has a right to speak, we thought addressing the issues and resolving those issues with respect to those that actually touch the property was the most important. And rather than private agreements, the enforceability of which might be questionable, we've included even the most minute of the agreements, down to the size of the posts for the fence, down to the nitty-gritty of how that's to be constructed and the hours of construction as well. The stipulation you have is dated February the 1st. We got it in before the deadline. We wanted to wait till the last minute, make sure we had a concise distillation of our discussions with the folks that are around us, and probably more importantly for purposes of transparency. So everyone in the community knows what we are doing for other folks, and also for enforceability. Because if they're in the stipulations and the conditions, then your staff and the county attorney has ability to enforce them in the event something untoward happened, which we certainly don't anticipate. I've said this is a unique piece of property because the stream that goes down the middle of it, but also the topography is, in some instances, rather severe. So our challenge has been to place the lots on the environmentally or less environmentally sensitive soils, and then to have open space, the buffers, the common area where you see the properties are more sensitive and environmentally situated, and perhaps a circumstance so if developed, it would not be good for the watershed among others. Again, with respect to the open space, this has been calculated based solely upon your ordinance with the input from the OSC coordinator and your staff. 41.8% of the property, the totality of the 68 acres, is within open space. We are required to have 38.5%. So we've exceeded the open space requirements under your ordinance. And if you look at the enabling language of the OSC category, you see that we've met not only the purpose, spirit, and intent, but the letter of OSC in doing so. Two of the contiguous property owners are Mr. and Mrs. Sam Saliba, who are here today. And I'm not going to go over the 4 pages of stipulations that we've agreed to, but what I'd like to do is to point out where their property is located. Their property's located in this situation right here. It's an approximate 11-acre tract of land. Mr. and Mrs. Saliba have lived on it since, I think, 1979. They love it. They're here because of the rural nature of this area, but we have crafted stipulations and conditions covering fences, hours of operation, architecture, landscaping, all number of issues. And I can't think of anyone who is more affected or potentially affected by what we propose. The properties here, there's 3 parcels here. I understand those are owned somehow by members of the Tibbetts family. They're representatives of that family here today, although we haven't crafted specific stipulations with them. It's my understanding that they have no opposition to that, and one of them or their representative may speak. We also have the written support on this piece of property from Mr. Stallworth. We are still looking at crafting an agreement with Ms. Sutlow, who owns the property that is right here. We have agreements with every contiguous property owner and Sweet Pine Creek subdivision. I know you've gotten a peppering of emails from Sweet Pine Creek residents, and rightly so. They have an opinion, and they want to express that. But we thought the most important people were the people that actually touched or concerned the property, and that's in the stipulation letter as well. Bob Fleming Road is an undeveloped road. It does not meet the county standards. We will have no access to Bob Fleming Road except with respect to a pedestrian path or connectivity that gets across Bob Fleming to the Green Acre Preserve, which is the 112-acre park going back toward our east on the north side of the road. We also have, in addition to access on Dallas Highway, we have an access point on County Road as well, and we've met all of DOT stipulations and conditions. Now, with respect to the Salibas, I'll have to say they've been a joy to work with, but they are the most detailed people I have ever met. And that's a good thing, because when I sent the stipulation letter out on February the 1st, they were up at 4 a.m. one morning and fly-specking it and looking at it, and they found where I had mentioned the fence posts that they would be measured 6-inch by 6-inch by 12-inch. Well, obviously, that would be a fence post about that big. So Mr. Saliba said, well, you know, I think maybe that might be wrong in his self-effacing nature. I'm out of time, but I need just a little more time, Mr. Chairman. And I said, that's right. So I'm bringing that to your attention now. So that'll be a matter of public record, and then we'll rectify that in terms of a subsequent revised stipulation letter after this hearing. One other thing is the fence, you know, as you can see, we surround the Salibas. The fence, I put in there that the refuse from the fence materials that were being discarded would be given to the fence installer. I was wrong. It's going to be given to Mr. and Mrs. Saliba, and so I'm sure if I haven't said that adequately, that they will let you know. As I mentioned, in addition to the Salibas, we crafted agreements in the stip letter with all these other homeowners, and I've got a little bit to cover there, but let me just hit a couple of quick high points and some of the more salient points. This is a single-family residential development, 108 homes, 1.64 units per acre. I've seen emails flying around that this is 4 units per acre, or that we're not consistent with the future land use map. Well, we most certainly are, and it's not even close to that type of density. House sizes, 2,350 to 4,000 square feet and greater. Price points ranging from $350 to $475 and greater. The architectural style, and composition of the homes will be similar to what you're seeing here with this product. That was submitted with my original December 28th stipulation letter, but inadvertently admitted as an exhibit on the February the 1st letter. But that is what it's going to look like in terms of the single-family detached homes. As far as the conservation easement, the entirety of what you saw in the site plan is going to be dedicated to the county and a conservation easement to protect the watershed in this area and to ensure that development on that property is precluded in perpetuity. The DOT's recommendations are they want voluntary conveyance of donation on Bob Fleming. They're looking for no vehicular access to Bob Fleming Road, the construction of a deceleration lane at Dallas Highway, which is in the process, curb gutter and sidewalk on the interior streets and at least sidewalk on one of them, and also compliance with our traffic study, which gets into the levels of service with respect to the various intersections at Friendship Church, at County Road, and of course, our points of ingress and egress. To state one sentence out of one of our letters of support, from the stalwarts, they say, well, we feel that this rezoning and future development will benefit the immediate area and West Cobb as a whole. Well, that's what your staff believes. That's what the contiguous property owners with whom we have reached an agreement believe. And that's because it resonates with them. It resonates with your staff, and we hope it resonates with you as well. But at this time, we, of course, want you to follow your staff's recommendation, but I'd like to introduce Mr. and/or Mrs. Sam Saliba for just a short minute, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
You were way over.
As was Mr. Moore, and there's a lot of moving parts to
Well,
this, Mr. Chairman.
every case stands on its own, as we say. Can we do this
It does.
quickly?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Saliba, this is Mr. Sam Saliba.
Come on up, Sam.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Sure.
My name's Sam Saliba Jr. I've owned this property since at least 1979. According to the records from the Federalist in the Civil War, I'm the second owner. I've had the privilege of living there undisturbed since 1986. I thoroughly love it. And initially, I hated what was about to happen. But after speaking to Mr. Wimpheimer, Mr. Wood, repeatedly, as I've emailed you, and a few phone calls and so forth, they have been just more cooperative and willing to meet specific needs and future problems that I might foresee occurring based on our elevation, based on the loss of privacy, noise, lighting, you name it. They've been willing to meet that need for me and my wife. We live there alone. I hate to tell that to the world, but, but because of that, we need extra security benefits that we've enjoyed all this time. And that is our security is the privacy that we've had, and they're willing to meet that. I'm in full support of it. I ask for each of you to please vote yes, even at this time today. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Saliba. Let's hear from the opposition at this time.
16 minutes.
I'm just collecting my stuff. I'm done.
That's fine.
And there's anything else. Excuse me.
Don't make me come down there, Garvis.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. My name is John Ferris. I'm the president of Sweet Pine Creek Homeowners Association. Our 20-year-old subdivision is comprised of 80 homes at the north end of this proposed development, and as you can see on the map, many of our homeowners are here this morning. We are not opposed to development in our area as long as it fits the character of the other surrounding developments and is in keeping with the land use plan. We believe that Z114 does not meet either of these requirements. Our primary concern is the average lot size in Z114, 10,400 square feet. Let me say that again, 10,400 square feet. Divide that into an acre, and you see the results. Staff analysis in an effort to use comparable lot sizes in the area cites Churchill Manor, Castile Park, Madison Woods, and Sweet Pine Creek. The staff analysis considers gross density only. I would ask you to consider the actual lot sizes so there's a true apples to apples comparison. The minimum lot size in Churchill Manor and Castile Park is at least 20,000 square feet. The smallest lot in Madison Woods closest to the proposed development is 14,984 square feet. Finally, staff cites Sweet Pine Creek, our neighborhood. Our average lot size is 38,735 square feet. The proposed lots in Z114 are almost 1/4 of the size of the average lot in Sweet Pine Creek. This results in a dramatic transition between the two developments. As you can see, this chart depicts the average lot size in each of the 4 phases of Sweet Pine Creek, showing Z114 on the left side. Sweet Pine was built in 4 phases. Z114 adjoins Sweet Pine Creek Phase 2, where the average lot size is just under 33,000 square feet, and Sweet Pine Creek Phase 4, where the average lot size is 93,000 square feet. In terms of lot size, again, there are no subdivisions in the area that are comparable to the proposed development. We are concerned about the precedent that a development with this density would set for our community, and we are concerned about the impact it will have on our home values. In meeting with our planning commissioner, it was suggested that exterior lots be larger than interior lots, and we support that concept and request that they be 25,000 square feet in order to be comparable and comparable with the surrounding developments. As Mr. Sams mentioned, the developer has worked in what we feel is good faith with the two homeowners that directly adjoin Z114 in an effort to establish buffers and screening between the two developments, and we appreciate that. However, our neighborhood opposes Z114 given the proposed lot sizes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Am I starting?
Hello,
I'm Michael Hyzak,
thank you,
and this is
Michael.
my fiance, Libby Sudlow. We live at 171 County Road. First off, I wanted to thank all of you for the work that you do. I had a father who was on the zoning committee for many years, so I understand how stressful and how much you're giving to the community. So genuinely, thank you for your time. And Skip, thank you very much for coming out in the ice and snow on the 8th and all the help that you've been giving us in the past couple weeks. We chose our house on over 4 acres, set back from everyone, because we rescue dogs and we have 5 of our own. We picked this home because it minimizes any impacts to our neighborhoods. We looked at developments and other homes in this area, expecting that if the community were to develop, the properties would be developed similar to what existed around the area, things similar to Sweet Pine Creek. We had no way of knowing this could be rezoned to R20 OSC. Initially, we asked for a 120-foot buffer because the amenity was right next to us. We referred to Z47 from October 2016 and how it treated an identical situation to get that number. The site plan has changed, the amenity has moved away from us, and so our position has changed. We're asking for a 50-foot buffer with a fence and enhanced landscaping, as well as larger lot sizes adjacent to our property. The fence is in the stipulation letter for Z114 for the Salivas, and it has been offered to us by the developer on the contingency of our support. The OSC code, that's page 5 of the stipulator that was submitted.
Use the microphone if you don't mind, Michael,
Sure.
please.
So the OSC code states that overall residential development shall be compatible with neighboring residential uses in areas where adjoining neighborhood lots are larger than those proposed. The plan should incorporate larger lots adjacent to the existing neighborhoods with smaller lots designed to the interior. In addition, undisturbed perimeter buffer or other suitable form of privacy barrier may be required at the rear of exterior building lots. So as you can see with the site plan as it stands right now, we are right here at 171 County Road. Our primary concerns are these 3 lots, which are, as you can see, compared to the other side of the property, there is a significantly larger buffer and larger lot size compared to what we are getting next to our home. This is not consistent treatment between the affected property owners. We are only asking to be treated fairly. We just want the same protections and considerations that other property owners received in similar circumstances. The overall density as you can see, they've stated what the average lot sizes are and how that conforms to the OSC. As you can see, there are really 2 primary different sections between these properties. The section that is next to County Road and us, if you were to look at it alone, this would be medium density residential, whereas there's a significant amount of space on the second part of the lot. We are also concerned about the traffic impact to County Road, particularly for the morning commute. The left turn from County Road to Dallas Highway is particularly challenging. There's a hill and a dip on one side and a hill on the other side. This makes it very difficult to determine what the speed of oncoming traffic is, and you're coming across 3 lanes to make a left turn from there, which would be the commute direction of the traffic from this neighborhood. We are also concerned, the traffic will be a problem, and it is called out in the staff recommendations. Removing the access to County Road would mitigate that impact. We are also concerned by the 10,000 square foot lots. If these are approved, this will make a precedent for Cobb County and our community. The variances being requested for this plan demonstrate that the developer cannot develop this site to conform to the R20 OSC code, which should be grounds for denial. And lastly, I understand that the other owners have had a different relationship with the developer and Garvis Sams. I have never met Garvis Sams, and we haven't had any interactions with them. However, we met with Capkey's representatives, Lauren and Bo, on January 17th, and we explained all of these concerns. The response we got for all of these concerns was, no, we cannot change anything, but we'll give you a fence. We have tried to work very hard with Capkey about these concerns and found them completely unwilling to give in any way. They've also made it clear that if we oppose their plan, there will be no fence. We've been told repeatedly that another developer could do something worse, like clear cut the land next to us. This doesn't justify their position. But it has had a tremendous amount on the stress that we have dealt with in these negotiations, and it seems like a threat. In the end, they can potentially clear cut the land and remanufacture it for development. We hope you'll deny this plan for Z114, and if this isn't a clear case for denial, please grant us a continuance. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Dennis Campbell. I'm Director of Planning for the Cobb County School District. This zoning request for increased density is a significant concern for the Cobb County School District. Currently, 2 schools in the area, Due West Elementary and Lost Mountain Middle School, are overcrowded and in fact exceed their capacities. Approval of this zoning will add more students and further aggravate the overcrowding situation at the schools. So with regard to this zoning request, I'm here to ask that the Planning Commission seriously consider our concerns in making their decision for approval or disapproval of the zoning. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dennis. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Susan Heike, and I'm a 17-year resident of Sweet Pine Creek, which is an 80-home subdivision adjacent to the proposed development. I would like to submit for the record a petition signed by 125 Sweet Pine Creek residents, or 90% of our households. John Ferris, our HOA president, summarized pretty well for you what was in that petition. I'd like to convey to you what, I'll go back. We request that Z114 be denied because the applicant seeks to build 4 homes per acre on land zoned for 1 home per acre. It is not consistent with the West Cobb area or with R30 properties that completely surround Z114. Therefore, it is requested that the exterior lots be a minimum of 25,000 square feet in order to keep in character with the surrounding area. The petition asks for a lot line to lot line compatibility between Z114 lots and Sweet Pine Creek lots. The petition asks that buffers bordering Sweet Pine Creek for the 2 Sweet Pine Creek residents who border this proposed development not be subject to modification unless it is brought before the Board of Commissioners. Finally, Dallas Highway is a designated scenic highway. There is no precedent for this requested density on Dallas Highway. I'd like to convey to you what I and the others heard while collecting signatures. Neighbors across the board were concerned about the size of the lots compared to Sweet Pine Creek lots. They easily saw that these 2 subdivisions are not compatible. They were concerned about the impact on their property values, and they felt frustrated because they believe that they will not be heard. We are not opposed to development if developed as zoned. To those that claim that larger lots do not sell, Harrison Ridge, 1/2 mile from Sweet Pine Creek, is R30 and sold out in 2 years. And that was not long ago, maybe a year and a half ago, they finally sold out. There is a market for R30 in our area. Z14, in regard to units per acre, density is calculated one way for Z114 and another way for the staff's compatible subdivisions. In Z114, the unbuildable land is factored into the density calculation, but in Churchill Manor and Castile Park, the unbuildable land was not factored into the density calculation. Compatibility is not shown. Could you put that up? It is up. Z14 is on Dallas Highway. It's a 4-lane road with a 55-mile-per-hour speed limit. It is a major road between Marietta and Paulding County. Exiting the proposed subdivision to go east towards Marietta is risky. In red, you see the 2 entry-exit points for this subdivision. This is Dallas Highway. So if you exit here and you want to go to Marietta, you have to quickly get into the left lane and quickly get into the turn lane and then do a U-turn into oncoming traffic. If you exit out of the subdivision here on County Road, first of all, you have to be very careful because the sight lines here are very poor. So you'd exit out here, turn left on County Road, go south to Dallas. You have to wait for the traffic to clear, both eastbound and westbound traffic to clear before you can cross over, turn left, and head towards Marietta. Alternatively, you can wait for westbound traffic to clear, cross to the median, which is very small, and then turn left onto Dallas Highway. I hope DOT will look into this. I didn't see anything on it in their analysis. Thank you for listening. I hope you have heard the voices of those who signed this petition and the voices of others who are against the lot size and density of Z114.
Okay, thank you, Susan. We have time for one more speaker.
Hi, my name is Melissa O'Brien, and I represent West Cobb Advocate. I just have a couple questions regarding this application. Who, in fact, is the developer of the parcel? Because I'm just a little unclear as to who Capkey actually is. And then why is this developer, why is the developer that's referred to in the renderings not on the actual application? And then what guarantee do we have that this developer that's mentioned in the renderings will follow the stipulation letter? Is there a chance that the developer could change or be something different than who is represented in the renderings? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melissa. We are out of time. I'm sorry. Hopefully your comments were already made by other folks. This is in District 1. This will be handled by Mr. Gunther Skip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to thank everybody who helped pack my email box with lots of emails. I tried to respond to every single one. I think I stopped about 7 o'clock last night. But I have, beyond that, I've appreciated all the input that you've given me, the meetings that we've had, the telephone conversations, and so forth. First off, I'd like to say that this section of Dallas Highway is zoned it's in the future land use map is very low density residential for a purpose. It's meant very specifically not to be commercial other than where the nodes are that are currently commercial and zoned as such. So I think we can all agree that we want to maintain the scenic highway nature of Dallas Highway, but that doesn't mean that we just don't have development. What it means is we try to do things that are consistent with being a scenic highway. In fact, there are guidelines for that. This is meant to be residential along here. The proposal right now is to be a residential subdivision, and I guess I'm really excited that that's the case. It fits with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and so forth. I think there are a lot of misconceptions about how to deal with more difficult how we tend to deal with more difficult to develop properties. This is a 67-plus acre parcel with significant wetlands and natural beauty, I'll point out, with the creek going through. But because of those things, it's very difficult to build in a traditional way. I believe, but I'm going to ask Phil Westbrook to come up, if you would, Phil. I believe that this is a natural candidate for an open space community overlay because it allows the developer to preserve those wetlands and the natural beauty to a very large extent. Phil, my question to you is, could you just explain a little bit of the history and then the purpose of what the OSC overlay is and how that might apply to this particular parcel?
Sure. The open space community was actually developed years ago. It's actually gone through several reiterations by different committees. I believe, excuse me, I wasn't around when those committees were put together, but I believe a lot of those committees were made up of the public and people out there and living in these areas, but along with developers and attorneys and so forth and county staff. But they put it together for the purpose of preserving open space, whether it is for environmentally sensitive soils or whether it's just for forest, woodlands, pastures, recreational areas. It serves really many purposes for open space and the preservation of green space. It also provides an avenue to put in a conservation easement. One particular owner usually, and not usually, but in all cases of an open space community, it's an HOA that owns the property. It is in a conservation easement, and it is preserved in perpetuity of the mandatory covenants of the neighborhood. Again, the purpose, it can be, let me regress here. It can be used on most of the single-family residential zoning categories. I believe starting at R40 all the way up to R15. This is particular R20 OSC, and there are certain percentages of land that have to be preserved in order to meet the criteria of an open space community. And again, the purpose is mainly for environmental sensitive soils and developable land as well. In fact, there is a particular section in the code that talks about that floodplain, wetlands, floodplains, wetlands, and lakes can only make up 75% of the open space. So that therefore 25% has to be developable land or land that could be developed. It's a pretty good option for land that is environmentally challenging as well as other tracks.
Okay, good. Thank you, Phil. I might have some more questions in a minute, but not right now, so thank you. Okay, so overall, we're talking about a parcel here that's 67-some acres. We've had some misconceptions about some of the ways that the county actually calculates density. And I think there's a misconception floating out there that if you have a little bit more than 40,000 square feet per acre, and if you have a 10,000 square foot lot, that implies a density of 4 plus, or around 4.0. Well, that's not quite right. The way the county calculates density and the way the density has been calculated for all of the what I'll call comparison properties and subdivisions around this, there are two ways the county calculates density. One way is to just look at the gross density per acre, and that's what's been, I think, Susan Heike, you mentioned that it was calculated that way for those properties. For this one, it was calculated in a more restrictive way because the wetlands and some of the property was deleted before you came up with something called the net buildable acreage, which turns out to be 1.64 by that calculation. If the calculation were based on the total acreage, the gross acreage, the number would be somewhere south of 1.6. I don't know exactly what it is, but somewhere less dense than 1.64 would imply. So there's that issue that's sort of a miscalculation that is going on. Now, Phil mentioned that there are percentages that are required to even qualify to be an open space community overlay subdivision. In the case of R20, the starting point is you have to have 35% of the space set aside as open space. And then if you add more than that, which in this case they've gone up to 41.8%, so that's more. That's actually even more than the maximum number that is reflected in the ordinance. Then if you add in more, then you qualify for something called the OSC bonus, which is basically an opportunity for the developer to do the right thing, but maybe that's going to be more expensive instead of just clear cutting to save the open space. And in exchange for that, if they add more open space beyond sort of the starting point of what the percentage is, then they can qualify for a bonus, which is roughly 10% more homes can go in than what the starting point would be. So in this case, they're way over even that bonus number in terms of open space, 38.5% versus 41.8%. So they're way over that. Yet what they've done is come in with a proposal that is much less dense than what an R20 OSC subdivision would normally start at. They're coming in at 1.64 units per acre. The OSC, R20 OSC numbers allow the builder to start at 1.75, which would be another 10 or 12 houses on top of what they have here. And it can go all the way up to 1.92 units per acre. Okay, so I'm giving you a bunch of numbers, but my point is they've come in way below what the open space calculation is for an R20 open space community. And I would also note that they're way below what the future land use map requires. This is in the future land use map, the designation for this parcel is very low density residential, which says 2 units per acre or less. They're at 1.64, so they're way within that. They're not anywhere near the 4.0 that people are talking about. I'm interested in the schools. Dennis Campbell, you're out. You just testified. Are you still here? Yeah. I wonder if you could come back up for just a second, because I find this interesting that in the couple of years that I've sat on this planning commission, we always have input in all of our cases on what the impact on schools is, and you and your department and CCSD give us that information, which basically is, here's the capacity of each of the schools that this parcel would be zoned for, would be in the district of, and here's the capacity today, and here's what the current enrollment is today. So in this case, we have a middle school and an elementary school that are over capacity. The high school is not. That's Harrison. They just added the 9th grade academy. When you have, yet you have to allow for properties to be developed. And this is zoned R30 right now, so you know that someday it's going to be most likely built out at least at the density of an R30 subdivision, which would be in the vicinity of 90 plus houses, something like that, 85, 90 houses, 70 houses plus. What is your reaction? How do you respond to when there are more kids coming into the schools? What does Cobb County School District do to address that problem?
Well, certainly there are a number of things that are done within the school that include doubling up space in classrooms to maybe have 2 teachers and 2 actual classes in one physical classroom. That kind of thing happens when the crowding builds up. Adding portable classrooms is another one of the avenues that we can take. And then there are long-range plans for additions and new buildings that we do through our 1% SPLOST for education. So
How about redistricting? How often is that
Redistricting
happening?
can be an option if nearby schools are significantly under capacity, then that's an option that can be looked at.
So in West Cobb, and I just want to restrict it to West Cobb, are we generally over capacity for our collective set of schools in West Cobb, or are we under capacity, or how can you characterize
It's
that?
pretty spotty in West Cobb, but as you mentioned, Harrison is a high school area that is well under its capacity. Nearby, Hillgrove is way over its capacity. Kennesaw Mountain is over its capacity, and as we said, Due West is over its capacity, and most of the nearby schools, there are some nearby that would be somewhat under capacity. So it's kind of mixed, kind of spotty.
Okay, so there certainly is a possibility before you have to go to doubling up in a classroom, which I can't imagine what that would be like, having been a school teacher in the past myself for some amount of time. That would be terrible. But there certainly is a possibility that you could redistrict, and that would address any incremental problem that the additional density here would reflect over what was already the assumed density would someday come in place.
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah. And I'll just note that a couple of years ago, I know I went before the Cobb County School Board and made a plea that in your long-range student demographics planning process, that you include more accurately, or more realistically, I don't want to say accurately, more realistically, what the future building would be that you would project in the county that would generate students, as opposed to just simply saying, okay, this is what's under permit right now, and so, or it's been zoned this way, and so we'll just do that because we know that's known. But I know that's a hard problem, to actually project what the future enrollment might be.
We do that on a fairly regular basis, and before we do any of our SPLOST initiatives, we usually go into a fairly in-depth analysis of population growth for schools.
Right. Okay, so I don't know, if I want to continue on, but I don't know if anybody else has any questions on the school.
I just have a quick question. Sorry. As Mr. Gunther said, it's unusual to have a representative from the school system here, yet that's one of the things that a lot of residents have concerns with when we have rezoning and new construction. So I was just curious as to what caught your eye about this particular rezoning. It's not necessarily an extreme change over what's there now. And we've had some, I'm from the East Cobb area, and of course, we've had some quite dense applications to consider over the last several years and haven't had this kind of input.
Yeah, I would say that there's just a more intense or greater interest on the part of the board and the administration to come before you and emphasize our concerns and our interests, as opposed to maybe previous boards or administrations had. So I'll probably be coming here a little bit more often than I had in the past, which is almost not at all. So
it's not just this case. It's maybe just a change in awareness to what you want us to know about.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that's going to be healthy moving forward. So, thank you,
I
Dennis.
have just one quick question. So you're going to stay here today and speak on all the residential?
no, I was only planning to speak on two issues. One was Z114, and one was Z7, which is continued, I guess, until March. So I'll be back in March.
So the other one on Dallas you're not speaking to, or the other one on?
Correct.
Okay, is that because?
Mostly because the interest has just come about. Those were some of the earlier issues, or maybe issues, and I'm not sure which specific one you're talking about, where when we analyzed it, we didn't see a significant increase in enrollment, or that there was possibly capacity at the schools in the area, so it really isn't a major concern for us at this time.
And I think going back years, when the growth was really starting in Cobb, we've never got reports that hasn't said that schools are over capacity. But they've always managed to teach the students there. So we're actually glad to see you. We've asked for input for a long, 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 long time. from
Well,
the
we
school
have
board.
provided written input for
Yeah.
a number of years,
You
but
have
not
done
have
it,
been
but
here to
nobody's
speak
ever
to.
showed up, and this is the first
Correct.
time.
Yeah, we applaud you for being
Yes,
here, and we
we thank
encourage
you
you to
very
keep doing
much.
that. I will be frank with you, sometimes you don't return the questionnaires that we send you. Most of the time you do, but sometimes we don't even hear from you. So we're delighted to see you here, and we hope you come back again. We really need to work with the schools closer. and
Well, thank you.
We'd appreciate that very much.
I plan to be here more often.
Just one quick question, and how often do y'all redistrict the BOE?
How do we redistrict the?
How often?
How often? Usually that doesn't happen unless we have a severe overcrowding situation that we don't have another way to rectify.
Okay, so this
Or-
wouldn't be that kind of a severe.
Possibly. And if we add new schools where we have to place them somewhere in the county, obviously that would cause significant redistricting. For instance, when we built Alatoona High School or Hillgrove High School, you're going to redistrict for those kind of things. If we add additional space to a school, that could cause us to want to redistrict, so.
Thank you so much.
Will you also come to the BOC hearings, the Board of Commissioner hearings?
I've not been directed to do that, so
I would strongly advise you to do that.
thank you very much.
And I would strongly advise you to get to know each of our commissioners. They frequently know, long before we do, what developments are in the pipeline. People come to them and say, what if I did this on that land? Would you support it? So they know, and they'll be willing to share some of that with the school system, and then you would know what's coming. So I advise you to do that too, but thank you for coming today.
Dennis, I would just add that I hope that you view this as a relatively pleasant experience today, because you're the guy who does this for Cobb County School District, and so it's really good that you came instead of somebody potentially on your staff. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Certainly, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to move on. I just want to address, I'd like to have Ashley come up, Ashley White, to address the, some of the concerns about traffic that we've heard today and some of the opposition, how traffic would flow in and out of this subdivision and the implications with respect to Dallas Highway and County Road.
Ashley White with the Department of Transportation. I guess there were some concerns about people trying to take the eastbound approach on Dallas Highway, specifically for people coming off of County Road.
That's County Road, right?
Yeah, the map is going, so. Right, so people coming out of County Road should use that space between the medians. There's like a 20-foot wide space that's there so that people can cross 2 lanes and then stop there and proceed across the other 2 lanes. So we wouldn't necessarily want people to cross 3 lanes of traffic, 3 or 4 lanes of traffic. But I do believe that that space is wide enough to serve as a resting point for people trying to make that left turn off of County Road.
And if it were a period of really peak traffic in the morning, eastbound traffic on Dallas Highway, making it, westbound traffic in the afternoon on Dallas Highway, making it difficult to make a left turn.
Right.
As a last resort, the person could go up the other direction on County Road up to Midway to a
Right.
light then to get onto Dallas.
As a last
So just be
resort.
slightly out of the way, but not totally inconvenient.
Right, because
Yeah.
at least the next intersection up, I think Midway Road, that's a signalized intersection. So it is a kind of out of the way
On
route to take, but
Midway and
it
Dallas
can
Highway,
be
right?
safer, yes.
Yeah. Okay, and otherwise, this development is satisfying the DOT requirements that you're asking for?
It did satisfy
the
our requirements
Site
and
plan
our
reflects
recommendations.
that so far?
Yes. Now with the site distance issue, that's something we will look closer into when it gets to plan review, to make sure that they're meeting the site distance on County Road. And they're required to have, I think, 280 feet of site distance. So we will cover that in plan review and make sure that if, trees need to be cleared or anything of that nature, we'll make sure that can be done to accommodate that site distance requirement.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
Thanks. Excuse me, I'd like to talk about fences just for a second. I wonder if I can go to our county attorney, Debbie Blair. And just, could you tell me what the county code is for fences, just to make sure that we all understand what that is?
The fence, the county code section is 134-267, and it states that fences should not be more than 8 feet in height. And there's some other requirements there that might require it to be lowered to 6 foot, but I don't know that that would be applicable in this case here.
So whatever we do in this case, it ought to be, it needs to be consistent with county code. Yeah.
Should.
Okay, good. Mr. Garbus, if you could come back for a second, where'd you go? Is he still here? There he is. Yeah.
Is he still there?
Sorry to wake you, Garbus.
No, he was sitting behind some taller people, and I'm just hard to see him.
Most everybody is taller than me.
I notice in your STIP letter that you've gone to great lengths, and this again is, I mean, there are a lot of things about this application that are somewhat unusual. Presence of Cobb County School District and so forth. You've gone to great lengths in your STIP letter to talk about the agreement that you have with several of the neighbors, and you even pointed that out in your presentation.
Yes, sir.
But you don't have one with the Sudlows, with Libby Sudlow and Michael on their property just to the northwest. But you're willing to put something in there. What would you think would be an appropriate way to deal with what you've heard their concerns are with respect to the buffer, the boundary between their parcel and this development?
Well, before I go to site plan, let me tell you, I appreciate Ms. Sudlow's fiance sharing their experience. It's not just been one visit, one phone call. I have not. Mr. Wimpheimer and our engineer, Mr. Wood, have met with them over a series of time, as the other neighbors. And we've spent close to $20,000 re-engineering the plan in order to move the amenity package, which was right up next to them. Understandable that they didn't have that. They run a dog rescue operation. They have their 4 or 5 dogs themselves, but they rescue dogs, which and they're concerned about the dogs and how they react to people. I'm not even going to weigh in on whether it's appropriate to have a business in a residential area, but I'll tell you what I do believe, and if I can go to the board and kind of help show you. We share approximately 700 lineal feet with them. Doesn't look like that much, but it is. Now this is a rendering, but it's also overlaid on an aerial. County Line Road comes up in this direction, and there's an easement, as I understand it, to get back to Ms. Sudlow's property in a rather long driveway here. And this is their house and dog rescue operations here. And I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm incorrect, but I think there's the long driveway plus here. Now, this was all the residential package, which now has been moved over here, which includes a pool, a clubhouse, a bocce ball court, tennis courts, parking, et cetera. We thought it would be good to move it here after Ms. Sudlow and her fiance suggested so, and of course have this pedestrian connectivity. So that worked out. It did cost some money. We increased the open space here. As you can see, there's a significant spacing between the actual positioning of their house and the back lot lines, anywhere from 70 to 100 feet. My suggestion, and Mr. Wimpheimer is agreeable to this, is fencing the entirety of this, the 700 lineal feet, with whatever the county attorney determines is the appropriate height in fencing. But with respect to landscaping, what they wanted was 20-foot Leland cypresses, 20 feet on center, staggered with another row behind that, as I understand it. If there's any vegetation component to it, in addition to the 700 plus or minus lineal feet of fencing, is that if there's any vegetation or screening here with Leyland cypresses, cryptomere, whatever, that it be focused here, where their house and their dog rescue commercial business is, as opposed to landscaping this, which essentially is their driveway. That's my suggestion. That's what we can do, and it seems to strike the perfect compromise, at least in our estimation.
I think what I'm probably going to ask you to do is to weigh in on that discussion and that discussion with Libby and Michael as we move forward to make sure that we've got something that they're comfortable with and they understand that it's a compromise.
Certainly. And let me explain. Ms. Sudlow's fiance, Michael, said that he and I hadn't talked. And he sent me an email right after the February 21st letter, and he said, could you send me a higher resolution of the site plan? And since Lauren, my client, had the relationship, I just forwarded it to Lauren. So it's not an avoidance. We've been in touch with him, as well as Lauren's assistant, Bo, and Kenneth Wood, our engineer. So.
Okay. And I would ask you just to stand right there for a second. Because
Yes, sir.
I want to get to my, thank you. I want to get to my, my major concern with this, and that has to do with the density and the number of lots. When I look at the parcel, and this is a good representation of it right here, I think of it, well, Michael showed it as kind of two pieces. I think of it as two pieces, the lower left corner, the lower southwest corner, which is some 18 plus or minus acres, and the upper right corner, northeast corner, which is some 50, 51 acres, something like that. When I look at the gross density, to be comparable to what's, the way other subdivisions have been portrayed in the staff comments, the gross density that I come up with for that upper northeast corner, the bigger piece, is right in the vicinity of 1.3, 1.25, 1.3 units per acre, which is right at the point of an open space community maximum density. It's right around there. When I look at the
You mean under R30 OSC?
I'm sorry, in an R30 OSC, yes, thank you. When I look at the southwest corner, that's closer to Dallas Highway, it's across the street, our R20 subdivisions. I look at that, and that density is over 2.1 or 2.2 or 2.3 units per acre. It's not below the future land use map, which requires 2.0 or less, and it's way above what an R20 OSC maximum number of 1.92 would be. And so I conclude that to get this to be totally consistent as a total parcel, because what I'm most concerned about, I'm happy that it's being proposed residential. What I'm most concerned about is having too much density right on Dallas Highway. And we've had this discussion before, but I'm most concerned about that as setting a standard for what we can expect as the rest of Dallas Highway gets developed residential over the future. So my feeling is that what we need to do is, because of a number of these issues, hold this and allow you to redesign the whole parcel so that you have some 6 or 7 fewer lots in that lower left southwest corner, so that you end up with larger lots to the outside, smaller lots to the inside, and just less density down there so that it fits. And I know we're talking about a whole parcel, but I want that piece down there. I feel pretty strongly that piece down there needs to fit the future land use density of 2.0 or less. So I guess my question is, if we were to hold this and ask you to do it, would you be willing to come back with a revised site plan that reflects those comments?
May I go to the board?
Yeah.
Thanks. Fortunately, and Mr. Westbrook, I think will attest to this. The way OSC is looked at is the totality of the site. To bisect it or to cut it in parts, I'm sure that you're correct. This is a much lower density than this. This, however, is the dry ground. This, however, are the less environmentally sensitive soils. This, however, is closer to Dallas Highway. This, however, has 2 points of ingress and egress. Now, I bring that up because you've articulated this before, and in response to that, in response to Ms. Sudlow and her fiance, we moved the recreation package here, which allowed us to tweak the open space, also allowed us to lose two lots in here to get it back to the other side. Also, you'll find that these are our largest lots. Our lots range in size from 10,100 square feet to 15,926 square feet for an 11,400 average. So our biggest lots, I thought, would be up here, but in looking at this, our larger lots are here, so we have tried to compensate for that. Would we be agreeable to a continuance? Well, I mean, that's like asking me, do you want me to deny it, or would you like to buy some time till next month? And the answer to that is obvious. And we certainly have worked with you and will continue to do so, particularly if that's your focus. But I just didn't want you to think that we hadn't looked at it, hadn't adjusted it, and hadn't taken that into consideration.
Yeah, I know you have, because we've had discussions to that effect. Okay. So I don't have any more questions of you. I think I would like to open it up to discussion on the planning commission. Yeah, I tried to cover
I'm not sure there's
everything.
anything left to say.
Yeah. All right, well then.
Can I add one thing before you go on? On the buffers, the code requires a certain amount of buffer. Now, in some places, a developer may say, hey, I want the support of the neighbors. I can work it out to give you more buffers, that's great. But that doesn't really set a precedent from one subdivision to another to say, now every subdivision gets that extra big buffer that that developer gave voluntarily. It wasn't a requirement, it's something they gave voluntarily. So that's kind of when the asked about increasing the buffer and we want to be treated the same as everybody else. That's really, everybody's treated in that there's a minimum buffer required. If a developer gives more than that, then that's something they're giving people. So I wanted to make that point.
I understand trying to take a few houses out of that one area, but I'm not sure we need to go there. I mean, if you remove 5, 6, even 7 houses from there, is it really going to look that different? What will it really accomplish? It might increase the lot sizes a little bit, but when you divide it among all of the lots, I don't know, this should be considered as an OSC zoning. That's what it is. And what you're saying, Skip, is that you really are not. You're saying this zoning, if you just look at it on the whole, is so different than this one up here. I'm not
No,
sure that removing a few houses down is gonna make a whole, it's not gonna, visually, it's not gonna change it at all.
No, the genesis of my concern is that this will establish, it could establish a sense of precedent with respect to future developments up and down Dallas Highway.
No, I don't think
You know,
so.
with respect to the density right along the highway. That's my only concern.
No, I don't think so at all.
Question.
Go ahead, Christie.
This is, excuse me, a question for Garvis. As far as trying to ease some of the burden on the dry ground, is it possible to move a few of those lots back up to the other side, just to spread it out a little bit better and more evenly? Maybe not. And that's where the conservation area really is. But if it's, you know, again, it's an open space plan, and the whole point of this is to conserve property, limit grading, conserve habitat, you know, all of those things, but we always get down to lot size, which people confuse with density, and it's not the same. So anyway, you know, if you modified the plan, losing lots, I guess, is one option, but it seems like technically you could also just push them back up to the upper end.
Right.
To spread them out some.
Good.
To the upper end, Ms. Trombetti, of the
To the
northeast
to the
corner.
less dense portion of the plan. Maybe not, but
would it be possible if I had Kenneth Wood, our engineer, tell you exactly where we got where we are, because it was with a great deal of thought and consideration. He's either went to lunch or is daydreaming. But this is Kenneth Wood of Planners and Engineers Collaborative. And what you're looking at is probably the 7th or 8th iteration of the plan. And you heard the question.
What was the question again? I was so hungry, I honestly was talking over there.
Yeah.
I didn't hear the question.
Give us your name, please.
Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court.
The question, well, go ahead.
well, I was just going to say, we were talking about how much of the development was concentrated closer to Dallas Highway.
Right.
And that maybe it would be nicer if there weren't so much concentrated down there. And I was asking if you one option would be to take some lots out. That's not necessarily what I think needs to be done, but wouldn't another option be to move a few of them back up to where the less dense portion of the site plan is?
So we've looked at, so kind of where we started with looking at more lots is we had a few more in the back, and then as we started growing lot sizes, you can kind of distribute them in a couple of different ways. And so, the plan as it is now, I think it's important to kind of see it. The lots up on the front, we were actually putting more of the lots, not only for the dry land, but actually since Dallas Highway is a 4-lane major highway, we were thinking it as a transition of a community. As you go back towards Sweet Pine Creek, you are transitioning density. We can definitely look, I know I'm pretty close on the back end to, some of the different constraints, and I was trying to leave a pretty large amenity area just for that package. We can definitely look at shifting them back on a couple of ways, but I'm trying to think of some of the comments would be, if we were shifting them back, I'd probably need to see where it would be the greatest benefit, for this one to be. Because on the last iteration, I did move a lot, actually 2 lots from the front to the back in order to create the larger buffer area for the Sudlows. So in doing that, we can definitely look at it, but in the way we kind of sculpted it, the way we approached it was that we were trying to transition density from the back. And what's hard to see is we've actually worked on, grading extensively, and we're actually almost staying within the lots on almost all the grading throughout the development. So it is going to be a lot of saved trees and everything. And so I was hoping to be able to preserve that in the back with that effect, but we can definitely look at, whatever is needed from
Well, and I thank you, and I wasn't necessarily asking you to move them. I was trying to, and you just made the point. If you move some from the back to the front, those people are happy. You move some from the Sudlows to somewhere else, they're a little bit happier. But then the people that, everywhere you move these lots and whatever you do, somebody else is going to be less happy with the situation. So you can only do what you can do to accommodate everybody's concerns and needs. But I wanted to say that, revising the site plan doesn't necessarily equal removing lots.
No.
It just might rearrange them.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I'm totally happy with revising it in a way that they get shifted, but I just would like to see less density in that southwest corner. So anyway, there was one other question that Melissa O'Brien asked, and I guess, Garbus, I'd like to have you come back and just address that. Her question was, the land developer is Capkey, but who's going to be the house, who's going to build the houses? Who's going to be the builder or the builders? And what are the plans with respect to that? And how do we, can you answer how we as a community ensure that we get what we think we're getting?
Oh, certainly. And I know there's a sequence of events that have led up to this and some other zonings where there's been some questions about product and whether there's compliance with what was originally agreed to. Capkey Real Estate Advisors is a developer and, as it says, a real estate advisor. And they deal in properties and they secure builders that actually build the product. In this particular instance, I don't know the terms and provisions of the agreement that they have reached with Cal Atlantic, but Cal Atlantic is the builder. The product you saw that I showed was Cal Atlantic, which is the third largest building concern in the state of Georgia now after their consolidation with other companies. But their protection is the actual photographs that we stipulated to in terms of its similar nature. Your second degree of protection is the district commissioner has final review and approval. The third comfort area is we specifically say what the composition will be: stack stone, brick, and the gamut. And this is four-sided architecture, by the way, so equal treatment on all 4 sides. One of the stipulations, for instance, we worked out with the Sweet Pine neighbor is he wanted to see the back of the homes that might be backing up to him either identical to or in substantial conformity to the fronts. So, and anyway, I think the levels of protection are there. But make no mistake that 60 to 80% of the zonings that you see come before you have a developer, and they choose a cadre of builders or a builder.
There's, there's a third level of insurance also, and that is if the district commissioner felt like this is a big enough change and the builder didn't want to accommodate something, closer to what it had originally been proposed, it can always go to the BOC as other business.
That's true. And if you look at one of the things the district commissioner cannot change are the agreements that we've reached with everyone unless the Salibas or Mr. Blank or, not Arthur Blank, but the others, we can't come back and have the commissioner change those without it coming back with full acquiescence.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we hold this for one month until our March 7th hearing, just so that Kapke and Garvis, Sams and company can go back and address all of these issues that we've raised, not the least of which is lessening the density one way or another in the southwest corner and possibly shifting it toward just possibly reducing the overall density, as well as dealing with the meeting the fence code requirements, making sure that we've got an agreement with, that you've got an agreement with the Sudlow property that is going to satisfy their concerns, and any other concerns that you've heard today. I think that kind of summarizes it. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion to hold. Can I get a second? Somebody want to second that?
I'll second.
Okay, Christie has a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Okay, so Galt is saying no. The rest of us voted in favor, so that's 4-1 in favor of holding it. And that's what we'll do. So come back in 30 days and we'll see if we've made any changes there. Okay, we are going to go ahead and take our lunch break now. We'll be back 1 hour from whatever it is, 12:35, and we'll continue at that point with the LUP cases.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, that's all right. That's all right. After a nice lunch break, hope everybody enjoyed their lunch. We need to pick up the pace. We've been at this for several hours and we've covered 2 cases. We have 25. So I hope all of you will stay here until 8 o'clock tonight when we finish up. John, I believe we're going to hear those LUP cases next.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'll call those, please.
And I'm going to call them all separately first, then we're going
That's
to hear them
fine.
together.
Let me just address that. We do have 5 LUP cases, land use permits, LUP 29 through 33. They're all essentially the same, and so I believe the applicant is going to come up and make one presentation rather than 5, and try to summarize it so that we're hearing it all at one time. I think that'll save time, and I think that's possible to do. So we appreciate him doing that. And in doing that, I know it'll take, again, a little longer than our 10 minutes that we typically allow. So we'll be judicious with that and don't have a problem with that. So, John, with that, why don't you go ahead and start us off?
Thank you, sir. LEP 29 of 2016, SM Living LLC, requested land use permit for the purpose of allowing 8 residents a group home in land lot 94, the 20th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Creekwood Crossing and Shiloh Trail East. SM Living, LUP 30 of 2016, SM Living LLC, requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing 8 residents in a group home in land lot 94, the 20th district, located on the north side of Shiloh Trail East, east of Creekwood Crossing. LUP 31 of 2016, SM Living LLC, requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing 8 residents in a group home in land lot 94, the 20th district, located on the south side of Shiloh Trail East, east of Creekwood Crossing. LUP 32 of 2016, SM Living LLC, requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing 8 residents in a group home in land lot 94, the 20th district. Property located on the north side of Shiloh Trail East, east of Creekwood Crossing. LUP 33 of 2016, SM Living LLC, requests a land use permit for the purpose of allowing 8 residents in a group home in land lots 60 and 93 of the 20th district. Property is located on the northeast side of Shiloh Trail East, west of Club Drive. Earlier, there were 54 people here opposed and 5 in support. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Come on up and give us your name and begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dan Silverboard. I'm an attorney from the law firm of Taylor English Duma, which is a Cobb County law firm. I represent the applicant in this matter, Soberman Living LLC. As you are aware, Soberman Living operates 5 group homes along Shiloh Trail East in District 3. Soberman Living proposes to increase its occupancy to allow for the same number of residents which are allowed in single-family homes in its neighborhood. I would note that prior, Soberman Living had previously asked to have 2 bedrooms, 2 residents per bedroom. However, last week we submitted a stipulation letter to the Planning Commission and County Council looking to have a middle ground and adjusted this request to instead have strict compliance with the single-family home occupancy standard. These applications are for temporary land use permits, maximum period of 2 years. Importantly, they are also requests for reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act. We ask that the individual applications be considered on their own merits, but for convenience sake, we are, as you wish, presenting them together. So it is really hard to explain these applications without providing you with some context. And the context of which I speak of is the current heroin epidemic that's facing the United States, the Atlanta metropolitan region, and yes, Cobb County. As you can see from this graphic, the mortality rate caused by heroin has skyrocketed in the US. It has touched every single state in the country and every single demographic you can think of. And the people most affected are, of course, the youth of our country. With respect to Atlanta, the epidemic has hit especially hard in the North Atlanta suburbs, which has seen over a 4,000% increase in heroin-related fatalities. An 11 Alive investigation into this past year named the specific area of the suburbs affected the heroin triangle. And as you can see, the area includes unincorporated Cobb County. With specific respect to the county, you can see the numbers. There were 8 fatal overdoses in 2010 and roughly 100 heroin opioid-related fatalities in 2015. The data for 2016, while definitely not finalized, shows an increase even over this. Just as troubling, though, is the data for Narcan or naloxone doses. Narcan is the injection paramedics, police, physicians, and others utilize to rescue persons who are in the process of overdosing. In essence, these numbers represent prevented fatalities. And you can see 70 in 2013 and 300 in 2016. As I will discuss, Soberman Living and its group homes have been an asset to the county in its fight against this epidemic. A little bit about the applicant. Soberman Living was founded in 2013 and is a local Cobb County business. The founders of the company are Greg Chansey and David Ruby, who are seated right here in the front row. Both successfully recovered from their addictions through the sober living home model and thought to give back to their community by bringing their own sober living homes to Cobb. The residents of the group home are young men ages 18 through 25 who are primarily from Cobb County. They have become residents mainly with the financial support of their parents. The group homes are accredited by the Georgia Association of Recovery Residences, or GAR. Owing to its stringent requirements, which include standards for property, administration, the clinical program itself, GAR accreditation is the gold standard in the sober living industry. It is my understanding that Soberman Living's group homes are the only ones with GAR accreditation in unincorporated Cobb County. I would say most importantly, Soberman Living has a track record of success. It has treated over 120 persons for substance abuse, and its completion rate of 70% significantly exceeds the national average of 50% as reported by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. Now, as I mentioned, Soberman Living currently operates 5 sober living homes in Cobb County. Of these homes, 2 were used in the past as group homes by an operator known as Hero House. Another home was rented to students of Kennesaw State, and the 2 prior homes that were used by Hero House were LUP 30 and 32. The home that was formerly used for student housing was LUP 29. They purchased the homes, 4 of the 5 homes, because group homes are permitted in the underlying R20 zoning district, and because in its mind, the adjacent neighbors were at least acclimated to the fact that group homes existed on the street. Also, because the homes were in close proximity, it allowed Soberman Living to better consolidate its resources to enforce its resident rules, which we'll also talk about. As you can see from these photos, the group homes are single-family residences. They are nice homes. They are clean homes. Frankly, they look like any other home in the neighborhood. So a question that keeps coming up is, why would you put a group home in a single-family neighborhood? The fact is, from a medical and a therapeutic standpoint, that group homes in single-family neighborhoods are incredibly effective at facilitating recovery. Single-family neighborhoods simply provide a drug-free and safe environment that's just not otherwise found. This is a universally accepted concept and has been recognized by such entities as the National Institutes of Health, the Department of Justice, and just about every federal court decision you can think of. To underscore this point, and to further evidence Soberman Living's own track record of success, the National Institute on Drug Abuse recommends that for any program for opioid addiction to be effective, residents must have a minimum 90-day length of stay. It's a minimum 90 days just to have any impact whatsoever. The average length of stay at the Soberman Living homes is 9 months. That's 9 months over 90 days. As further evidence, we have sent to you the testimony of Dr. Vance Raham, a physician who specializes in addiction medicine and who is the medical director of the Alana Recovery Center here in Cobb County. In his testimony, Dr. Raham further confirms the effectiveness of the single-family neighborhood as an environment that facilitates recovery. He is seated right there, and feel free to ask him any questions following the presentation. Dr. Raham is a new resident to Cobb County. Previously, he served on the Indiana Attorney General's Prescription Drug Abuse Task Force and helped pass legislation in that state to increase access to addiction treatment services. Now, turning to the program, the primary goal of Soberman Living's program is to create a culture of sobriety. And as to this, as we've seen, the program has been highly successful. There are strict requirements that each resident must comply with. Let's just go through them. Random drug testing up to 3 times a week, expulsion refusal to take a test or for test failure, outpatient therapy with a physician or licensed counselor is required. There are weekly group therapy meetings, mandatory enrollment in a 12-step program. All residents have to spend 40 hours a week either working or attending school. They have to have sponsors. Importantly, they are accountable. They have to report their location to staff at all times. They have nightly dinners together as a family unit. They have a weekday curfew of 10 o'clock and a weekend curfew of 11:30. And again, each home has a supervisor who lives on site who enforces the rules. And I would just add that Soberman Living is in the process of implementing a mandatory community service requirement for its residents. But what's not listed up there also is, in my mind, what's at the heart of these applications. The residents eat together, they share stories about their experiences, they follow the same rules. In short, they act as a family. Now, having described the program, let's just talk about the scope of approvals. Up front, these are not applications for new group homes. The R20 zoning district allows group homes as a permitted use already. I believe there's 3 that are allowed without a fire sprinkler system and 4 are allowed if you have a system. And each of the group homes is legally operating under those conditions. The requested approvals are temporary land use permits to increase the occupancy of Soberman Living's homes to have the exact same occupancy as that afforded to single-family homes in the neighborhood. Most importantly, again, these permits constitute requests for a reasonable accommodation under the Fair Housing Act, which is directly applicable here. As we will discuss, the Fair Housing Act has its own specific criteria for approval, which is separate and distinct from the ordinary permit approval criteria. And because the Fair Housing Act is a federal statute with a clear federal mandate, it is what ultimately must govern the outcome of these permit requests. So just a moment to take a look at the occupancy request. Here you can see the application numbers and the total living space as set forth from the county assessor's website for each home. To the far right, you can see the occupancy that's being requested in accordance with the single-family dwelling unit standard of 390 square feet per total square living feet. So the outcome is between 5 and 7 residents for each home from what's required now, which is 3. And I would note that the 5 resident homes are 3-bedroom homes, and the ones that are 6 and 7 are 4-bedroom homes. Now, why is Silverman Living filing these requests? Well, it's really quite simple. One, with the heroin epidemic, Silverman Living needs added resources to handle increased need for treatment. And importantly, under the current occupancy restrictions, it has become financially infeasible for Silverman Living to continue operating. We submitted financial data to you. You can see this up here summarized on the screen. Under the existing occupancy, Silverman Living is losing around $12,000 a month across all homes. With the proposed occupancy, it would be making about $3,000 across all homes. Note, Silverman Living is not looking at this as some sort of grand profit-making endeavor. Honestly, it's just trying to make a reasonable rate of return so they can stick the money back into the homes itself. Now, with respect to potential impacts, the staff report confirms that with the condition of approval that we propose, which would be no parking on the street, that is parking only in the driveway and in the garages, that increasing the occupancy will not have any traffic impacts. Again, there'll be no parking impacts because of the condition of approval that was proposed. There'll be no blight, there'll be no refuse or trash. GAR, in fact, as part of its accreditation requirements, requires that the exterior and interior of the homes be adequately maintained. And again, the resident rules require the residents to clean up their own space as well as the grounds. There will be no public safety risks. The residents here have no prior history of violent crime or sex offenses. They are appropriately screened, and they are also, as we talked about, supervised. I would say that the allegations that crime will come into the neighborhood are based on bias and not facts. There'll be no signage that's being asked for as part of this request. With respect to property values, I would say that the staff report notes that the increase in the occupancy has the potential for a decrease in property values. This is another fear that's commonly equated with group homes, but is not based on any evidence whatsoever. The American Planning Association conducted a study of the impact of group homes on property values, and what it found was a survey of more than 50 studies on the subject that found that group homes do not affect property values of even the house next door. But just to be sure, Silverman Living asked a realtor at RE/MAX here in Kennesaw, or in Kennesaw, I should say, to examine the sales data for all homes within a 1.25-mile radius of the Silverman Living homes. And as you can see, the sales price for these homes simply tracks the market. There is no diminution in property value as a result of these group homes. Now, with respect to the prior code enforcement history, I would say as a summary statement that the prior code enforcement history for these properties are no indication of any impacts to the surrounding neighbors. There were 2 violations, which were mostly ministerial in nature and which have been addressed. The failure to get a business license was simply a startup issue where the owners did not know what their obligations were. All the homes have business license. There was an occupancy violation which did occur. It was immediately corrected and is in part the reason why we are here. There have been 3 other complaints against Silverman Living which involve parking in the driveways. One complaint alleged, for example, that a car was parked a little bit off the driveway. None of these complaints ever resulted in violations. But I want to note as a whole, again, that none of these violations really involved impacts the other's quiet enjoyment of their property. There's been no complaints, for example, for noise, for refuse, for unkempt property, or criminal activity, or any other sort of disruptive activity. I would say that Silverman Living has been a good neighbor and tries to be a good neighbor. You can see up here on this map the location of Silverman Living's group homes. They are the homes that are in the red boxes. The owners of the homes who have consented to this occupancy increase are in the blue boxes. As you can see, the majority of the homes who neighbor the group homes support or consent to this occupancy increase. Having said that, let's turn to the Fair Housing Act. I don't want this to turn into a legal seminar, but it is really important. It ultimately governs the outcome of these permits as they are requests for reasonable accommodation under the Act. Congress's intent for enacting the Fair Housing Act, in my mind, is best encapsulated in this congressional committee report, which has since been cited in multiple cases. Let's just read this quote together. The Fair Housing Act is a clear pronouncement of a national commitment to end the unnecessary exclusion of persons with handicaps from the American mainstream. It repudiates the use of stereotypes and ignorance and mandates that persons with handicaps be considered as individuals. Generalized perceptions about disabilities and unfounded speculations about threats to safety are specifically rejected as grounds to justify exclusion. So what does the Fair Housing Act do? Well, it is a broad mandate to eliminate discrimination against and equalize housing opportunities for disabled persons. It makes it unlawful to discriminate in the sale or to otherwise make unavailable or deny a dwelling to any buyer or renter because of a handicap. It applies directly to local land use decisions. And importantly, those who are disabled or handicapped are defined to include those who are suffering from substance abuse addiction. Now, importantly, unlawful discrimination also includes a refusal to make a reasonable accommodation in the rules, policies, practices, or services when it's necessary to afford a person an equal opportunity to use a dwelling. This is what's known as the Reasonable Accommodations Clause. Under it, municipalities have an affirmative duty, that is a legal obligation, to take actions such as making exceptions to their zoning rules, which will afford people with disabilities the same opportunity for housing as those without disabilities. There's a 3-part test as to whether or not an accommodation is reasonable. First, is it reasonable and necessary to afford persons an equal opportunity to use and enjoy housing? And again, if the answer is yes, the municipality is legally required to approve the accommodation. So let's just go through each. Reasonable. An accommodation is deemed to be reasonable if it does not cause undue hardship or fiscal or administrative burdens on the municipality. In other words, it wouldn't cause it to rewrite its zoning code or general plan. 2, it would not cause a fundamental alteration of the zoning scheme. In the key Fair Housing Act case in the 11th Circuit, which is Schwartz versus City of Treasure Island, the 11th Circuit said, if a proposed use is quite similar to surrounding uses that are already allowed in the zoning code, it will be more difficult to show that a waiver of that rule would cause a fundamental alteration of the zoning scheme. Here, allowing Silverman Living to have increased residents will not undermine the basic purpose of the R20 zoning district, which is to provide locations for single-family residential uses or residentially compatible uses. Group homes are already permitted in the R20 zoning district. Accordingly, the zoning ordinance, and as we have seen, countless authorities acknowledge that group homes are consistent and compatible with single-family uses. And again, occupancy would be consistent with standards for single-family homes in the neighborhood. The group homes, as we've talked about, the residents live as a single-family unit. And even with additional residents, which I would say only increases the effectiveness of the group home program, they would function just like any other family in the neighborhood. I would note, too, a key component of Fair Housing Act jurisprudence, that courts do not consider general neighborhood opposition to group homes in determining whether or not an accommodation is reasonable. In other words, the complaint or comment of, I don't want this in my neighborhood, it does not enter into the equation as to whether an accommodation is reasonable. As the court in the Oxford House versus Township of Cherry Hill case stated, the fact that citizens may vociferously oppose the establishment of a home for handicapped people in their neighborhood cannot be cited as a legitimate justification for the discriminatory treatment of the handicapped. The second problem we talked about is necessity. There's two rules as to whether or not an accommodation is necessary. The first is whether or not it provides a direct amelioration of a disability's effect or if the accommodation is therapeutically meaningful. As we've talked about, evidence presented clearly demonstrates the impact of group homes as to facilitating recovery for their residents. Additionally, courts have stated that an accommodation is necessary if it allows the applicant to continue being in business or to operate profitably. The court in the Lewis versus Draper City case put this very succinctly, and I would say also that that case has been cited across the country. If an applicant for an accommodation from a maximum occupant limitation shows that an increased number of residents is necessary for a facility for disabled residents to be financially successful, the requested accommodation is necessary. Again, the accommodation here is plainly necessary as it allows Silverman Living to continue operating, and it allows to operate its homes for its residents who are handicapped. Finally, with respect, the third and final problem with equal opportunity, an accommodation must permit the disabled person an equal opportunity to use and enjoy a dwelling in the same way as a non-disabled person in a particular zoning district. Silverman Living here only wants to use its properties in the same way as its neighbors across the street can. That's it. The same occupancy restrictions would apply. In conclusion, the temporary use permits plainly constitute a reasonable accommodation, and because of that, we ask that the Planning Commission recommend approval. There'll be no new or increased impacts to the neighborhood. And importantly, approval only increases the county's resources for combating the current drug epidemic. And before I turn this presentation over to you in the front row, I just want to say something to the neighbors who have come out today from the Pine Tree Civic Association. We tried to talk to you before the hearing, and I'm glad we have this chance now to talk. It is important. Before you would come up and talk, I would just say this. The community of ours is facing a drug epidemic, which is claiming its youth on almost a daily basis. And honestly, all you have to do is look at the obituary section of the AJC or the Marietta Daily Journal to see that. It really takes the efforts of an entire community to combat something like this. And I'm not just talking about increasing law enforcement and throwing people in jail or putting up billboards with "Just Say No" slogans. The effort has got to include embracing these young men and fostering and promoting the treatment options that actually work. And these homes work. And they work because, perhaps to your credit, they are in this neighborhood. I would ask the neighbors to put aside what concerns they might have and instead embrace these young men in their homes as your neighbors and as a member of the community. The permits last for a period up to 2 years. Give Silverman Living your trust for that period of time. I guarantee you they will work with you to resolve whatever concerns you might have. I'm putting up here for your reference the contact information for the executive director of the program. His name is David Ruby. David, stand up if you don't mind. David is available morning, noon, and night to answer whatever complaints and concerns you might have. Before I turn the presentation over, I would like to turn this over to two mothers of residents. One is currently in the program, one is out of the program, because they can give you a real good sense of
If we can do
what's
that quickly, you were way over, beyond what you originally asked for. So let's get them up and see if we can do that
We'll
quickly.
try 2 minutes a person.
Let's see if we can cut that down if we can.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Ragsdale, and I am a resident of Cobb County and primarily have spent over 30 years in the healthcare profession at Wellstar Kennestone. My son grew up in Cobb County, attended Walker, graduated from Lovett, attended Georgetown University, and is now a current resident at Sober Men Living. He acquired an addiction that required him to go to a treatment center and receive some education, instruction to deal with his addiction. It's a complex, multifaceted disease. While we were there, the recommendation was for him the next step to be a sober living community to reinforce what he had learned and acquired while he was there in the residential treatment center. I was given a list of recommendations for homes in Cobb County because that's where I lived, checked with all my friends, got a resource list for my church, and went on my way to preview the homes. I was shocked. As I made my journey, some of the homes, or most of the ones that came from Sober Men Living was on the list. The ones I previewed were in large apartment complexes, basically unsupervised. They did have off-site therapy, but my son was allowed to drive his automobile back and forth, little supervision, and it was just, I could tell from looking at it, no supervision and a disaster for a relapse. I took the Cobb County resource list that I had and I started down that list. I called and made interviews, went to preview the homes. Here again, I was shocked on the other end because they were in dilapidated neighborhoods, rundown homes. The house manager had less than a year of sober time, cars parked in the driveway that didn't run, parked up on concrete blocks. In the meantime, my son had had the opportunity to meet Mr. Ruby and discuss Sober Men Living, and he said, this is where we want to go. So we got in the car, turned on the navigator, headed on our way, and the navigator said we'd arrived at our location, and we sat in the middle of the street and literally looked around. We were like, we're in the wrong place. It's a neighborhood. The houses were clean and neat. The lawns were taken care of. The cars, all were late model cars, what were there. So we drove around the block again, recalculated the navigator, it brought us back to the same place. So we got out, rang the bell, and sure enough, we were in the right place. I could not have been thrilled as a mother to know if we were going to be at this sober living, I could leave my son there and know I didn't have to worry about him. We were greeted by a nice, polite, articulate young man who invited us into the house. The interior of the house was immaculate and went through the program with us. The Sober Men Living program was put together by the owners. It's a comprehensive, organized, and it generates all the outcomes you need to have success. They work together in the program, and they have hit all the benchmarks, and I have had an opportunity to review several of the programs. The owners are engaged, the staff's engaged, they have the residents engaged, they live as a community in a community, which is very therapeutic. The homes are clustered together by design, so the staff can provide supervision, support. They have sober coaches that they are assigned when they come into the program, resident house managers. They provide transportation to all the programs they need to go to, AA meetings, onto therapy, and it's truly blessed to have come to this program. The program and the young men are an asset to the community in which they currently live. They're an asset to Cobb County, and this particular home should serve as a model for other sober living communities, programs in the community. I know the neighborhoods have some concerns and reservations, but I just ask them to please go by and see for themselves what an amazing program, owners, staff, residents there are that live there. They appreciate you being their neighbors, their mentors, their role models as they go about working their program and putting their lives back together. They want to be good neighbors to you. I truly hope the commission will consider all that you've heard here today and make a wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rags. Do we have one more? Quickly.
I have to be quick, so I'm not even going to look at my notes. My name's Vicki Cook. I have a son that has epilepsy and is an alcoholic. Derek had a car accident and totaled 7 vehicles and ended up at Emory for 5 days and went to a sober living facility, a detox center in Dallas, Texas, and called home and said, Mom, I can't go back to work and I can't drive for 6 months. Find a sober living home. I went all over Georgia looking at sober living homes. I knocked on the door at SML, and David Ruby came to the door. He knew what my son felt and what I felt as a mother. Derek was there from April last year until August. He's back at work in an apartment, successful, happy, a God-fearing Christian young man. I walk in that apartment and his Bible's open. And that sober men living is our family. I go by there and see those guys. They loved us. They cared for us. Derek couldn't drive, so I was there 2 or 3 days a week in the morning, noon, night. They always knew where my son was. The residents were always glad to see me. Some of them even come to see me. And never at any time was there anything out of order. Everybody was there to get well. And I met several of the neighbors in the neighborhood walking with my son, and they were always pleasant. And I think Derek was successful because it was a neighborhood that he could feel at home and get ready to face the world with. And I just thank God every day for SML. And I hope that this county and the neighbors will grasp them and love them and give people a chance to have children that can live, because I am so grateful that I have a sober, healthy, well son, and I give the credit to God and SML.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cook. Okay, let's hear from the opposition at this time. And we're going to add considerable time if you need it.
Okay. I don't think we'll need a whole bunch. But
Okay.
there's a presentation. So my name's Mike Lavender. I'm the president of the Pine Tree Civic Association that represents the Pine Tree neighborhood and several other smaller neighborhoods within that area. And what we wanted to talk about is that the character of the neighborhood is really starting to change, and I'll agree with most everything that the folks have said and the parents about, having their children healed from their addictions. And we don't have a problem. I don't think anybody in the neighborhood has a problem with a house that has some residents in it. Currently, Cobb County allows for 2 unrelated residents. They've made accommodations to have from either 3 or 4 residents in those houses. So the county has already made accommodations, I think, for having those additional people in the houses. I think that the number that are asking for is a little unrealistic. I mean, it just seems like the business is taking advantage of certain regulations and the fact that if they put more people in the house, they can make more money. And we really hadn't planned on talking about that very much, but if they can't make money, I don't understand why they're buying additional houses. They bought one more house just recently. Well, they bought one of the houses they bought recently in the last 6 months in the neighborhood that's asking for the LUP. They bought another house that's a couple of miles away. So they're increasing their property values. But the main thing we're looking at is really the character of our neighborhood. And we're going to have some other folks come up and talk about that. I'm, an older gentleman, so I have different concerns. But that's the biggest thing, is that you get concerned that we're not having young families move into the neighborhood. And I don't know. I have one letter that I'll be glad to provide to the commission for an individual that originally had signed a document that said they approved it, but they didn't realize that there had 5 houses in the neighborhood. And after that, they basically sent me a letter and said, we really would not have signed it had we known exactly what was going on. So I think that's the main thing. I think the fire and safety guidelines are not being, or would have to be adjusted. They'd have to put in sprinkler systems for having the increase. But again, I think that's our main point, is that it's really changing the neighborhood. We've got 5 homes that pretty much represent a commercial health facilities that are being provided for people that actually need help. And we don't have a problem with the fact that they need the help. It's the fact that we have 5 houses in a very concentrated area, and currently they can have up to 15 individuals that are in our neighborhoods. And if we add these, then you're looking at somewhere between 30 and 40 individuals that would be allowed in a very small area in a neighborhood, very family-oriented neighborhood. So I think that's pretty much everything I'd like to say. I'll have a couple of the residents come up and talk, the people that actually have to live with the situation.
Thank you, Mr. Lavender. Let's have the next speaker, please. Come on up, folks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Give us your name, please.
I'm Dr. Susan Hopkins,
Okay.
and I live on Shiloh Trail East. And I have to admit that I'm going to be brief, but I'm a little confused about some of the issues that have been brought up that I was not aware that we were here to discuss, such as a heroin epidemic and heroin issues and addictions within our neighborhood. My understanding that we were here in part to discuss whether or not, is this a group home? Is this a treatment center? I have, my PhD is in social work. I have over 20 years in the field with a specialty in substance abuse and dual diagnosis. Dual diagnosis meaning those that have an addiction and some other psychiatric disorder, which could be bipolar, depression, personality disorder, any number, delusional disorders, whatever. But I have to say at the same time, I greatly respect all of those in recovery and the families and what they've been through. It's not about that. There are some issues that I feel like have not been explained or discussed from the point of view of sober living. I have concerns about the history of the residents. People with substance abuse also have additional issues, as I mentioned before. They often are self-medicating to deal with these issues or to avoid dealing with these issues, such as the major diagnoses I discussed before. A lot of people, and I've seen this, I have literally worked with thousands and thousands of substance abuse clients, including those who are court-ordered. And many times they are offered the option of, will you go to treatment or will you go to jail? Well, I don't know about you, but I think I'd agree to go to treatment. However, we keep hearing that this is not a treatment center. Everything that I've seen on their website and the information that I have gotten are the same components that I have put down in every treatment plan I have ever made for any substance abusing or chemically dependent client. None of this background issues, etc., are addressed anywhere that I've seen on the website. It says that the evaluation is for their substance abuse disorder and its severity, not anything else, not any dual diagnosis, not any legal entanglements, whatever. It also states, and this is true, and I completely believe this, that it is a family disease. However, it is also a community disease. And my neighborhood is a community. It's my community. Substance abusers, you and I, all of us, we do not act in a vacuum. We act within our environment. And considering the issues of treatment options that I've heard, I do not want my neighborhood to turn into a treatment campus rather than the community, the stable community that it already is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hopkins. Do we have another speaker? Come on up, please.
Hi, my name is Mary Clarice Hathaway. My family and I moved into the Pine Tree neighborhood 3 years ago, almost exactly 3 years ago. We have 6 children total. Our 2 youngest are 3 and 4. The house that we bought is on a quiet cul-de-sac, and we chose that purposefully because for my kids to play out in the street, I feel fairly safe. There's only 3 houses beyond mine. So I know who comes and goes, I know who belongs, I know who doesn't belong. And so, you know, in the summer times when the weather's warm, I'll set up a chair outside and watch my kids, you know, play, and I'm fairly comfortable with that. And my best friend who lives 2 doors down, she has 3 school-age children that are 13, 12, and 7, and I'll get into some of her comments in just a minute. You know, one of the reasons we decided to move into Pine Tree is because it was an established neighborhood, and we liked that. We knew a lot of the residents had been there for a long time, and we liked that. And it was also just a great location around our businesses and around Kennesaw. Over the last year or so that these sober man living houses have started to pop up, we've seen, you know, an increase in the men just walking around the neighborhood. I don't know these boys. I don't judge these boys. And I actually commend them for trying to put their lives back together. But for me as a mother of 2 young children, and I know for my neighbor who has 3 young children, to see men walking around a neighborhood sort of aimlessly at different points, it makes us feel a little bit uneasy. I don't lack compassion for these men. I lost a cousin. He was 51 years old, and he died because of alcoholism. And he has 2 boys that have gone to rehab in their early 20s. So I do not lack compassion. Excuse me, my father for 30 years had a prison ministry where he would go into prisons down in Valdosta, Georgia, and he would minister to men of, you know, all offenses, but a lot of the nonviolent offenders, when they came out, the ones that had struggled with drugs and alcohol that were in prison for those reasons, he would take those men and often employ him at his places of business, help them get their lives back together, and help them get their feet back on the ground. So the credo that I have been raised with is to show compassion and care and help for these people. My concerns as a mother, and their attorney stated it, is that if there's a 70% success rate, I applaud that, but that means there's a 30% failure rate. And for me as a mother, I am not comfortable personally having these men in such close proximity to my home with my children. My neighbors, you know, my neighbor wrote an email, and I'll paraphrase it. She quit letting her children ride the school bus because it would stop right in front of these houses. On a couple of occasions, some of the men would be outside smoking cigarettes, and made her feel uncomfortable with the way they would pace the neighborhood and pace the driveway. And on a couple of occasions, some of these men have whistled at her 13-year-old daughter, which as a mother, I think I would probably have a real problem with that. And so just coming from a young parent, and there's a lot of young families starting to move into our neighborhood. I met another young mom a couple of months ago, jogging, stopped, and we started talking. Our kids are the same age. I saw another young mom a couple weeks ago, and I always try to be the neighbor that makes people feel welcome, so I stopped her. She was out jogging. We started talking. And they have 2 young children that are the same ages of my 3-year-old and 4-year-old. So with the college campus being close by and young professors moving in and other younger families moving in, there are starting to be a lot of young children in this neighborhood. You know, on the flip side, aside from these sober living houses, there's also a lot of college-age boys and girls that are starting to rent these houses and have parties and things like that. And we're also dealing with that, which is a totally separate issue in our neighborhood, speeding cars and things like that. You know, for me personally, I think it does a disservice to some of these young men that are trying to get their lives back on track to put them in the same neighborhood where there's college-age kids that are partying. And I think that that does a disservice to these guys that are trying. In my opinion, that's like, you know, taking somebody who's that's like taking my cousin who was a recovering alcoholic and sticking him in the middle of a liquor store and saying, good luck, don't touch anything. And I feel like that does a disservice also. Let's see. You know, the other day, this was last week, there was a young man, I was outside, my children were inside playing, and I had the front door open. And I was outside walking my dog across the street. And there was a young man, he was a good-looking young man, blonde hair, did not appear to be threatening at all, okay? And I say that confidently. He was walking down the street, and I knew he didn't live on our street because there's 11 houses, so I know who lives on our street. But he was walking down the street. He stopped at the cul-de-sac. He spent 3 or 4 minutes just kind of staring in the direction of a couple of the houses. He didn't say anything. He turned around and walked back. And my frame of reference started going into, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know what he's doing on my street. You know, he had a book bag on his, back. I don't know what's in his book bag. And I start getting in the frame of, and I'm not a fearful person. I mean, I think almost anybody that knows me generally would say I'm a pretty positive person. And I can always find a silver lining in something. But my frame of reference started going into, you know, my children are inside playing and I'm outside walking the dog. And this guy was walking in between me and my house. You know, what would I do if something were to happen? You know, what would I do? And again, this young man did not look threatening, but I don't know that. And I just didn't like the frame of reference that my brain kind of started to go into. Another issue that has started to pop up, there's an empty lot in between my neighbor's house and one of her other neighbors that's 3 doors down from us, and we've started to see a lot of beer cans in that empty lot and cigarette butts in that empty lot. Now, I don't know who they're coming from, and I'm not going to speculate who they're coming from. They could be coming from anybody. But the fact remains is that these have started to pop up more recently where they weren't there in the past. I will reiterate, I do not lack compassion for these young men. I applaud them in their, desire to get healthy, and I mean that sincerely. I am just not comfortable with them trying to do it in such close proximity to my young family and the other young families in the neighborhood. And so my encouragement is that the board would deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Donald Gregory. I'm currently a professor of sociology at Reinhardt University, and I am the neighbor next door, literally. On that map, my wife and I own the home and live in the home just to the bottom of LUP 29, which also means that we back up and see LUP 31 out of our back door. So I don't want to get too nitpicky about some of the stuff that's already happened in less than a year since they lived by us. But I thought I would actually talk a little bit about this notion of a single family neighborhood. And what's being asked of us is to actually change that neighborhood from a single family neighborhood into a multiple adult neighborhood. The presentation was talking about FHA, thank you for that. But I'm wondering what reasonable accommodations actually are in this situation. I don't believe it's reasonable to ask 6 to 8 or 7, in their case they went down, unrelated adults to live in the same household that a family could not occupy. My wife and I have 1 son. We could not invite all these unrelated adults to live in our neighborhood. So in fact, what is being asked for these homes are not currently the ordinance or the code that we would have. So they're not sharing that equally. I don't know of anyone around us, for example, who has that many children and adults living in any of their homes. So I know they advertise that they're in a single residence home neighborhood, and that is nice for the parents and the students. That's back when they had 2 homes. This hasn't even been a year that all these other homes have popped up and this has started. So I'm not so sure that the occupancy is consistent. Further, I don't think these function like a home. They are people who, by design, will only be there temporarily. Homes and communities are built when you get to know your neighbors. We can all have some obligation here. What they're trying to do is honorable. I totally admit that. But the question becomes, who has to bear the obligation? We're a county of over 600,000 people, and we have one little neighborhood in one little spot that we're expecting to dump that many high-risk adults, high-risk population. So I think accommodating even more in that neighborhood in the same exact houses is not reasonable under the FHA. I don't think that it's easy to build a community, as Jane Jacobs said. We talk about smart growth. When you have people that by design aren't going to be there long. I don't know, they're right next to us. I don't know who's coming and going. I see vans sometimes coming and going. There are cars. Sometimes they park in their driveway, sometimes in my yard in their driveway. But that is actually some of the realities of having that many adults living in one place already. They do park on the street. I have a picture of them on the street in front of the stop sign. I have not called the police to get any of these ordinances done. But apparently that is what's going to happen. In a normal situation, I would approach a neighbor informally, and we'd talk about these situations, and we'd say, what can we do? You know, this is happening, this is an obligation. By design, I can't do that here because there are constantly people changing. It's one thing to have 4, it's another to have 8. So where is the necessity? I'm not sure of their financial situation. I don't have their financial numbers. Apparently they're losing over $2,000 a month on the house next to me, but I'm not sure what their expenses are. As far as equal opportunity, I think I've already addressed that they are not asking for the same things that we have. Our house cannot have 4 unrelated adults living in it now, not alone 6 or 7 unrelated adults. So what their variance that they're asking for is actually not the equal opportunity that we have for our property. Further, I would actually go on to say that David Ruby, who is the director, I've only met him this weekend when he came to my door to ask for our permission to be blued in up there. They've been there for almost a year now. I've actually reached out to them for some of the issues that we've had. What are some of those issues? I already mentioned some of the parking. They smoke a lot. One of the things I think that people who are recovering, they often look to another type of drug like nicotine, and it's better. That doesn't sound like a big deal until you get 5, 6 of them sitting on their back deck, which is right near our back porch, smoking. And we've actually been run inside our house because the smoking gets so bad. There was one resident in LUP 29 that would whistle at our dog every time we let her out to go to the bathroom, trying to get her to bark. That may sound like a nuisance, but it is a nuisance. And it's a big nuisance, and it's not neighborly whatsoever. So I don't know if what you're asking our neighborhood to do is to become enforcers of ordinances and to call the police every time one of these people act up this way. Currently, if it was a neighbor on my other side, I'd go to their door, I'd talk to them, I would call them. But when you're going to make these changes, it takes out the idea that it's a single residence neighborhood. The other house, LUP 31, one day I was in my backyard working and a golf ball came and landed about 10 feet from me. I started hearing guys laugh. They were bored. They were in the backyard shooting golf balls towards my house because there's a bit of trees there. I yelled, they laughed, they stopped. That's fine. I said something to that group, but they're only there as an average of 9 months. What's to keep the next person that comes in to do something like that? That doesn't sound like a big deal unless it had hit me, unless it had hit my son or my wife or our dog. So there are other issues as well. I'm not so sure that the house is all that kept up. There's a window box in the house next to us that they're apparently using as a pantry. We just took a picture of it during our lunch break. My wife has it on her phone. I could tell you some of the food that they apparently are eating. So this box that's in a kitchen for plants that sticks out from the house, you know, one of those window boxes, they've got food just lined up in there. So you can see it. I'm not so sure that's something I want to see in the window every single time. That wasn't what it was designed for. And this is with them petitioning you now. So everything that they've been doing to keep the yard and everything maintained was in anticipation of coming forward. And if there are already some of these issues, I'm not so sure what's going to happen. We've had people put trash cans in front of our house from next door. They have eventually moved it after I called them and asked them to do that. But the question is, who is going to be there next year? A house in a home is what they were saying they wanted. It looks good for people who need to live in a house in a home for recovery. They already have 5 houses in our neighborhood, not a home, not a house. And I just think that this is too dense. It is putting way too much of a burden just in the number of people and cars. One final thing, they basically have turned the house around. The back of the house is the front door. They walk out the back of the house all the time to go over to the other 2 main houses. So all times of day, including at night, we'll open up our door and then we see hooded people walking next door to us through their backyard. They never use the front door. So this has actually transitioned, and the idea of where sidewalks or transitions would go is right through their backyard up there to Shiloh Trail. So as we go in our backyard, we see all of this at night. and early in the morning. So I just think it's really way too dense. It's not about compassion, and I would ask that you just don't allow this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gregory. Next speaker, please.
My name is James Amonette, and my wife and I live next door to number 31 there. We built our house in 1984. We've lived there since then. We made new friends when we moved in. We raised our family there. We, like our neighbors, we did improvements on our homes. We were proud of them. We keep the yards up. And we looked out for each other because we were neighbors. Then just a few years ago, that all changed. Now we have 6 group homes. I know they're saying 5, but from my understanding, there's one on Ayers Road and Shiloh Road. And now we don't even know who our neighbors are. Now we have cars parked on both sides of the road. We have cars coming and going day and night. We have groups of grown men walking the streets, like I said before. These men have no interest in improving our neighborhood. They will be gone soon, and another group will be moving right in. They simply do not have anything to gain by improving our neighborhood. It is my understanding that these homes were to provide a family-like environment to help these men blend back into a productive life that an institution cannot do. By the closeness and number of these homes and the number of men removes that family environment, not only for the families that live there, but for the men who are forced to be there. To me, I would think, how would you like to walk out of your street in the morning, take your kid to the school bus, and look across the street and see guys sitting on a porch smoking cigarettes? Or take a walk around the street and see them grouping around. This is what we have now. We do not have a neighborhood. And so please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do need to close this portion of the hearing and bring it back to this board. Skip, I believe this one's yours, is it not?
Yeah, let me explain that. It used to be mine before we did redistricting, effective, I guess, January 1st, is that right? And since I had been tracking this prior to January 1st, I'm in District 1, but this is in District 3, is that right? We agreed that I would go ahead and lead the discussion today. So that's why I'm the designated person to lead this. So I'm the lucky one, right? First off, I want to say that, excuse me, I've lost my voice. Talked too much in the last case, I think. I think the mission and purpose of Sober Men Living sounds like it's needed, unfortunately, in our community. It sounds like they're developing a good treatment record from the statistics they've given us. But that's not the issue. The issue today is to figure out what do we need to do about these 5 land use permit applications that would grant an expansion in the number of people who would be allowed in each one of these houses. I just want to go through a little bit of information. It was mentioned by Dan Silverboard that a group home is allowable as an allowable use in Cobb County in an R20 zoning classification, and actually in most of our zoning classifications. The code defines a single-family development or single-family residence as being occupied by a family or 2 unrelated persons. In R20, a group home is permitted for up to 3 residents who are not related necessarily, and 4 if they meet the fire code that the county has established for them. So, and I would note that in Cobb County, in the comprehensive plan, we put together a renewal of the Cobb County comprehensive plan every year. It shows a statistic of an average of 2.64, I think it is, persons per household. So 4 for all of these houses, or more than that, is above the average in the county. In some of the discussions I've had in some of the emails and discussions on the phone with various residents in the neighborhood, there's a question about the business license process that these homes have gone through. My understanding of the business license process is every group home applicant has to satisfy a set of 8 criteria, which include what their affiliation is, their name, their rules, their financial agreement with each resident, the curriculum that the residents are going to go through, the schedule of community activities, the number of residents, the certificate of occupancy, and so forth. There's a business license that's been granted for each one of these 5 houses. And so by definition, they've satisfied those requirements. My understanding is code enforcement comes out periodically, typically every 6 months or so, depending on availability of their staff to do that, or if there are complaints, they come out and they check this information when they're there. Typically getting the information from the supervisor who's resident in the house. So I've got a couple of questions. I guess I'd like to ask Dan to come back. Where did Dan go and sit? There he is. The fundamental question that I have is, and it's been alluded to by a lot of the comments from the residents, is why are you clustering these homes in a small area? What are the benefits for doing that? What's the logic and the rationale for why this has happened?
Perhaps the owner of the business could probably speak better to that than I could, but from my understanding, as I mentioned, there are resident rules which each member of these homes has to comply with, and there's a 24/7 supervisor on site. By having the homes closer together, they can better allocate their resources, have staff looking after all residents. It just increases the ability for them to enforce the rules and accountability.
So there's some shared resources then?
That's my understanding among staff. But there is a staff member who lives in each home 24/7 who is there.
Right.
Right.
But they back each other up and they share their services among the various 5 houses if needed. Is that right?
Correct. That's my understanding.
Yeah, it looks like David Ruby stood up.
Did I answer that?
Yeah, but
First off, David, can
Hi.
you just give us your name? And it's good to see you again.
Nice
We've
seeing you
met.
too.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Were you sworn in?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, let's do that first.
I do.
Now give us your name.
Oh, David Ruby.
There you go, thank
Hi.
you.
So by having all the houses on the same street, it allows us to provide a real strong therapeutic community for the residents and allows us to do activities together with them that they can benefit from. For example, every Sunday we have a big community meal, at some of the houses. Allows them to, all be together, share what stories they're going through. If one resident's having a hard time, there'll be another resident that he can lean on and kind of talk to and get his experience, strength, and hope through that. So that would be the main benefit to having the houses group close together. Yeah, if they're real disjointed, 3 or 4 miles away from each other, it's like leaving everybody on an island, essentially. So that's why we do that.
Okay, so you've answered my question. The other question I have for either one of you, David, you probably can answer it more easily. We heard in the presentation that Dan gave us that the average duration that a resident is there it's in the vicinity of 9 months, and it sounds like they're there for at least 3 months. Is that right?
Correct.
Are there cases where they're not there even that long?
Yes, actually there are. If
They
we find
just-
a resident not to be following the rules,
Right.
they're there a lot less than 3 months.
So there, and what's sort of at the other end, the longest term that somebody might be there?
We've had residents stay on, if someone is doing well in the program, that resident might become a house manager because, it's beneficial to the community, obviously, if someone who's gone through the program is successful, stays on to show the other residents how it's done, what he's done, how his life looks today as opposed to when he first came in the program.
Okay. Okay, those are the questions I have. I don't know if anybody else might have questions, but
Just one quick question, please. How do these residents find you? Are they, any of them sent to you by the court system?
No, no one is sent to us by the court system. Our typical resident, I would say about 95% of our residents are referred to us through inpatient treatment centers. So typically how it looks in the treatment world is you have a drug and alcohol problem. The first step you take usually is to go to an inpatient treatment center for about 30 to 35 days. The next logical step would be for them to step down to a facility like ours, as opposed to going back to where they were from or where they were living prior to them going into treatment. You know, it's asking a lot of someone who has a drug and alcohol problem to go right back into that same environment after 30 days to be successful, you know, so.
So are you familiar with the Must?
Must Ministries?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I am familiar with
Their
that.
treatment facility up here on Church Street Extension?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and it's in heavy industrial
Yeah,
area.
so that would be, they'd be an inpatient treatment facility as well. And that's also geared towards more of an indigent population, you know,
I
than
guess my
ours.
thought would be that they're not around any residential, but seem to have a good reputation from what I can understand.
Yeah, that's a different type of facility than ours. Yeah, they're inpatient. We are just a sober living home.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
Thank you.
unless there are other questions, that's all I have for the two of you. Thank you. I just want to go to the Cobb County code that defines gives us a definition of what a group home is. A group home is, and I'm just going to read part of this. A group home is a dwelling unit shared by 4 or fewer persons, excluding resident staff, who live together in a single housekeeping unit and in a long-term family-like environment. So what I'd like to do is, I'm confused, I'm not sure I fully understand some of that terminology. I want to go to Debbie Blair, our county attorney, and just ask you, Debbie, does the county have a definition of single housekeeping unit and a definition or a perspective on what long-term family-like environment, what that is?
It's not defined in the code as far as that goes. So of course, when something isn't defined in the code, you're just going to use the common definition of something. A single housekeeping unit would of course be contained within one house. So, you know, I don't know, you know, shared resources could be, that's, could be an issue. You know, again, it's all in one house would be a single housekeeping unit. Long-term family-like, you know, we know that as part of the program, they are not there for long-term. Again, it's not a definition that's defined by our code. So, you know, you're going to rely on just you know, your common definition of long-term. And, you know, again, I'm not going to tell you what that is. It's not a legal term, but, you know, long-term is longer than several months.
Okay, I think that kind of answers it. I mean, to me, longer term is, you know, a family is together as a unit as it's growing up for years, typically, at least as long as they're living in that house in that neighborhood. And to me, you know, that's what the spirit of family-like long-term environment might be. Anyway, what I'm hearing from this is that by having several homes together, clustered together in a single neighborhood, sharing resources, I would think tends to create more of an institutionalized kind of a setting, contrary to the setting that the family-like neighborhood setting that is the goal here, and you know, a more deinstitutionalized kind of a setting. So I think that may be a problem. The second point I'd like to make is that I just want to talk about some of the what Cobb County has done with respect to the laws and regulations that we live with. I think Cobb County acknowledges that the class of persons residing in these group homes is considered handicapped. There's no question about that, and therefore they're subject to the Federal Fair Housing Act protections. The local governing authority, under those rules, as I understand it, is required to have a process to grant reasonable accommodations in our code, in the case of Cobb County. And the land use permit process is how we do that. Our county is to provide reasonable accommodation for handicaps so long as it doesn't result in a fundamental change in the underlying zoning classification. Preserving the character of a neighborhood is a well-recognized interest of local governments along those lines. I think we heard a number of anecdotes this morning, or this afternoon, I guess, from some of the residents that there's a strong sense among those people who talked that the character of the neighborhood is changing. I would add that the spirit, I believe, of the Cobb County Code is not to provide for a clustering of group homes in one relatively small area, but rather to have these individually spread out among the community in a larger context. So I'm kind of come to the conclusion that in this case, 5 so close together has changed. It's changing the character of the neighborhood, and it's resulting in a fundamental change in the intent of the underlying zoning classification. So having said that, with those 2 points, unless there's discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
I'd like to add one thing, and that is, on top of the land use permit process, the county's already made a reasonable accommodation by allowing group homes to go up to 4 unrelated adults, where the standard code only allows 2. And really, the land use is to say, should it go even higher and have a process to scrutinize that more? So I just wanted to add that in there.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend denial of LUP 29.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second from Galt. Any further discussion? Anyone? Okay, everyone please register your vote. So that is denied 5-0. Thank you, folks, very much.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, that's
that,
right, we need to do,
recommend-
let me explain this. We need to make a motion for each of these cases. That's what we'll have to do. So that was for 1.
So the second one is I'd like to make a motion that we recommend denial to the BOC of LUP 30.
Okay. Need a second for that as well? Second from Judy. Let's go ahead and register our vote. Also denial 5-0, okay. Go to the next
Okay,
one.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend denial to the BOC of LUP 31.
Okay, need a second. I'll go with Gaunt again on that for the second. Everyone register your vote. That's denied as well. Okay, Skip.
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend denial of LUP 32.
Second. Christie's gonna second that one, okay. Register your vote.
And finally,
Gaunt. Hold on.
oh,
Okay, we
premature.
have 5-0 for denial. Okay, the next one.
Finally, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend denial of LUP 33.
Okay, can I get a second? Second again from Galt. Register your vote. That one is also denied 5-0. So those are denied for the reasons that were stated. Thanks, everyone, for coming. Let me just make an announcement before we move to the next case. We have had 3 very unusual cases that did require much more than the 10-minute rule that we try to enforce, and believe me, we do try. But I want to get back on track, so I'm going to warn Parks Huff, who's coming up next, and other people who will testify. We need to get back on the 10-minute rule if we possibly can. I appreciate that. Okay, Mr. Peterson?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z86 of 2016, Windsong Properties LLC. Request a rezoning from R30 to RSL for the purpose of residential senior living, non-supportive, in land lot 201 of the 20th District. The property is located at the northeast intersection of Stylesboro Road and McDobbs Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z86?
Back there. There's one person back there.
Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Skip, you want to ask those folks to please move on out? If you do vacate the room, please do so quickly, quietly, go beyond the doors, and don't stand there and congregate and chat, please.
We're going to correct the record, show there's 2 people here opposed.
2 opposed.
Two people. Good morning or good afternoon. This is the first case for the day.
10 minutes.
I'm glad you finally got to me.
10 minutes, and I'm going to haunt you.
It is the first on the agenda. I thought I'd be up here a long time ago. For the record, my name is Mark Huff, and I understand that I'm being penalized for my partner going over earlier today, so I will talk quickly. This is a property that y'all are familiar with. It is located at the intersection of MacDobb Road and Stylesboro Road, a signalized intersection. As you know, Stylesboro Road is very heavily traveled, very busy road, and MacDobb Road feeds up to US 41. So it is a busy area. And my client is Winsong Properties, and very glad to be able to be before you today presenting this case. They had a previous case further west on Stylesboro Road, which shows up on this GIS map, that's now under development as Serenade community, and a very well received in the community, both from a sales perspective and a price perspective. And also, as you recall that case, we had quite a bit of concerns from the community, and this room was packed when we had that hearing for that case. And you saw after we worked with everybody, we were able to approve it and develop it, and the reception from the surrounding community that we had directly joined that were even opposed to us to the end has now been positive. So we're back now because the market, the need for senior housing is very great and very real. And everyone knows someone themselves or a family member that is, quite frankly, an illness, a trip, a fall away from needing at that immediately single level living. And that's what this provides, a single level living for the senior market. It's an age-restricted community. And what you have is a revised site plan, and we worked very hard to try to address the comments and concerns that the community have. And this is the best way we can do to accommodate all the concerns of the neighbors in the community. And what we've got is basically encapsulate this community with generous buffers. We've got buffers along both roadways of 50 feet outside of the lots, along the northern boundary line. And I've got a stipulation letter dated January 30th that very much details the border property to the north and how we were handling that. This morning, Jim Grove, who is a northern property owner, was here, and he was prepared to stand up in support of the application, but y'all ran him out of time, so he had to leave. But he was here, and the other adjacent property owner on the north is here also in support. To the east, you can see that we've got generous buffers to the east. We're showing 50-foot buffer, but the setback is dramatically larger than that. So we've encapsulated this community with that, and we've got the rest of the property's green space. Quite frankly, we 7 acres of this 18-acre tract is outside of lots and roads. So you've got a dramatic amount of open space. Some of that is obviously going to be, taken up with our clubhouse, with detention ponds and things like that. The Thompsons, Mr. Thompson is here to express some concerns, and he's in the notch in the bottom right of the property. And the property that he is on is, we've tried to address the buffer concerns that he's got. He was here last time with some concerns, and what we've done is there is a current house just to the north of his property, and there's a line of Lelands along that property. So what we've decided to do is we'll just keep that house as it is. The land will stay as it is, and so it'll be incorporated in our development, and that's it. The quirk to that is that lot actually is a flag lot, and its road frontage is on Stylesboro Road. It currently accesses to MacDobb Road, but if this development does not go forward, this property is an independent lot, and it is a flag lot, and its access is Stylesboro Road, and there is a proposal for, the seller had a proposal to put a driveway that would run right next to the Thompson's property to Stylesboro Road, which would heavily impact it. We've addressed that. So we've gone through the buffers. We show how much green space we have. We've now, we initially had 63 homes, dropped it dramatically down to 46 homes. We are now in compliance with the land use plan. The staff recommended approval at this density. So now we are in compliance with the staff recommendation for approval, which is huge. We've worked with the community to come up with the buffers that surround the property. One of the things that always comes up is traffic. Everyone's concerned about traffic. I know that you've seen the studies that we've done multiple times, that we've done just not only used the ITE numbers, but we've also relied upon studies from our own communities to show that our communities replicate what the ITE numbers show. And this is a very, very conservative traffic count. Actually, ITE numbers will be a little lower than this. So this is very, very conservative. And our community is roughly 230 trips per day. If this was developed R20, which the surrounding area is R20, and the Adams families own this for a very long period of time, need to sell. So it's going to be developed as something. If it was developed R20, you're looking at 320 trips per day. More dramatically, the trip times are less at peak traffic times with a RSL type community than you have with a typical single family neighborhood. And that's when the area is the most stressed, when schools coming in and when people are coming home. And so we're very well on traffic. The product, you're very familiar with Mr. Roman's product. Windsong is very intentional about the design of their homes to create a wonderful environment for the senior community, all single level living, all with front porches that have proximity towards a walkable sidewalk, to create a streetscape and create the intimacy that you have within their community. As I said, the Serenade community down the road is selling very well, and the sales price, because that was a question back then, people said we wouldn't be able to sell within the price points that we were saying. At that time, we've had sale prices from $395 to $541. That's closing prices. It's an average of $455,000. One of the questions last time was, you're going to impact our property values. No, we will do nothing but increase the property values because our price per square foot is dramatically higher than the surrounding residents because of the type of development it is. Windsong is a recognized senior developer in Metro Atlanta and has won many awards for their work. You can see the light windows and the brightness that they bring into their homes is very pleasing to their buyers, and they have been very successful at building and selling throughout the North Metro area, mainly in Cobb, Cherokee, and community in Paulding County. A lot of courtyard living is also part of their development. As you see, the private spaces typically on the side of the home. Now, this is a slide to tell you what we've tried to do to address the adjacent neighbors' concerns regarding the buffer that they have. And the orientation is Stylesboro Road is to the left, north is to the right. And the Thompson House is right in the very center of that. And what we're showing there is the blue is our proposed home. And basically the proposed home that would be adjacent to them is in the same location, a very similar location as the existing house there. So we've already talked about the house to the north, and the house to the north is staying the same. The house to the east will be replaced with a new home that will be an age-restricted home and will be basically in the same location. It will be quieter, the most quiet neighbor you can have in these RSL communities because there's one or two people living there at the most, and they tend to be quiet. We've also agreed to an additional condition that we shared with them that directly to the west of the Thompson property, the developer will plant 23 cryptomeria or green giant arborvitae, 8 to 10 feet tall, 15 feet on the center in double staggered rows. We've also agreed something we don't normally get to do, and that is we've agreed to establish that western buffer adjacent to their property prior to development. And the reason why we can't normally do that is because we got to have irrigation brought in to ensure that the plantings survive. In this case, because we're keeping the house to the north, we have water to the property. So we're going to be able to maintain that water. So we will agree that this can be established prior to development. So we understand that their ultimate wish is that we not be there and that they are not positioned not be changed, but that's not realistic. The Adams have owned this for for many, many years, generations, need to sell, and so it will be developed one way or the other. And I think that the way that we've developed this, when we've reduced the density from 63 lots to 46 lots, the reality is every time a lot comes out, it's increasing green space. We don't change how that works, and so you've got a site plan and a development that is got a tremendous amount of green space and a very thoughtful plan that creates the buffers along the roadways and has the least impact on the community from a transportation standpoint. Most importantly, we're in compliance with staff recommendation. Thank you for your time, and it is 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. 10 minutes and 15 seconds, so that's not too bad. Let's hear from the opposition at this time, please, on Z86. Give us your name.
My name is Richard Thompson. I'm the homeowner
Okay.
directly next to this proposed development. I wish my wife was here. She spoke last time. She's much more succinct and passionate. The bottom line, that we've spoken with Steve and Parks, and they've addressed a lot of our concerns, which is wonderful. We still would not like it there. We don't think it fits the community aesthetically. Understanding that if a R20, R30, a big subdivision would come in there, that we would be included in that conversation. Could be or may not be, but we would be given the opportunity to, to leave that area, which we do not want to do. But again, we don't want to be clustered with 45 homes, losing all the old growth that's there and, displacing all the animals and us being overrun with rodentia, which has happened twice when they've built the two little existing houses there. Each time we've been overrun with mice. I spoke to Steve, and of course they're going to address that if that becomes an issue, as well as when they're doing all the civil work, pretty much making our backyard, and we have grandchildren living with us now, it's not going to be usable this summer, not with kids with asthma. And that's another one of our concerns, which I don't think you can address with the development. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Anyone else wishing to address Z86?
Hello, my name is John Umflett, and I'd just like it to be known that I just had some comments. I'm not opposed to the project, but I had some comments to make. I'd like to thank the commission for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you and your willingness to fairly hear all the concerns that, along with this project. I'd also like to thank Mr. Steve Roman for coming to my house, sitting on our back porch with two other families and discussing the Windsong properties and this project. He did seem very interested in our concerns. Windsong seems to care about their customers' needs, their employee family, the neighbors, and building a well-maintained, high-quality living experience. As we sat there, we visually looked at the impact that this project would make on our property, removing additional trees and addition of dwellings, as well as any additional noise, which was one of my main concerns originally, to our home and quality of life. I do appreciate the fact that they have dropped the number of homes that they're planning to put in there. And I believe that all due diligence has been done to identify any Civil War markings or anything like that along the area. As we sat on my back porch, I spoke to Steve about how quiet it had been sitting there when we moved in. There was now an increased noise from traffic, which I stated, this is still a concern of mine. I asked Steve if after the project was completed and we were sitting there and all the buildings were done and the trees were moved that were going to be removed and the additional ones were brought in, would my noise increase from what we're hearing now? And he said no, and that he would stand by that statement. I do believe Steve to be a man of integrity and a man of his word. We all know that with progress, things change, some for the good, but some also not for the good. I've seen much of the natural landscape in our area change in the last 10 years or so, changing the way of life we moved in to enjoy, particularly within a 2.5 to 3 mile radius of my little home in the woods. Many schools, residentials, and businesses have clear-cut trees to build their projects. Arbor Green, Canterbury Estates, Davis Farms, Archer Estates, Brumby Place, Kennesaw Mountain High School, McClure Middle School, widening of Stylesboro Road and Pine Mountain Road, all bringing in reducing the landscape, the trees, the natural areas, and increasing the noise that we hear. And I just ask this commission to keep this great area a wonderful place to live and to please keep the serene, peaceful way of life we've enjoyed balanced between the progress that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We do have a little bit of time left. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z86? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. Skip, this is also yours.
Yes.
You can lead our discussion.
It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's time for me to say something. Parks, where are you? Just there? No, you don't have to come up. I just wanted to say that maybe if you had had that Austin Healy of yours working, we would have started earlier today on this case. I don't know. Anyway, he has an old Austin Healy. I'm partial to those, and I just had to say that. This is a case that we heard in December. The major objection was the density. It was above the future land use map designation of low-density residential that requires 2.5 units per acre or less. That problem has been fixed. The other major problem was the buffering and what would happen right next to the Thompsons' property. I can't imagine a more thoughtful approach to solving that problem than what Steve Romaine has done, with keeping that existing house there to the north and then putting landscaping with fast-growing trees along what otherwise might be a driveway just to the west of the Thompson's house. So I think that's all good. Parks made a point of noting that the community is winning in this from a traffic point of view. This probably would be an R20 subdivision, maybe even more dense than that. And you saw from the numbers that were presented that the traffic that's going to be offered into the highways is 30% less or more than what would have been offered had it been developed as a single-family dwelling neighborhood. I know Ashley White is poised to make a presentation on that, but I don't think we need to do that. She was going to look at a couple of different options. We're the winners on getting the traffic down. So I'm ready to make a motion.
Go for it. Yep.
I make a motion that we approve rezoning application Z86, subject to the letter stipulations addressed to the zoning department with the associated elevations, site plan, and landscaping plan received January 30th, 2017. All staff comments and recommendations, and then one additional stipulation that I'm going to read into the letter, into the record, and then I'll give to the clerk. Directly to the west of the Thompson property, the developer will plant 23 cryptomerias or green giant arborvitae, 8 to 10 feet tall, 15 feet on center, in double staggered rows. The planting and irrigation will be installed prior to the start of the grading, site grading. So, and that's exactly what Parks said in his presentation that they're willing to do. So that's my motion.
We have a second from Judy. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. There we go. Approved 5-0. Okay, thank you very much. Anybody need a break? Anybody need a break? No? No breaks? Okay, let's keep going then. Yeah, we're on a roll here. John, what's this?
Yes, sir.
20 to go.
Rezoning case Z101 of 2016, Providence Homes LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to R20 OSC for the purpose of single-family residential and land lots 273 and 274 of the 20th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Burnt Hickory Road, west of Ackworth Due West Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z101? One. Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in. Let the record show there's 2 opposed.
had 46 opposed before. No, I'm sorry. No, you're right, I know, forget what I said, yeah, it's been too long. Mr. Moore, 10 minutes.
I got it. Yeah, I'm kind of like
three's
Parks
better.
in only one way.
Okay.
That I'm kind of like Parks, but I thought I'd be out of here before lunch because I was second and third, but I didn't. So we all have to share the pain, right? For the record, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing Providence Homes, the applicant, with regard to this subdivision proposed on Burnt Hickory Road. And this was held after the December hearing where I made a presentation and received some instructions from you, members of the commission, and we took those to heart. And what I'd like to do is show you what changes we made without going through the whole history of everything, if that's okay. Trying to stay within my 10 minutes. Okay, this is the plan that we showed the last time. This is Burnt Hickory Road. If you remember, Harrison High School is here, Lost Mountain Middle School is here, and Dominion Christian School is here. So there are no homeowners surround, that's three sides. The other side is Mr. James Watkins, who lives in this house and has this property next to us. And he's the sole homeowner adjacent to us anywhere. The reason I'm showing you this is I wanted you to see some things on the revised plan that we did change, and it's hard to see the change if you hadn't seen what we had before. So this is the front that you asked us to expand. This is the Civil War trench. You'll notice this open space we were asked to change. This is the revised site plan. And we'll start up at the road. This is now doubled in size to 50 feet. It will have, you can see down here, it will have a berm with plantings along the entire frontage. We are upgrading the entrance. It's now a boulevard style. And we have more than doubled the open space surrounding the Civil War trench. The mail kiosks are located here, so as you come in and pull in here and get back out, people who want, and there'll be a historical marker, people who want to see the trench can park there and walk over and see the historical marker and the trench itself. You will also notice that this continues all the way down next to Mr. Watkins. We have increased the size of that buffer. This is a minimum 100 feet, and then we've increased it in each of these corners. In fact, this is the private cemetery, which is increased as well. Once it was surveyed and complied with the ordinance on cemeteries, it's bigger. What we did is we increased the open space from 36 acres to 39 acres. It went from 41 to 44.5% of the total tract. And we're proud of that. And we reduced the density from 100 units to 92 units, which took us to from 1.43 to 1.33. If you recall, the opposition in the last hearing said that the Burnt Hickory Registry, which is the subdivision they said they wanted to see copied, is at 1.32 units an acre. So we're 1/100th of a unit different than that. And I think that has a lot to do with the reduced number of people in opposition you see today. We met with opposition people that wanted to meet with us and showed them the new plan and showed them what we were planning to do, and they were very impressed with what the resulting plan is. I need to correct a couple of things in the stipulation letter. And while I'm getting ready to do that, I wanted to say also that this is much closer to an R30 than it is an R20. An R30 OSC with bonus is 1.25 units an acre. We're only 1.33. An R20 OSC with a bonus is 1.92 units an acre. So we're way down near the bottom of the R20, much more close to the R30. And I hope the clerk has my stipulation letter around, maybe. Okay. I want to go to page 2, page 3, paragraph 5. And in that, we're talking here about the lot size, and I made a mistake. This says the average lot size, and that should be changed to be the minimum lot size, is 15,000 square feet. Actually, the average is 17,300. And what that does as far as lot sizes, the previous R20 OSCs in West Cobb have had a minimum 10,000 square foot lot. These are much bigger, but it allows us to have side entry and courtyard garages, so you don't drive down the street seeing all garages facing the street. In fact, Mr. Swales, who's building these in the 350 to 650 range, well, these are primarily going to be side entry garages. And then I had a meeting with Melissa O'Brien, and she wanted to make a change on the same page 3, paragraph 8. And the last sentence begins, copies of elevations comparable to those, insert just before copies that there shall not be all hardy plank utilized. And the last one stipulation change will be a new stipulation, to add a new stipulation that will state, if another builder other than Providence Homes builds the homes, the architecture, building materials, facades, and home size must come back to the Board of Commission for approval. And what that is stating is there could be no sign off. It'd have to come back to show that they were building the same house that we showed that we were building. You've seen the homes that he has that are really nice. I'm not going to go through all that. The staff has recommended approval of this, and we certainly agree with that recommendation. We hope that you will recommend this to the Board of Commission for approval as well. Mr. Swales is here. Mr. William Latham wanted to speak. Mr. Latham, come on. But we'll be under 10.
Mr. Chairman, I'm William Latham, speaking on behalf of the Cobb County Civil War Roundtable and other interested historic preservation individuals here in the county. As you know, in historic preservation, maintaining the natural setting of a site is very important. We deeply appreciate the developer's willingness to expand the buffer around the Civil War trenches to a width comparable to the buffer around the Kemp Family Cemetery, which is being preserved. Although we're losing 175 yards or so of trench line, roughly 200 yards is being saved, and we're very appreciative of that. We also appreciate the developer's willingness to fund a historic marker for the trenches. As we've done before on other developments, the Civil War Roundtable will research the text with input from the KSU Center for Civil War Studies. And once we're done with that, everything will be subject to approval as before by the county historic planner. The developer has also said he's agreeable to placing small 18 by 24 inch keep-off historic earthworks type signs every 50 yards or so on the trenches, just to encourage visitors who might visit the site not to walk on the trenches and wear them out. You know, it'll make them last longer. We'll be working with Mr. Moore to get everything we've talked about written into the final stipulations for the project. And finally, if there, by chance, happens to be a need for additional green space, naturally, we would encourage it be placed around the trench line. But otherwise, we're very appreciative of what the developer has done on this project for historic preservation.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. John, are you through with your presentation? Okay, we're going to close that then. Let's hear from the opposition now, please.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bill Stolz. I live at 735 Pinewood Drive in an R30 subdivision for 45 years. The Kemp family is a good family. And we understood that we were supposed to have some additional information brought out for the subdivisions to let us know what was going on since the last hearing. We've had none. I did talk to Mr. Watson, and they've worked with him, but we don't know what kind of homes they're building. We just know that they want to put 92 homes out there, and we should have had more warning on what type of houses we're going to build. I would love to see 2 houses out there myself on the property, but that's beside the point. And we had the man from the school board talking this morning. Due West School is already overcrowded. 92 more people out there, homes. It's going to really tax us. Or transportation. We had a transportation study out there. I hadn't heard back on that, what they thought of that. That ran after their last meeting. So I'd like to see some nice homes out there, but I'd like to see what they're going to build them for. And that's all I got to say. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z101? Come on up.
Good afternoon. My name is Lance Isaacson. I'm a resident of the Burnt Hickory Registry at the corner of Burnt Hickory Road, and Old Mountain Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I'll just begin by saying I'm certainly not opposed to the current owners of the property getting a premium for this beautiful piece of land in West Cobb. Nor am I opposed to development in general. Cobb County is growing. West Cobb is where the space is. It's going to happen. You know, we're all kind of aware of that and ready to take it on. What I am opposed to, however, is building yet another island community that is not connected to the surrounding communities by walkways. Burnt Hickory Road in this stretch is about 1.5 miles long, and this property sits roughly in the middle, and it fronts less than 1/2 mile of the road there. And if a sidewalk is built along the frontage, as is what's common for developments in West Cobb, it still remains, most of the road is not connected. Now, to the east, you have Due West Elementary. To the west, you have Lost Mountain Middle School. The advantages of connecting those schools include children being able to walk to school, and I would like to share with you just an analogy maybe. The interstate highway system is, you look at it and you think it's a connection of major cities, but what it really is a connection of military bases. And the major cities are kind of a byproduct of that, and they've grown and improved because of the connectivity, the additional commerce that's been afforded by that. And I would say in the county, we can look at schools as kind of this similar analogy. Connect the schools, and the byproduct you're going to have is all the neighborhoods in between are going to be connected as well. And what does that do for you? Not only can kids who are in this neighborhood walk to school, which if they have paths will be safer, reduce busing, but all the neighborhoods where the kids come from that go to those schools, all the kids can congregate. They can get together on their bikes, they can walk. It's not something that parents need to drive just down the street. Case in point, a couple of the neighborhoods near us are where my kids have friends, but they're not fully connected. There's spaces of maybe a couple hundred yards with no sidewalk, but it's on a blind hill on a 45-mile-an-hour road that limits my comfort as a parent to let my kid walk or ride their bike to go see their friends. So one final thought. Who bears the cost of building a sidewalk? Is it the county? Is it the developer? Either way, I would argue having that connectivity adds value. It adds property value. My family and I moved to the community last summer, and we looked long and hard to find a community that had sidewalks outside the community. My son walks to Lost Mountain Middle School, and we were willing to pay a premium to get that. So I think it's something that if I may not win the day in stopping this development here today, but I do appreciate the opportunity to inject the idea of connecting communities into the planning commission's thought process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lance. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z101? We do have a couple of minutes left. Okay, not seeing and hearing any. Back to this board. Skip, again.
That's my case.
Please.
Okay, I'll try to be fairly quick. We heard this case also, as we all recall, and John reminded us last December. We did ask for a significant reduction in density. We asked that the buffers and the berming and landscaping and so forth be improved, and so we've seen that happen. I'm excited about the site plan that I see right now. I see 15,000 plus square foot lots. That's wonderful, because as John pointed out, we typically ask for a minimum 10,000 square feet. So this is nice from that point of view. I know that the immediate neighbor, James Watkins, is pleased with the development. But before I get into a couple of specifics, I want to ask our county attorney a question. Because I want to put it in the record, and I think I know the answer to the question, but it's been asked of me, and so I want to make sure that it's in the record. There's been a fair amount of public, news about the county parks, the candidate county parks, and this one has been listed, and I don't know if it's actually on the list or not, but if it were on the list of candidate county parks, is it within the county set of rules and regulations and code to be able to make a rezoning decision?
I don't see why it wouldn't be. Until the property is actually acquired by the county, it's still owned by the record title owners. So they have the right to apply for a rezoning of the property.
Right. Okay, I just want to get that in the record. That was my understanding. Thank you. There's the issue of the sidewalks. My understanding is, and we may be restricted on putting sidewalks on this road, on Burnt Hickory Road. Is that a DOT question? Ashley, could you come up and address that for us?
That's a SPLOST issue.
SPLOST issue?
Yeah, that's a SPLOST.
We typically, I'm not trying to steal your thunder, but we typically, it's very typical for us to ask for a developer to pay for sidewalks along some place like this on Burnt Hickory Road. But to go way beyond that, a half mile or more, no, we don't ask that developer to do that. But the county might be willing to do that, and all I would say, you tell me if I'm right, is the neighbors need to contact your commissioner.
Exactly.
And get that project on the list, because there is a very long list of neighborhoods that want sidewalks. Get it on the list, but you only can do that if you talk to your commissioner.
Right, you're correct. We do have a sidewalk fund, but there's, like you said, there's a list of areas that we feel need sidewalk, and it comes from complaints that we receive, proximity to schools, and how much sidewalk is in that area now. So, if you feel this area needs sidewalks, you would just need to contact us, and we can possibly add this area to the list that we have. But we do have a budget that we work with, and we try to choose areas accordingly.
Okay, I'm ready to make a motion. I think this is pretty straightforward.
No, sir. Not unless he calls you back up. No, sir. We're done with the comments.
Well,
No, we're, oh. Okay, okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead, Skip.
Yeah. Before I make my motion, I'm glad, Mr. Stoltz, that you stood up, because it reminded me, you now know who Mr. Moore is, Mr. John Moore, sitting right over there to your right. If you and your neighbors want to get together with him, I would recommend you get together with him and try to set up time up where he can brief you and your neighbors on exactly what's being proposed, so that you don't feel as left out as it sounds like you might. Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval of Z101, subject to the letter of stipulations received by the zoning department on January 25th, 2017, and the site plan received by the zoning department on the same date, January 25th, 2017, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, and subject to the 3 changes that Mr. Moore read into the record.
Okay, we're sticking with R20, not 30 OSC, correct?
R20 OSC.
R20
Yeah,
OSC.
that we approval to move
Okay,
to
I got you.
rezone this to R20 OSC.
Gotcha.
Yes.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Yes, go ahead.
Can I add one quick comment to Lance? Another good avenue for you to pursue this connectivity and that is to go to the Board of Commissioners' regular hearings, not the zoning hearing. And they have opportunities for people just to get up and speak about anything on their mind. You have to sign up at the beginning of the thing, but get up there and let the whole Board of Commissioners hear it, because they're really the ones who would make a policy decision about that. It's really beyond our ability to do that.
Okay. All right, we have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Okay, that passes for approval, 5-0. Thank you very much. Anybody need a break? Nope, let's keep going. Go, John. We're on a
Yes,
roll.
sir. Rezoning case Z117 of 2016, Hicks Business Enterprises LLC requests rezoning from R20 to RM8 for the purpose of single-family residential and land lots 784 and 785 of the 19th district. The property is located on the south side of Hurt Road, east of Traymore Park. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z117? Three. Let the record show there are 3 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. For the record, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and owners in this zoning application. This property is 41.2 acres located on Hurt Road in close proximity, really just west of the intersection of Austell Road and Hurt Road and just north of the east-west connector and adjacent to Traymore Park. So that kind of gives, if you're familiar with the area, then you would know then where this property is located. Overall, what this application now seeks is rezoning from its existing R20 category to a deleted request. This was held or continued from December for us to work on our plan and take in additional community input and concerns, and now this stands as a request to rezone the property to RA6 for single-family detached homes and neighborhood and community. To put this application in its proper context, first thing I want to do is start with the surrounding zonings, because this property in this particular area is under tremendous pressure from a area zoning, area use, area value, and area quality standpoint. I think that's why what's being brought forward today is something that we think that we're excited about and hopefully can be exciting for the community as well. To that end, the hashed area is the 42-acre tract with Hurt Road running this location. The surrounding zonings, as you can see, are a variety of residential zonings that are adjacent to from R20, R15 along Hurt Road across the street that were developed many years ago. The RA4 here is Traymore Park, which is adjacent to it. And then you have RM10, RM12, also R20, PRD, and a variety of zonings that surround this property. Those zonings range in density from a low of 2.2 units per acre, importantly to a high adjacent to us of 7.5 units per acre for this particular townhome project that is there and has been there for many years. Those create a certain amount of pressure from a price pressure, development pressure, and quality pressure. Next, I'm going to switch to the land use map. You ready? From a land use perspective, this is a copy of your future land use map, and it kind of gives a broader view. You see Traymore Park here. You see this large area of yellow. That's the 42-acre tract and a little bit more that is medium-density residential on your land use plan. It also shows you that this adjacent community activity center, a CAC, that stretches from Austell Road down Mulkey Road all the way to right almost near, as you get and approach the subject property, which is this large tract here. Again, creating development pressure, commercial pressure, intense development, and zoning pressure on this piece of property from a quality, value, and development standpoint. Our proposal reduced from 117 units initially down to 93, now seeks rezoning to a density of 3.8 units per acre, smack dab in the middle of the future land use category of medium density residential, which encourages density and development at 2.5 to 5 units per acre. Despite all of this development and land use pressure that surrounds this, what we're proposing is single-family detached homes at 3.8 units per acre, which we believe is entirely reasonable given the intense densities that are adjacent to us. Now we're going to turn to that site plan and kind of go through this as well. If you could just get really focused on that. There you go. That's good. Perfect. Thank you. Again, this is our revised plan for a total of 93 homes. Initially, if you'll recall, this was a proposal for RM8 at 117 homes. They were detached single-family homes. What we're proposing now is a total of 93 homes. These lots, what's happened with these lots? The lots have gotten bigger, and as the houses have gotten bigger as well. We've increased the sizes of both. The vision for this community is one of quality and value in an area that has not seen new quality and value in many years. We have a tract of land here that can support a larger development such as this proposal for 93 homes, and can support, we believe, generally stating, a need to increase the quality of the housing and new housing in the available area. And that's not simply focusing on the small area surrounding this property, but generally as well to build on some success of other residential developments that have taken place not near here, pretty far away from here, but in the general proximity, and to build on that success and to continue with that quality. Some of the things I want to point out that are being done by the developer and have agreed to by the developer with this proposal. Number one is road improvements along Hurt Road. You see the extensive amount of road frontage along Hurt Road. That will be improved with sidewalk, curb, and gutter. I know that's a normal type of requirement, but given the extensive road frontage, it's important here because it's also connecting up with an existing project, and thereby the county is not having to do it to attach to an existing project of sidewalk on Hurt Road. In addition, we are proposing and installing a left turn lane on Hurt Road into this development, which again will allow traffic to flow without being stopped by those new homeowners turning left into this single-family development. Additionally, these streets will have internal sidewalks on both sides of the street. That's important. Only sidewalk on one side is required, but here we're doing sidewalk on both sides of these streets so we can provide the type of connectivity, the type of look and feel of a quality development, which is the vision that's here. In addition, you see a large amount of floodplain and creeks on this property. In fact, about 20 acres of it is floodplain and taken in creeks and floodplain. That's going to be used as a passive amenity. We've also included, though, an active amenity, which is also likewise very important, and I'll get to that in a minute, an active amenity of a pool and at least a cabana or a clubhouse to go along with that. Again, the idea is, and the vision that's here, is to present a community of homes and for families who want to buy here and who want to have the enjoyment of the both passive and active amenities that they can get here. We have submitted a stipulation letter that's dated February 1, 2017, which includes the requirements for a mandatory homeowners association, which is very, very important for this community and in this spot. Surrounding communities don't have the enjoyments of a mandatory homeowners association, which serves to not only preserve and increase and present value from the outset, but it helps preserve and enhance that value and stability of value going forward for this subdivision. We think that's extremely important. And with that is the concept of having a pool and a full amenity package for this subdivision. We think that's important. We think it's important because for this subdivision to compete, for the homes to compete at the higher prices that are being proposed here, we must offer something different. We must offer something that can't be obtained. And here what we're doing is offering the full amenity, active, passive, mandatory homeowners association, so that that price point can not only be achieved, but can be maintained through the years. With that, as you know, some others may not, but the rule of thumb is 100 homes. That's the number to support an active and passive and full amenity packages is around 100 homes. If you get too far below 100, that's not enough homes to support that with homeowner association fees. It gets out of whack. We're proposing 93, so we're right there at that tipping point. But again, we believe for this to have the type of quality that it needs to have that full amenity. If we're simply reducing the number of homes, what you end up with in this case, we're afraid, is simply reducing the quality if you take this below the point at which a full mandatory HOA and full amenity can be supported. Especially, we believe, given the pressures that this property faces from a surrounding density standpoint, from a surrounding intensity standpoint, the fact that this applicant and developer has now come in, reduced by almost 20% their initial proposal. And in all cases, though, this is right dab in the middle of the medium density residential land use category for which this property has been projected forever. And it's bringing single-family detached residential to this area in a new fashion, in a quality fashion, with development techniques and development improvements that we think will go a long way to improving the entire area as a whole. With that, I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. We're excited about this project, and we hope you will be as well, and we respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We'll hear from the opposition at this time. We have 3 opposed. Come on up, folks. If all of you want to come at one time and just line up, that would be fine. That'll save some time as well. You can come on up. Hey there, give us your name, please.
Hi, Bob Corn on Shady Side Road. I have lived in this neighborhood since the getting out of the Vietnam War. I came here to live. I've known Mr. Moon, who owned that property originally. I think he moved there in the 40s, if I remember right. Been on that property quite a bit. It's a nice place. I think the greatest problems that right now we're facing on this is the traffic that sets on within Hurt Road, the impact that has. I think that there should be probably some type of impact study by the DOT to take a look at this. The reason is every time we brought in a subdivision on this area, and the last time one's been in there probably about 20 years ago, these subdivisions, when they come in, we put them in high density, number one. But in addition to that, what happens is Hurt Road is a very curvy downhill road as it comes into that area. The problem is that we get a lot of rear end collisions already on that road. Also, I wanted to bring out one other point. We talked about, Mr. Moore talked about the sidewalks, which that's a great thing to have. But our sidewalk project on the spots only goes down to about where Mary Oak is at on the map, maybe just a little past that. These 2 sidewalk sections are not connected. So it still leaves us now that gap to get this connected on into that Austell connection. Road connection up there. So that's going to be an area that we need to look at. In regards to the homes and the density there, the property in this whole area was originally R20. For me, I think that the density needs to be around 2.5 to 3 homes per acre. And I think right now we're way over that. I'd like to see about 14,000 square feet per lot. And I think right now we're about 11,600. No? Okay. Pardon, below that? Okay. So with that said, though, I think what we need to do is take a good hard look at this. Also, I understand there's a grave site there. Having lived in this area, I can tell you there's a number of grave sites along with Civil War trenches. This area originally was where the staging area was to burn Atlanta down. They were caught at that creek, the Oldie Creek area, as they went through that. So we do know there's a number of grave sites around that set within this area. over the years. I think we need to take a look at that cemetery site right there. I think there's one grave there, if I remember right. In regards to amenities and overall the project, I run as a founder of a online social media, which is nextdoor.com. Some of you may be on it. The group that I founded in this area of the county has about 1,300 members on it right now, and I've been keeping up with them with what's going on in here. What we're hearing back is main concern is that Hurt Road traffic corridor, how it gets backed up right now. What they're doing is they're going off the east-west connector coming through Hurt Road area, and we think anything we add into that's going to impact that. So the idea of widening that road, even in front of there, it will be a help. But I think, again, the DOT needs to take a good hard look at this before we grant anything to come in there. In regards to the amenities, though, I think that's going to be an important factor. We want to see a better type of housing coming into there. We've had a number of these high-density houses, and what we need to do is get this community a little bit better in shape by mixing that up a little bit, by bringing in a higher level. So what Mr. Moore is talking about, I think overall the community endorses, but I think the key is going to be that density that sets in there and the impact that it has on this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I get 20 minutes, you said? No?
Give us your name, please.
My name is Sal Gullo. I live right around the corner, and I only have one grave concern: traffic. I use Hurt Road a whole lot. And if I'm on Hurt Road between the hours of 3 and 6, I have a 5 to 10 light wait on the corner of Powder Springs Road and Hurt Road. I think we're trying to put the cart before the horse with having the subdivision built here first. Without an impact study on the roads, I think Hurt Road before it's widened and a constant turn lane for a right turn lane on Powder Springs Road and Hurt Road, adding that many homes is going to put a tremendous strain on the community's traffic, on the schools, and other county facilities as well. Sidewalks, people are pushing strollers on grass down Hurt Road. It's a very dangerous road, even though the speed limit is posted, I believe, at 40 or 45, I'm not too sure. People are driving 65, 70 miles an hour down that road as soon as they come to a straight run. With the proposal that we have over here, with widening the road right before the subdivision, and it stops, we're going to bottleneck 3 times actually on Austell Road, where the subdivision is going to be built, and on Powder Springs Road. It's going to create chaos in traffic. That's my main concern, and the schools as well, adding that many families to the schools. Our schools are taxed right now. Smitha and the surrounding schools are taxed right now. I think we need to do a serious impact study, DOT, or widen the roads first, or get that under control first before we start adding more people and more fuel to the fire in that area. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sal. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mark Richardson. I live across the street on Finglass. They basically covered everything. My concern is they said there's 12,600 cars a day on Hurt Road, and that was in 2007. I've been there for almost 27 years now, and it is ridiculous. And what he's talking about when they come around for the left-hand turn lane into that subdivision, there's a hill and a curve. That's going to be a mess because they zip around there all the time. And main thing of me is the traffic, and they say the schools are over capacity now, so that's just going to add to that again. I don't know. I'd like to see less density. I don't know what it is now. When I was here last time, and then they postponed it, it was 40-foot wide lots, 117 houses, which to me seems ridiculous from R20 to multifamily, RM8. And what you're saying now, he wants to do it to R something else, what is it?
RA6.
R86?
RA.
RA6, I don't know what that is, but,
Yeah, well, I'll explain.
We'll
that.
explain that in just a minute.
okay, but I just think it's too many houses and traffic and all, basically, and schools and everything else, so, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We do have a little bit of time left. Anybody else wishing to speak to Z117? Okay, not seeing and hearing anybody, we'll close the public portion. Back to this board. This one is not Skip's. Wow, this one belongs to Galt Porter. So, Mr. Porter, lead our discussion.
I finally get to do a case. We've made it to almost 4 p.m. And this is what, 4th or 5th on the agenda? Just some general comments about this overall development. I'll explain RA6 just slightly. That is residential attached or detached homes are allowed to go. They're proposing all detached, so they'd be individual homes. The code calls for a minimum of 6,200 square feet for a lot, which is relatively small. They do call for the homes to be on lots that are 70 foot wide. On your standard lot, cul-de-sacs are a little bit different in that. So as I analyzed this plan, the plan that we had back in December, I think I analyzed there was about 98% of the lots required a variance, which means it didn't meet the code. We've reduced it to about 93% of the lots require a variance now. So we made, big progress. And many of them multiple variances because that was just on lot front. And then lot size, about a third of them are still under the minimum lot size of 6,200 square feet. And where the houses would sit on the lots weren't on the plan, but I know for sure at least 55 of the cases the lots would be the houses would be closer together than what they're allowed to be, which is 15 feet apart. They'd have to be 10 foot apart just based on the size house that's going on and the width of the lot that's proposed. There were also some issues with, on the eastern property, it borders one property, but there's 11 lots lined up to that one property. So that's a heavy backlot ratio. To give the developer credit, they did put in for there to be a 25-foot buffer there, which is larger than the size required by code. And there's several of these where there's multiple lots. There's another one, lots 49 through 52. There's about 3.5 lots to one, backing up to the R20 subdivision on the south. So I wanted to point that out. As far as schools go, it seemed like our school board members said they weren't overly concerned with this. The elementary and the middle school are above capacity, but they're less than 10% above capacity, which I guess isn't a big red flag. The high school's under capacity, so that's within reason. Okay, middle schools, did I read that wrong when I looked at it? Okay, they're telling me just the middle school's over capacity. I may have read the numbers backwards. Yeah, actually, I did read the number backwards on that. So it's only the middle school that's a little over capacity. And so I don't think schools is a big concern. Obviously, the biggest concern we've heard is traffic. And with that, I'd like to ask Ashley White to come up from DOT to discuss a little bit of the traffic. Let's get up here.
Ashley White with the Department of Transportation.
Yes, two things that seem a little confusing is what the developer's proposing to do for widening is really just widening to make a turn lane. It's
Just-
not widening lanes, adding more lanes.
Right, he's not adding any other through lanes. That's widening just to accommodate a left turn lane and a deceleration lane at the entrance.
Okay, so I want to clear that up for everybody. So that shouldn't cause any more stacking or bottlenecking or anything. It should help prevent that from occurring.
Right.
And then the second thing is you recommend a traffic impact study. Do you want to explain a little bit as to what they'd have to study, then also how the results of the study would be applied to the developer?
Right, yes, they submitted a trip generation analysis, which is basically what I was looking for. And that would help me decide things on if a left turn lane is needed, or, you know, how much traffic will be coming into the subdivision. And they have here a total of 97 trips during the AM peak hour and 128 during the PM peak hour. So I'm hoping that with the left turn lane and a deceleration lane, it would at least move some of that traffic off of the main roadway.
Okay. Okay, so you're satisfied with what they've brought forward in the traffic study and?
Yes, and some things that I heard earlier about, I guess the signal at Powder Springs, this is my first time hearing about it, but that's something I can look into
Okay.
back at the office.
Okay, and look to see if there's any improvements to Hurt Road programmed. You know,
Okay.
any splosh projects coming
Right.
or anywhere along that from Austell Road to Powder Springs, because I
Right.
know there's issues all the way along there.
Right, we'll pull crash data and look at the signal timings and see if there's some issue going on along that corridor.
Okay, because from my own personal experience, I know it's pretty bad, but I know we
Okay.
have that in a lot of roads in the district. So, anybody else have questions for Ashley?
Austell Road is closer to this than Powder Springs Road, right? Isn't that right, Ashley?
This is, it may be slightly, but it's more in the middle, I think, than, you know, it's a little closer, but once you make these big curves, you hit a straight stretch. So,
Okay.
So, okay, any more questions for Ashley? Okay,
This is a busy area. I know I travel this road almost several times a week to pick up my
Okay.
grandchildren from school. So they're right when they say that traffic can back up there in the mornings and the afternoons, because I see it
Right.
3 or 4 times a week. Absolutely right.
Okay, I'm not aware of any SPLOST projects in the area, but it's something we'll have to
No,
keep on our
There
radar.
aren't any. Maybe it should be included in some analysis that you do before you do the next SPLOST, but
Okay.
it could use some help.
All right.
Okay. Let's see, you can have a seat. Thank you, Ashley. A few more things. I think Bob Korn mentioned there's believed to be a grave on the site that's possibly Civil War. That was in the historic comments, and that's not reflected anywhere on the site plan, and we have no idea if that grave is in the middle of a road that's currently proposed or what the case may be. So I think we need to get that onto the site plan so we know where it is. And we can put the proper buffers around it and things like that. And, you know, it may be sitting in the middle of a proposed lot for a house as well, which would affect that. Yeah, so, but the overall issue comes down to, you know, the amount of variances. This is an extremely large tract. The county ordinance calls for an RA6 to be a maximum of 20 acres. This tract is 41 acres. So it's more than double the size. Now, I understand this has a lot of floodland. It has 17 acres of floodland, which brings the kind of usable acreage down to 24 acres. Which is closer, but it's still, even if you only count that, which the code doesn't say you only count that, the code says you count the whole thing, because it just says number of acres. But even if you just count the 24, it's still over. And with it being that large of an RA6 project, it doesn't seem reasonable to me to be giving lots of variances. You know, I really think we need a plan that doesn't include variances. With maybe one minor thing, and that is on the buffer that they put in that's 25 foot wide, that's wider than the code requires, to maybe, if there's a few lots that have to be a little bit undersized because there's really a buffer at the back that they're given extra for, I could see making a small adjustment for that. But in general, we need to get the lots up to 70 foot wide. And I realize there's a conflict in the county ordinance where one place says if the lot's interior, it can be 50 foot wide, and another place says it has to be 70. The place where it says it has to be 70 is the one that overrides in case of a conflict. And that's in the code as well. And there's a host of other things on the stipulation letter that I've sent to Kevin Moore. You know, things like garages for only parking of vehicles and can't be converted to finished living area. I'd like to see 50% brick or stone on the front elevation. You know, a number of other things. Addressing the road frontage, his stipulation letter currently says combination of fence and landscaping along the road frontage. But what I don't want to end up with is a privacy fence that looks horrible in a few years. So we want to make sure the landscaping's robust enough to kind of hide the fence after about 5 years before the fence really gets looking bad. And the homeowners association's supposed to repair it and keep it up to date, but that doesn't always happen. So, and that. So there's.
You want the landscaping to hide the ugly fence that's going to fall down in 5 years.
That way it's you have a landscape buffer kind of, or screening
No, I
instead
hear
of
you,
a
and
fence.
I don't disagree with you. I do also agree with you big time about the size of these lots, especially the width of these lots. These people have been overwhelmed with projects that have high density. This one is far too dense. It just is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I realize that if we cut down the lots, it's probably going to pass the tipping point of having a pool. They can have other amenities, but the pool's a very expensive thing for the HOA to maintain, and when you get down to, this may be more in the 75 lot area, that may be. Now, I had somebody bring up to me the possibility, because said, well, okay, if we can't have a pool, let's at least have a big pavilion or something, some amenity. And somebody brought up the possibility, well, what if we worked with the park and put the amenity over on the park with a trail connecting to it? And that's, I mean, maybe if something could be worked out, but I don't know. That may take way too long to figure out the logistics of doing that. Just throw that out there, not saying that's something that needs to be done. Yeah, and there were some other comments like the decel lane and the turn lane needs to be shown on the site plan. And also in looking at this, there was really 10 lots, but 8 lots with a substantial amount of the lot into the county 75-foot impervious stream buffer. And I think if we're looking at this and we're giving a variance to go over in the size of the project, and given that these are really small lots, I think we ought to get the lots completely out of the stream buffers. You know, I don't think it's that much to ask to have that done so that we don't run across problems with people extending and doing things in the buffers that they shouldn't be doing because they have such a small backyard already. Yeah, except for with an R20 OSC or even an R15 OSC, they aren't going to get anywhere near the density to get into medium. I almost look at this as an RA open space community. There's technically no such thing in the code, but it's with 17 acres of it really floodplain not being used, it almost turns into an open space community, which is a nice feature of it, which is one reason why I think it's worthwhile to look at it, even though it's so much larger than what an RA is supposed to be. you know,
John, what's the minimum lot size for an RA5? I noticed you recommended deleting to RA5. What's the minimum lot size? 7,000 square feet, okay. That's not bad.
yeah, so.
Yeah, I could probably go along with
Yeah,
5.
the two big differences between RA5 and RA6, as I saw them, is the minimum lot size on RA5, 7,000, on RA6 is 6,200. And then the maximum impervious is 40% on RA5 and 45% on RA6. Other than that, the setbacks and all of that look to be the same. So, okay, it looks like most people up here are thinking RA5 over RA6.
What do you think?
It seems like the problem that the developer has is what's already existing, you know, in terms of density around the project. But on the other hand, I don't think we should redesign a plan to fit an ordinance. The plan should already fit the ordinance.
It should, and that's one of the problems I have
But
with
the
this
use I
plan
don't
and the
disagree
previous
with.
plan.
Yeah, the use I don't disagree with.
Right.
The density really doesn't bother me, but it should meet the ordinance.
I agree. And really, I envision, or the way, at least I view it is, starting at this property and going east is where the higher density really is. And across the street, behind this and down is the lower densities that this is gonna be a transition at an RA because it's a lot more dense than the stuff to the west, but it's less dense than the stuff to the east. Yeah, well, that's to the east. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like transitioning from stuff that's really more dense. And you do have an RA4 down the road as well, past Traymore Park. Yeah, I think it fits in here with the R20 and R15 across the street. So I think everybody's kind of saying RA5 instead of RA6. Well, and I think this is one that we really need to look at holding and just giving some direction because the plan's so far off. We aren't even close to a plan that we've seen and gone over and that. So, and I have talked to Kevin before. Obviously, he'd like us to approve what he's presented. I don't hear any support up here for that, but I think in the absence of whether we do a hold or a denial, he'd prefer a hold. Oh, you want a denial?
Kevin, come up just a
Okay.
second. Let's just
Because that's
discuss that
different
just
than
a
what
little
we
bit.
discussed
If we
before.
recommend a straight RA5, is your client going to go along with that and come back with a plan? Or are we wasting our time?
If it's held, we don't have the ability to come back with a different plan. This is the proposal. This is our proposal. So
Okay.
if it's something that you don't support, then I can understand why. I've gone over that. If you support an RA5 with no variances, then we welcome that recommendation and do the best we can with it. But where we are for multiple reasons, a lot of times you have contractual terms and timeframes that we have to work within that aren't your issue, but it is when you are asking if it a hold. And I'm not trying to be difficult, but we had an extra month built in because of the no hearings in January. So I don't have a different proposal. I don't have an RA5 proposal to
Holding is
bring.
not going to accomplish anything then.
You'll see the same proposal.
No,
That's
holding's not going to work. You're not going to
Okay.
get any closer to
Now,
RA5.
if we recommend that you bring an RA5 to the Board of Commissioners with no variances, will you do that?
I can't commit to that because that would require some additional things, but I don't have, no, I don't know that I can't commit to that certainly. What you're talking about is, a further 20 to 25% reduction.
That's a no.
That's a no. So it's whether we recommend denial or whether we recommend, staff had recommended an RA5. Yeah.
It's a grave, not a
It's
cemetery.
one
Grave,
small
but-
grave site, and it is a.
But we don't
cemetery.
know where it is. We don't know if it's in the middle of one of these roads that's proposed or, or what the case is, so. Well, I would want it.
No, you can resolve
Doesn't
that at plan
have to
review
be, but it,
if it gets that far. Right,
but
yeah.
I'd want to see a plan.
Helga's gonna demand her 50-foot buffer.
Well, no. I think she'd rather us have that relocated to where he can be with his Civil War brothers. But that's
Is that kind of what you're hoping to accomplish
It's
on
not
that?
considered a
Ultimately,
cemetery,
yes.
so I'm not sure
Okay.
how that would
And is
work.
that something you've done on other zonings with
it's not
them?
that, I
Okay.
mean, it's expensive, but not for one. It can be handled, yes.
Okay. Okay.
It's much larger
That's
than
really
one.
the
That's right.
question.
We can always, if we think RA5 is really better and that's what staff's
Right.
recommending, we can always just deny it. And between now and BOC
Sure.
time, you can go to the commissioners
message-
and talk to them and see what you can compromise. I'm for RA5 or denial, and that's all I have to say.
Okay. Now, let's see. I sent you an email with a lot of notes about the stipulation letter.
Correct.
Are you, I know a few of them you're probably not good with because it gets to there, but for the most part, the garages, the 50% brick or stone, I can go through them all if you want. Or,
That's completely up to you.
okay,
Our stipulations go with the 93 lots. After that, we don't have any stipulations to propose.
okay. Okay, so we don't really have a stip letter to go with an RA5 is what we get to, so, okay. Well, I think we've probably come to a determination that we should just recommend denial of this. Okay. That's, right, I will. Yep, will do. Okay, thanks, Kevin. Okay, I'll make a motion that we recommend denial of Z117.
Okay, we have a motion for denial. Do we have a second? Okay, Skip has the second. Any further discussion? Okay, let's call for the vote. So that is denied 5-0. Kind of a tough one, Kevin. Good luck. I hope you
Okay.
work something
I
out.
don't take it personal.
Okay.
It's okay.
We still like
It's
you.
your recommendation.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson, move right along.
Rezoning case Z119 of 2016, Mayweather Enterprise. Request a rezoning from GC and R20 to NRC for the purpose of a convenience store fuel sales or with a fuel station in land lot 85 of the 17th district. Property is located on the northwest side of Pat Mill Road and Lorraine Drive. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for rezoning case Z119 of 2016, Mayweather Enterprise? Is there anyone here opposed?
Mr. Sam Battle, not here? Not here.
Well,
Well,
I was going to say, I have been trying to reach out to this applicant through a number of phone calls, emails. I haven't had any response. I've sent him the staff recommendations, which was for denial. I agree with the staff recommendations. I
So
was
do
going
I.
to give him some thoughts that maybe he could tear down about half the shopping center and come up with a better plan. But yeah, based on everything, I make a motion that we recommend denial of Z119.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, please register your vote. Call for the vote. Denied 5-0. We're on a roll now, folks. Okay, what's next?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z1, Jackie Payne, request rezoning from R30 to LI for the purpose of a warehouse with an office in land lot 1051 of the 19th district. Property is located on the south side of Ogilvy Road, east of Lewis Road. Is the applicant present? The director show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed? Rezoning case Z1. Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All
Okay.
those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thank you for your patience. Are you Miss Payne?
I am.
Okay, give us your name for the record
My name's Jackie Payne.
and tell us what you'd like us to know.
I own the property at 4331 Oglesby Road, and I would like to turn it into, I have a small, it was a house. Now I'm trying to turn it into an office. I have a construction business, and I would like to have a small office with a metal building to put supplies there.
We don't normally do this, but John, why is this not a LUP?
It's an industrial compatible area or a light.
It's light industrial. You don't live at the home?
Excuse
You
me?
you don't live at the home?
No.
Okay, I got you. Okay, You have plenty of time here. Tell us a little bit about your business, exactly how you'd use the home, any changes you might make to the home, paving, renovation, any of that. We need to know all of that.
The home was just office, like 3 small offices inside, like when people order brick, stone. We have a masonry business where we do driveways and build some houses with brick, block, stone. We plan on putting a dual driveway on the right side of the house and a fence around the house with buffers on the part where the residential part is on the left side of the house. And the metal building are just for storage for our bricks and stones and blocks. 50 by 8 metal building.
Okay.
It'd just be a very small office. It's really not gonna be used for people to come and go. It's just for us to come and get our material, do our invoices or whatever, and that's it.
Number of employees?
We have 2 employees.
2, okay.
We keep our Bobcat and our company trucks there and stuff.
Okay, so some equipment.
Some equipment,
Okay,
yes,
I
sir.
got you. Anything else?
No,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
Let's hear from the opposition.
My name is Thomas Killingsworth. I own the property adjacent to the Lay's property. I have a small house there. The lots are not very large. That was my main concern, is it possible to put a warehouse, an office building, and enough parking space, to come and go, to pick up this stone and concrete and other stuff that they're going to store there. I had no idea what size the warehouse was going to be. I'd imagined a pretty large one. And we're so close to the property line. I'm not even sure that the house that's already there is a full 10 feet away from my property line. So I'm only about 25, 30 feet away from that house. So there definitely needs to be a barrier, I would think, if it is allowed. And I just don't see the possibility, since the whole lot is only about 3/4 of an acre, and the rear part of the property has a stream that runs down into the creek, and it also rises very steeply. And so only about half of that 3/4 acre is actually usable. I'm just wondering if it's possible, unless she's got a very small warehouse, to fit that in there. And of course, I hadn't discussed it with her. I have no idea how large an operation she has or anything. But I'm just concerned about the possibility of actually fitting all of that in there, as well as it being industrial rather than residential. I would much rather the house be renovated and occupied by a family, because I think it's properly a residential area, sort of a kind of like farmland residential, it's very spread out.
Right.
It's R30. I don't think it's even that dense. Very spread out part of Oglesby Road, this side of Oglesby Road.
Right.
Okay, that's about all I
Good.
had to say.
Thank you, Thomas, very much.
Did you want to say?
Anyone else wishing to speak to Z1? Yeah, come on up. Just give us your name.
Mary Lou Killingsworth. My husband and I own the property jointly. And the comment I had to make was the property has been for residential for, well, we've owned the property probably 20 years. And I just don't think it's appropriate for a business to be sitting so close to my residence. As my husband said, it doesn't seem to have, the house right now, the unrenovated house is very close to our line. And it doesn't look like there's enough room, enough space to put a warehouse. And I think it would ruin the area too, certainly next door to me. I don't want to have that.
Okay.
That's about
Good.
that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We have some time left. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z1? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this group. Galt, I believe this one's yours, so don't go away. This is in District 4, so Mr. Porter will also lead our discussion on this one.
Okay, sorry to walk away for a second. I've asked that they put up a revised site plan so that we can see where the warehouse building would be. It's proposed to be 4,000 square feet. Originally, they were going, and it's this rectangular box at the back, leading up to it, I believe's driveway. But the rectangular box that would be there, that originally they wanted to put it back further, but it interfered, the stream buffer and the floodplain interfered with it. So they had to pull it up closer to the house because of, those issues. So this is the most current site plan. Want to call attention to a couple things. One, up in the upper, I guess, left-hand corner on what we're looking says asphalt and concrete. That's the current driveway and parking. That would have to be removed. And they're going to put a driveway on the other side of the house that you see drawn in here with the blue ink. To pull things away from the house. The other thing is they do have more than 10 feet to the property line from this survey. And one of the requirements would be for them to put a buffer, a 10-foot wide buffer. And that would be plantings designed to screen. And they'll have to submit a plan that the county arborist would go over saying this is the kind of, yes, these are the appropriate kind of buffers and that. And in addition to that, inside that buffer, an 8-foot privacy fence so that we try and mitigate anything over to the Killingsworth property. So we're moving the driveway and the entrance to the other side of their property, putting a buffer. Now, I was going to propose that the buffer start at the kind of front, what we would call setback, but kind of at the front building line of the house, then run back. That way it doesn't go all the way to the road. Just for aesthetics purposes, I don't think it would look good having a fence and that tall buffer all the way up to the road. And then because most of the rear of the lot's not being used by either party, either them or the other side, that the buffer just go down to the county required 75-foot impervious buffer from the stream, which would take it, I don't know, a little less than halfway down the lot. But the rear is all kind of wooded and unused, and you have the stream that they don't intend to cross, correct? And that, so it just didn't seem necessary to plant a buffer all the way back when it's wooded back there anyway. It does. They're asking for a variance on that to $32,788. So Yeah. Yeah, and there is a point that you'll have to meet the, American with Disabilities Act code, to enter the house and that kind of thing, because then it becomes a commercial space. So I want to make sure you're aware of that. This area over here has been designated as an industrial area in the future, primarily because it's so much floodland. This whole area down here had a lot of severe flooding back in '09 when the flooding came in. And it's really not desirable to keep or expand residential uses there because of it's so low-lying and floodplain in that area. And I think that's the reason for the designation. And also, just to the south of this are the big rail yards in Austell.
Right. I want to be sure I understand. You're talking about a fence and a privacy fence, I assume, and a planted buffer.
Right.
The fence to begin 10 or 15 feet from Oglesby back to align with the front of the house.
Right.
And then how far back will it go?
It will go back to the stream buffer and
Which is really pretty close to the back of their proposed 4,000 square foot building.
It is.
So really
It
to the
is.
back of the building would be
Yeah.
roughly. Okay, so,
Yeah.
and the planted buffer would be on which side of the fence?
That would be on the planted buffer would be, it would be buffer along the property line, fence, and then
Okay.
house and everything else in there, so that from the Killingsworth property, they would see the nice buffer with the fence behind it. And as that buffer fills in more, they probably won't see the fence over time. But, yeah,
Yeah, they'll have to maintain
Yeah.
all of that.
right. That's our site plan.
Well, that's
That drawn area in front of the buildings,
See that
the
little
paved
swoop? That's
parking.
We normally
Right.
have a 15-page letter normally.
True.
We're taking a building that looks like this and trying to.
Yeah. And if you look at that building, and I don't know, does your picture you're looking at there have stonework on it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does on the corners.
Yeah, it is. Okay, that's one Skip took when he was out there then, and I have them with stonework too. So what happened, and correct me if I'm wrong, they started working on the property and building inspections got you and said you have to have a permit, and that. Okay, why don't you come back up?
Yeah,
and
come on back
explain
up. We
it to
can't
us,
take any
okay?
testimony from there. Why don't we, let's put this up on the screen, this picture. I did see in your original application that you were going to do some remodeling or renovation
Yes,
to
sir,
that
we
building.
was gonna make it a house. We were gonna move to the house, but then we decided that wasn't a good idea.
What are,
'Cause
what are you gonna do to that house now? What's your intention?
making an office.
I know,
just-
but I mean, what are you gonna do to it? You're gonna just paint it and, what do you, any,
It's stucco it. We're gonna stucco it and put stone up around it.
okay.
Give it a design that we are kind of favorable for, our stone and brickwork.
Is the building we see to the right there? I haven't been out and looked at
That's
this
the other
one.
house.
Is
That's
that the
the
other
other- That's the
house? So it's
Killian
really
Roost
close.
house.
Yes, sir.
It's
really
fairly
close.
close.
Okay, and Mary Lou and Thomas, you guys live in that area? Is that your house? I know it's your house. Do you live there?
They rent the house
Okay, you rent
out.
it out, okay.
Yeah, and I
All
did
right.
speak to the renter
Where will
when I
your
was there.
equipment be stored? Will it be kept inside the warehouse building?
Most of it, except the Bobcat and stuff, it'll be like beside of it,
Okay,
you know.
so a Bobcat, probably a truck.
Trailer.
A trailer, probably what pulls the trailer? You gotta have a truck to pull the trailer?
Well, we use the truck daily. I
Okay.
mean, it goes home with us.
Okay,
It's not something we'd store there.
and,
Outside storage.
Not there, no, just the warehouse is where we're gonna store the equipment and the,
So no stone, no nothing.
not outside, it'll be inside the warehouse. That's why we wanna put the warehouse there, because when we started the house, we started putting, the electrical stuff, and somebody come in the house and took everything. So that's why we thought it wasn't gonna be a good idea to live there. And, you know, once they gutted it out again for us, we decided maybe we just need to put our business there.
Yeah, it's in a industrial compatible area. Any comment, John? Oh, it looked like you might have a comment.
Could be attractive, right? Is there a shed behind this house?
No, it's going to be down. That little
Right,
part
I was
that's connected to the house, it's
Yeah.
coming down.
That's coming down.
Yeah, that's gonna be like where I park at when I go over there and do the invoices and stuff. It'll be like a concrete place right there, and we'll put the handicap where you can get in and out. if you
So
need
that
to.
would be right in here.
Like the main entrance inside.
Yeah, now, with the understanding, we're closing the driveway on that side of the house.
That's correct.
So you're not
Yeah, on the
gonna
other side.
really be able to park there because we don't have
No,
a
in the
driveway
back.
on the site plan.
In the back.
Oh, in back, okay.
Yes, when you go down the driveway in the back where that shed looks
Okay.
like it is, that'll be gone, and that'll be like a parking place right
Okay.
there for me to park.
Okay. I want to make sure I understood what you were saying. I
Yes, sir.
was-
We're taking the concrete slab and that asphalt on that side away. And that'll be where the fence and the buffer goes, and the sidewalk that
So-
the DOT wants a sidewalk in the front.
If you clean this up, if you clean up the area and do what you say you're gonna do, it would be an improvement to the area.
Yes, sir.
And I would think that your next door neighbors might like that if you do a good job on it.
I'm sure we'll do a good job.
And
We
I-
do very good work.
And I was going to ask for a landscaping plan to be approved by the district commissioner and county arborist for the front for beautification just around the house and that, so that we make sure we get some landscaping so it has a good look. Also, any commercial vehicle parking would be to the rear of the house and inside a fenced area that also has landscaping in front of the fencing to
buffer.
soften the
Yes, sir.
fence, other than I wasn't gonna require landscaping to the fence that goes to the rear of the property. But if there's fencing up front, other than for gates, obviously, that you see from the road, fencing you see from the road for it to be landscaped in front of the fencing so that you don't see it. And that also gives more buffering to the neighbors to, so they're not seeing commercial vehicles. You probably want to have your commercial vehicle locked in a fence anyway.
Yes, sir. All my
So-
equipment and everything, yes, sir.
Fixing this up pavement would stabilize this area.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If we got a nice landscaping to it, buffer to the neighbors so that hopefully they aren't impacted. And you've only applied for Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So you're not going to be there at nights or weekends or anything.
No,
Those are going to be the restricted hours that, on it.
We did put Saturday, because we do work a half a day
Okay.
on Saturday.
Okay, let me make sure if staff, okay, it does say through Saturday.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry. I knew staff had put it in their comments. And
Yeah, we,
I was going off of that.
The storms are moving.
Okay. I'm wondering,
yeah, and it's my birthday.
I'd like to ask one of the Killingsworths to come back up just to, what you think of what we were saying and that. I'd just like to make sure they understand what we're talking
over
about.
on our side, that's a carport. So she's
Right.
not gonna park on that. If that was removed, that part of the building, that would give you a nice big buffer zone. And if all the parking's on the other side, I would have less objection to them going in and out on the other side than my side. And it looks like that's, as I recall, there's nothing there. It's just, it was a parking area, a carport. Which,
Okay.
they could remove some of the roof and give them a nice big buffer area.
And
put up their
possibly
fence and all.
enclose that.
Change the whole roof line.
You're gonna take down that carport?
Yeah.
That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
y'all talk to us. Don't talk to
Yeah,
each
if you
other,
get rid of
talk
the
to us.
carport, you get a lot more
Thomas.
buffer space.
Thomas, talk to us, don't talk to each other out there. Thomas,
not
do
in
you
great
like the idea of the fence and the planted buffer?
Right, as long as there's a buffer, and, I was just, when they said warehouse, I was thinking hundreds of square feet. There's no room on
4,000
that
square
lot
feet is not
for
really
that.
small, but it's not huge either. And so,
As
and it
long
would
as
be,
you
the
can-
drive would be on the other
and
side
then there's
from your
buffer,
house. That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If she
Okay.
takes that
Okay.
carport out, we'll have a nice buffer.
Good enough. I think we can, put together a motion out of this, if I can find my notes for the motion.
Take us 20
They're
minutes to
here
do that.
somewhere. Where did I? Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll try and put it back on. There's my notes.
What's that mean?
Okay. Let me. We're up here kidding Christie about she wouldn't want to miss this and have a nice, easy day her last day. Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we recommend approval of Z1, subject to all the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. The site plan received February 6, 2017, and shown today in the hearing. Contractor office, warehouse, and storage uses only with associated parking of vehicles for these uses. No outdoor storage except within the fenced screened commercial parking vehicle area. New warehouse to be a maximum of 4,000 square feet. No accessory structures, that means no sheds or anything else like that. I'm going to add removal of the carport on the western side of the dwelling. The existing driveway and parking indicated on the site plan as asphalt and concrete near the northwest corner of the property to be removed and the driveway location closed. Area to be landscaped with grass or landscaping. 10-foot buffer along the eastern property line from the front setback of the house. That means the front building of the house. To the beginning of the required county stream buffer. That's 75 foot from the stream. An 8-foot privacy fence to be placed inside the buffer such that the fence is between the buffer and the rest of the property to the east. And then we're going to strike the staff recommendation relative to a 10-foot fence instead of a buffer. We're also going to remove the variance of a 10-foot fence instead of an 8-foot fence. So 8 foot's the height of the fence. No vehicle parking in front of the front setback of the house. No commercial vehicle parking to be in front of the rear of the existing house. Parking of commercial vehicles to be screened from view with both fencing of at least 8 or 6 feet in height and landscaping in front of the fencing. The purpose of landscaping is to soften the look of the fencing, not necessarily obscure it. And no landscaping required at the southernmost fence that faces the rear of the property. Landscaping to be provided to the front of the existing house for beautification. I think I'll just strike that because I think it's back far enough. A unified plan is to be submitted for all landscaping, buffering, and fencing. The county arborist to approve all landscaping and buffering plans with the district commissioner having final approval of all landscaping, buffering, and fencing plans. Any outdoor lighting to be environmentally sensitive to ensure light is not cast upon adjacent properties or nearby properties. All driveway and parking areas in front of the rear of the existing house to be hardened surfaces. That means paved, essentially. District commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall square footage of the buildings, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer, cause a relocation of a structure closer to the property line of an adjacent property that is zoned the same or in a more restrictive zoning, increase the height of the building that is adjacent to property that is zoned the same or more restrictive zoning, change, that one doesn't really apply, change or is in conflict with an express stipulation in this zoning, or requires a variance or violates Cobb County ordinance. So, and also inclusion on the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
And happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Please register your vote. That's approved 5-0. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break so we can stretch. And so we can find a restaurant. going to jump right back into it. Mr. Peterson, what's our next case, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Rezoning case Z3, R. Dasani ENT LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to NRC for the purpose of a convenience market with fuel sales and a restaurant in land lot 352 of the 17th District. Property is located on the southeast corner of Atlanta Road and Old Concord Road. The applicant is present. Earlier, there's one person here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
You can just start. Well, somebody walked off with my pen, I guess. Okay, I have another one. Mr. Rosen, we're glad to see a new face up here.
I'm happy to be here.
Whenever you're ready, sir, go ahead.
Almost evening, but good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, I'm Adam Rosen of the law firm Sam Sark Huff and Valley, here this afternoon on behalf of your applicant in Z3 Argisani Enterprises LLC. What you're looking at with our first slide here is a rendering of our proposed use here. Property located at the corner and intersection of Atlanta Road and Old Concord Road. Our site is the undeveloped property that encompasses that corner piece. The application seeks to rezone this a little bit over 1.5 acre tract for the purposes of a convenience store with food sales and a restaurant component. Original application was a request to rezone to NRC after discussion with staff and analysis of compatibility with the future land use plan. The applicant is agreeable to staff's recommendation to delete to TS instead of NRC, which will be compatible with the future land use plan and allow for our proposed use as well. Future land use here, as you see, industrial compatible lined entirely along Atlanta Road. TCU, a transportation communication utilities across the street. What you're seeing across the street is part of Dobbins and the industrial park that is across Atlanta Road. And then to the west of our property, the low-density residential on the other side. The current zoning of the property is R20. The other properties along and within Atlanta Road, across Atlanta Road, heavy industrial, of course, the Dobbins and Industrial Park, lining to the south and north of our property along Atlanta Road, a mixture of other retail, community retail, general commercial, other light industrial, so other commercial and industrial uses. So certainly property being along and within the path of the commercial industrial development that you would expect and that currently is on Atlanta Road. This is a view looking from Old Concord Road back at Atlanta Road towards the Dobbins and Industrial Park area. To the right is the corner of our site, and that's the undeveloped nature that it sits in now. That corner is the top portion of our site plan that you see here at the intersection of Atlanta Road and Old Concord Road. This site plan is a revised version from the original application. Was included with the most recent stipulation letter of February the 3rd. There were a couple right behind each other at the end of last week, so the most recent being February 3rd. This is the plan that was included in there. Some of the things that were revised, reconfigured the entrance points to meet DOT's recommendations, reconfigured the property so it would meet the required setbacks. We moved the detention and some parking to increase the buffer to the best that we could along the residential portion of the property. To the south is a commercial use on the eastern southern portion of the property, and then the western, that smaller piece is residential, so that buffer does cover the residential adjoining area. And so we reconfigured that to add more buffer and to kind of reconfigure the dumpster to fit that in to the best that we could with the site. Of course, in the middle of the site, you see the fueling centers, convenience store use, and the proposed restaurant on the eastern portion of the building for a total of a little over 5,000 square feet overall. From this closer aerial, you can see again the undeveloped nature of the property. You can see how this site plan will fit in this footprint, of course, with the buffer area remaining the heavily existing mature landscaping. You can see the two tracks to the south of our property, the commercial use, of course, on the eastern side, and then what is currently residential use on the western side to our south. That's the property to the south that's currently residential. You can see it on both sides, owned by the same owner. We expect will not remain residential for the expected future, but still our plan recognizing that residential property, so it includes the buffer to protect those uses. This is the property looking at Atlanta Road, also to the south of us from its street view. A couple of the high points from the revised stipulation letter, of course, increase the buffer adjoining residential. There are a number of specifically prohibited uses within that stipulation letter. We do exceed the required minimum parking spaces, and originally there was a concern that we wouldn't be able to meet the 8-foot landscape enhancement strip just with the size of the site, but that was originally a variance that was requested, was no longer necessary once we relooked at the plan. So we will include that landscape enhancement strip, and then we added in landscaping, you see just the note of it, the northern section of the property along the intersection with Old Concord and Atlanta Road. So that was a variance that was no longer necessary. Dumpster collection to code as required, including the collection hours that are required by that code, but with the addition in our stipulation letter that the dumpster enclosures will remain closed at all times, that they're not being accessed. So because of the positioning of that dumpster to get some more buffering, it will face towards Old Concord Road. So to make sure that we can protect the visibility there, that stipulation was added as well. Our regular hours, regular daily operations, we have minimal number of employees in the stores at any one time. Of course, the proposed use convenience store with fuel sales and the restaurant component. The hours proposed for the convenience store are 24 hours a day. That's to serve the customer base, but that's also a function of what is seen as for security purposes, to remain open 24 hours, to remain lit for 24 hours, to remain having an employee there 24 hours. You might think the opposite would be true, but found that having it open and operating is better for security purposes, and ultimately will be better for security purposes for the residential area, and to add to what has seen a lack of development in this area of Atlanta Road. So we think that will be an asset and a good function for this area. And then the restaurant component will be limited to more regular restaurant hours. This is a little of an expanded view of the zonings just along Atlanta Road to give you a better picture of where we are. Of course, South Cobb Drive to the west, but showing you the pattern of the industrial commercial development all along our section of Atlanta Road. So with the application, we believe that we'll be adding to a need for fueling for restaurant components in this area along Atlanta Road. Just kind of looking at a couple of different examples. You look at fuel centers in the area, you see 0.2 miles between one and another store. In this case, we're over half a mile from the nearest convenience store with fuel sales to our north, further up Atlanta Road with the Chevron there, and then going south down Atlanta Road all the way down to Windy Hill before you have another C-store with fuel sales. So it's definitely a need for this area with the proposed renderings that will be subject to district commissioner approval. We believe it will be aesthetically pleasing and certainly an improvement for this area. That with the landscaping will be something that can really be an improvement from an aesthetic perspective and something that's needed in this area. Of course, this application was recommended for approval by staff, was on your consent agenda this morning. We've spoken with Ms. Koch, who I believe is here this afternoon to address the board as well. I think she had some general concerns about the nature and the character of the area, something that we can certainly sympathize with. I think we will address a lot of those. There's been some homeless concerns and some other just general dilapidation of the area, partly probably on some of our undeveloped property, and of course that will be gone once this and if this application is approved. So I think those general concerns about the use in the area will be addressed, and I think that it's certainly appropriate for the character of this area along Atlanta Road. So with that, we ask that you follow your staff's recommendation and recommend this application for approval to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. Let's hear from the opposition at this time, please.
Hello.
Hello. Give us your name.
My name's Kim Koch.
Okay, Kim.
I've lived on Atlanta Road pretty much most of my life from West Paces to where I'm at now. I've been in my house 25 years. I actually have a little jump drive. I saw the signs and I just got the thing in the mail Saturday, post gets slow down where I'm at. Some of my concerns are, back years ago, before my property was even for sale, we were approached by Quick Trip and Waffle House, me and my neighbor. And at the time, our property, we had no even idea to sell it. And at that time, we were told there was actually, it was an air installation compatible use zone. And it was denied. So when the road got widened and became 5 lanes, they created what they call the red light district that I live in. So when you come down Atlanta Road, there are actually red lights on top of telephone poles that show you where the air patterns come out from Dobbins. I actually did see the C-130 go down, standing in my yard. I heard it banked, went over Miss Price's, banked hard left, and sailed across the hangar barely and actually came down and did a big cloud. The first day Windy Hill Road was open, I got to see the little fighter plane crash into the apartments. It was actually a ball of flame that went by me. One of my friends worked for dispatcher for Cobb County at the time, and she was driving me down the road, showing me the new road when the plane flew over us and crashed. That being said, also, one of my things, does this meet land use compatibility guidelines to date? That's just one of my curiosities in this, as to all of us moving forward in that area. It's actually 0.5 miles to the Chevron station from my driveway, which is on the other side of where all the stuff was on the canopy of trees. It's exactly 0.5 miles to that Chevron, and it's 1 mile to the Quick Trip at South Cobb Drive and Austell Road. The Chevron is not a 24-hour establishment because of police response incidences and stuff. It was in the beginning, and it now is not. Also, let's see, and forgive me, I just did this today. So some of my worries are, the property is higher than the surrounding areas. I know there's going to be a detention area pond, but when the road was widened, my front yard used to be flat. I have a hill in it now. So it did cause some water movement changes that were pretty substantial that we had to address after the widening of the road. My other thoughts are, there's going to be some buffer limits that are going to be impeded on a bit. And there is a residential area. They just did some Habitat for Humanity homes on Barber Road, which where the property is, where it comes out at the triangle, because they moved the old Concord, they made a different cut when they widened the road, because there were horrible wrecks there. I used to hear them. They were bad. Now people just pretty much get rear-ended there, because there's that detention pond that sits next to the Habitat home, and the visibility at that red light is horrendous. You really have to be the first car and make the right on red, and if you come out at that light, you're going to be sitting there for a while. Because, there's one car, that's all you can do. Let's see. Again, closeness to residential area, because in my pictures I'll be showing, it'll show you kind of how close it really is. I mean, to talk about it, it's not that, it's pretty close when you're actually standing there. My other concern is transient people. We get a lot of train hoppers, you know, that woods was actually, at one time, that tire place was a day labor, and the people were sleeping in the woods. They were being thrown beds and sleeping in those woods. So, you know, that's been a concern. I mean, I'd love to see an improvement. There's coyotes that live in there from time to time now, too. They just did the DNR, caught 38 coyotes because I found a raccoon that was actually distemper positive. So the DNR decided to trap some stuff, and I did it really quietly and just got it done. My biggest concern is the visibility, not just for myself, but for my neighborhood, and safety issues, and just, you know, people are going to see us more and just, you know, give us more of it for violent things to happen and theft to happen. There's a big construction company, and we kind of look after each other. You know, they look after me, I look after them, and I'm thankful that they do their moving around mostly in the mornings. And then, you know, in the evenings, it kind of quiets down, even though there's a lot of noise down in that corridor. I love the trains. One of my other concerns is the trash on the roadway. The corridor itself gets a lot of trash, but really where the Halpern was built after Belmont was down and they did the Halpern, and then where the Chevron is, the trash is like 2/3 more than the other parts of Atlanta Road corridor when you come down through there, because what blows off from the properties that are commercial properties that are operating businesses. You know, another issue is the DOT impact. I know y'all are addressing that, but when you're coming south on Atlanta Road, even during like when rush hours going the opposite way, because traffic is really starting to go both directions down there through there now. That red light at Old Concord, when people start making the rights and me trying to get in my driveway, I can honestly say in 25 years, I've had 3 people rear-ended getting in my driveway. We've only had 2 cars in the yard. One just recently went through Bernhardt, and totaled a couple of his vans. So I mean, it's entertaining. I love it. It's my little bit of country in the city. That's the way I look at it, because I got a setback that's far enough that, you know, I can kind of live like country folk. Another issue is Georgia Power is right on the other side of the detention pond. There's actually Georgia Power. Well, there's a house by the detention pond. Then there's Georgia Power, and they have a lot of mobility of traffic that comes in and out with those big trucks. And all that being said, I guess just go to the pictures, and forgive me for talking so fast. Oh, okay. Well, could I kind of explain them? Thank you. This is actually looking over by Mr. Wilkerson's. Could you slow down a little bit? Sorry. I know it's been a long day for y'all. Yeah, that's actually the path. That's looking like from Mr. Wilkerson's toward where the property is on the left. You can kind of see the sign for the tire. And that truck right there is actually CSX. There's a little silver building that has like a solar panel on it. And CSX, they not only access that building a lot, which is almost directly across from my house, not quite, it's a little bit south of it. But, you know, they're constantly in and out of that. And they also drop their train engineers from time to time for the trains. And I just, you know, wonder about the impact to CSX with more people having visibility to what they're doing right there. You hit the next one. Again, that's just kind of looking, showing you that was around probably 3:45, looking again toward the lot where the trees and things are. And if you just one more time, and some of these are redundant, and I'm sorry. That was just looking at the lot itself, and it shows you like where the crosswalk is, and you can kind of see Barber Road coming into the intersection there. And then the detention pond is to the right. There's a residential house there on the left, and then right after it is the new Habitat home. And forgive me, I can't see. Thank you. This is actually, again, Barber Road. This is me standing on the property, well, actually at the right-of-way marker, looking, and that's the detention pond that's kind of grown up now, looking again at Barber Road, and the fire station is right down. They actually respond from that direction at times. It's on Barber Road, closer to South Cobb Drive. This is actually looking from Barber Road to the property, just to kind of give you an idea of how close the residence is to the property. And again, you know, the other house, and there's There's a church, we'll get to that in a minute, that's just not far from it either. And I didn't mean to do so many redundant ones. Again, that's just kind of showing the Habitat homes, the one on the left, and there's one on the right. I think there's a better picture of it. And they're just a few years old that are really close. And just click, I'm sorry. This is actually looking down the sidewalk. And if you look, if you'd zoom in just a little more.
Kim, you are out of time. You're going to need to summarize real quick for us,
Could you
please.
just click through real quick, because I want to show you how close the church is. That's the church, and I don't know how close it is, but
We go out and visit all these sites too, so we're real familiar with all this.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just, again, I wanted to make sure that everybody was really familiar with all this.
Right, I got you.
But you know, in closing, I just hope that, you know, these, you know, the air guidelines are met. I hope that, you know, you realize there's actually gas stations close. There's a church close by, and there's actually residences very close by. And there was actually one picture that wasn't on here that didn't get shown. It was just showing the Chevron, because they actually, at the Chevron, there are transit people that hang out during the daylight hours. The police pretty much keep them off at night after the business closes. They don't hang out there, but during the day, they are outside to the right of it where they're not even really visible from the store frontage. And with that, you know, when y'all move forward, if you would just take all that in consideration, it would be really appreciated.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we are out of time, so we're going to move away from the this portion and back to this body for discussion. This is Christie's, oddly enough. That's a surprise. I thought that would either be Galt's or mine, but.
Well, this is the new section of District 3. So over the break, I was telling Ms. Koch she should reach out to Commissioner Burrell in the next couple of weeks too, because I know she would appreciate the chance to make a connection with a resident in the area, since this is a new section or a new portion of District 3 moving forward. I'm glad that Ms. Koch was here to speak on behalf of the neighborhood and make us aware that someone in the area is paying attention to what's going on and is concerned about the area and having quality development, and a lot of the things that people who live close by know about are things that we would have no way of knowing without them sharing that. So I think it's important to have people who are willing to do that. And this residential area sometimes gets overlooked if you don't ever have a need to drive back there or drive through there. But so we sometimes forget Atlanta Road is mostly designated as an industrial compatible area, and the zoning map showed it's still zoned pretty much light industrial and a lot of old GC. This was probably one of the first paved roads in the county, so therefore some of the first commercial developments probably sprung up on Atlanta Road. And like in some other areas, we're dealing with the fact that some of the older things were developed before we had the standards that we have now. So we can only improve, I think, as we go forward. And Mr. Rosen's client worked with us over the last week to reduce the number of variances that they had requested and make sure that they did not take out any of the aesthetic or quality control features that have become part of the development standards and other guidelines for the area, like the 8-foot landscape strip along Atlanta Road. He also referenced a landscaped area that would be up near the corner of Old Concord. It may be helpful to get a little more detail on that between now and the Board of Commissioners meeting, so that people who are interested will understand more about how it's going to look. The architecture of the building is higher end than some of the previously developed commercial structures in the area. And again, as Adam explained, they went back and moved the detention pond just to restore as much of that buffer along the residential property as they could, understanding that it might likely change. But overall, I think the application will be an asset. In terms of security, we dealt with 24/7 businesses before and heard testimony to the fact that having businesses open and employees not being responsible for locking and leaving alone at night and leaving the place dark and that kind of thing has actually helped with security, but I'm sure it depends on the location. So this business owner may decide to modify that plan or do some things differently with security, lighting, and keeping a clean business with not many unobstructed or without many obstructed views will help as well with loitering and some of those kind of concerns. I will ask Ms. Koch, if you don't mind coming back up, I want to ask you just a couple of questions. In the meantime, one of the specific questions she had was whether or not this proposal is compatible with the land use plan. And according to the staff recommendations, it is. The area is designated for industrial compatible development, so this does fit in that category.
Even with the Lockheed
Yes.
laws?
And it is not, according to the planning comments, it's not in the airfield safety zone. So it's not in that area. But you mentioned visibility a good bit, and I want to make sure I understand that. Are you concerned about the removal of all these trees that now shield your neighborhood from the road? Or?
That, yes, because I just think, and again, because where they've opened it up down there at the Chevron, it just, and the trailer parks right there, that little Quick Mart, it has just like, you just see everything. You know what I'm saying? You just see the chickens, you see the people, you see who's shopping there, you see everything. So it's not only going to open up the visibility of the neighborhood that is behind me, but it's also going to open up visibility to myself.
And where do you live?
I'm actually on the other side where the tree canopy is, that little house, not where all the stuff is, but I'm at that long driveway that starts at Atlanta Road, where the cars are parked. And that's my house right there. You touched it with the cursor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So with that being there, it's just going to increase foot traffic in front of my house. I do get some foot traffic, but I'm going to get a lot more foot traffic. And I think it's going to increase foot traffic throughout the neighborhoods. And there's actually on Barber Road, there's like an old, I'm not exactly, it's something to do with Georgia Power, but like a lot of people tend to use that as a pathway to move through the neighborhood, is one thing that I do notice. So it's just going to open up more people just coming down that area. Because really, even with the light industrial zoning and everything that was going on in Smyrna and, all the things that were written and that I've read prior to what was going on with Cobb County, I just didn't visualize gas stations there because that's not really what I was told over the years. So, it was rather shocking to see that. And again, because they did put the red lights out and told us, because the last red light is actually on the other side of my property, this direction of it, that, they said that was actually the Lockheed variance. And they said that was the, where you can't do things because of Lockheed laws. And that's why they really marked it with the red lights. Okay. So, again, the red lights told me that it fell within Lockheed stipulations as well as Cobb County over the years. And then, just the foot traffic really, I think is just going to bring a whole nother vibe to the area. And I just think it's going to expose everybody there. I really just feel like that's going to be the biggest part of it is people are going to be drawn to an area that they kind of knew existed, but they didn't really because they were down in the other area. So it's going to pull what's going on down toward Austell Road closer to us instead of pulling Smyrna closer to us and the development that's going on that way. And I really envision Marietta and Smyrna kind of meeting in a positive way. And I'm just worried, with things developing that, I'm hoping that it's still going to be in a positive way.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I need to ask Mr. Rosen a couple of questions too. I do think overall, like I said, with the quality, the higher development standards that we have now, as well as some of the things that the applicant has already agreed to do, including the architectural elevations, I think this might, it could even be an instigator for other things in the area to improve and bring, as she was saying, what they like about Atlanta Road more to this area. But can you put the site plan up again and just talk to us a little bit, if you have more details about the landscaping, the 8-foot strip, but also the other area near Old Concord that you mentioned in your presentation?
So as far as specific details of what's proposed to be planning or anything like that, I may ask our engineer to speak to, but that strip is, starting, bordering the property, first of all, and starting, at the southwest side on Old Concord Road. You can see kind of that's a little bit over 8 feet running all along the side, and then it increases as you get closer to the intersection. And then I think is 12 or maybe 15 on the eastern side along Atlanta Road. So all of that, as is generally required by the code, is the 8-foot landscape enhancement strip. So that'll border the property. And then the idea is to include or add additional landscaping in all the other areas that you don't see building or parking or detention. So the main larger area is that front corner piece where it says landscape area, and that will be, kind of done throughout the property. Grassed and other landscaping features to help, shield in a good way, but like you said, not to provide any obstruction to view or to hurt it from a security perspective. If that answers your question.
It does. I was just thinking that may be something, since I know you're going to be meeting with Commissioner Burrell as well, that might be something that you all can talk about with Ms. Koch, or the county arborist or the engineer can work on ideas for beautification that wouldn't invite people to stay too long either. I know sometimes with some of our other applications for businesses like this, they'll include some kind of outdoor seating and different things, but that's not really what this area is looking for. So it's almost quite the opposite. If you can think of things that you can add to the design that would not encourage people to hang around, but rather come in, get the gas, get what you need, and move.
Sure.
That might be a different way to look at this type of development than we do some of the others.
Right.
There are
Sure.
business owners on South Cobb Drive, not far from this site, in fact, that had the same issue. They had people who were day laborers who were standing in front of their business. The Quick Trip that was mentioned by Ms. Koch is one of them. They used to do it there and then right down the street from that. That stopped when the business owners decided it had to stop. They called Cobb County Police. The police came out every morning and they ran those guys off and told them, don't come back. This is private property. And it cleaned it up. So the same thing can happen here if it becomes a problem. The same thing can happen down in Fair Oaks at that corner if that's a problem. If you just call Cobb County Police, they will take care of it.
Sure. And
Yeah.
we discussed that with Ms. Koch this morning. It's in our interest to do so.
Yeah.
And keep it in a way that's appealing for people to stop. And I think it'll help the competition for the area, for us to do it, and maybe the Chevron to the north will do it too.
Kind of sets
So,
the bar a little higher.
Right.
Okay.
And Christie's right. For years, folks in the Smyrna area and in the Marietta area have desired for this strip of land, which runs directly between Smyrna and Marietta, for all of these businesses to be improved, let's say. This is a vacant piece of land, as Ms. Koch indicated, but it's an attractive building, I think, and it will be an asset to the community if it's done as you projected here. And maybe it will have that halo effect of causing these other property owners to beautify, enhance, maybe sell their land to somebody that would do something nice. We really would like that.
Well, those are the only questions that I had, unless anybody else does. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion then. I'd like to recommend, or make a motion that we recommend approval for Z3, subject to the revised site plan and stip letter dated February 3rd, 2017, as well as all staff comments and recommendations were not in conflict. And we'll go ahead and keep it off consent still for the board.
A
a motion and a second for approval as Christie described the amended STIP letter. Any further discussion? Okay, please register your vote. Call for the vote. That's passed 5-0. Okay, thank you folks very much. John, what's next, please?
Rezoning case Z6, Sysim Pat Mel LLC, request rezoning from GC RM12 and to NRC for the purpose of a convenience store, fuel sales and retail in land lot 132 of the 17th district. The property is located on the southeast corner of Pat Mel Road and Fava Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z6? Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Peterson, if you could sound for the folks who may be in support of it as well, I'd appreciate it.
I got to show people here in support of rezoning application Z6. Got one. Okay, let the record show there's one person here in support.
Thanks, sir.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A long day for you guys, and appreciate your patience with all of us. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff and Valley, and today I represent Sysim Pat Mel LLC, the principal of which is Raul Giussani, who's the principal and the developer of the one that Adam Rosen just presented as well. So of course, we'll show it again in a minute, but we'll be following the same architectural style and composition as that building, so it's very, very attractive. I have with me today Mr. Ron Crump, who is our engineer, who's standing right there. And we also have, of course, Mr. Giussani, who is going to be the property owner and the developer. This was originally on the consent agenda. Quite candidly, during the pendency of the application, we do kind of beat the bushes for folks and to see if we can address and resolve concerns before we get here, and typically go around the perimeter of the property. And we've not run into any opposition, so I'll make certain that we address and resolve those, if not here today in the context of this, and certainly within the next 2 weeks before the Board of Commissioners. This is a 1.29 acre tract of land. This is shown on the site plan. You can see it's oriented right there at the south eastern portion of the intersection of Favor Road and Pat Mel Road. It is within an area that is denominated on the westernmost portion as general commercial. And that general commercial piece is an entitled, ongoing, grandfathered, car-centric, for lack of a better word, piece of property that, and I've got the son of the owner sitting right here, so I don't, tell him I'm not gonna mince words, but it looks horrendous. I mean, anyway, it could stay there forever, but he doesn't want to, and his dad doesn't, and of course, my client has some wonderful designs with respect to it, but it's just plain ugly. And then the other piece to the east is a piece that's zoned to RM12. And I'm thinking, I don't know this, but I'm thinking through urban legend and otherwise that it was a part of that subdivision to our south, Cobblestone. But it is less than 80,000 square feet. It's a standalone RM12, so it could not be developed by itself as it is without going through a rezoning. So we've got the 2 pieces as an assemblage for the overall piece. And it's in an area that's designated as multifamily, but clearly as a standalone, that doesn't work. We've established a great dialogue with the county's professional staff. You have a stipulation letter that reflects agreements that we've worked out with the staff, as contained in my January the 9th letter. The building itself is bifurcated into 2 portions. The overall building itself is 9,315 square feet, with the convenience store with fuel cells being 4,050 square feet, and with the associated retail constituting just a little over 5,000 square feet at 5,265 square feet. Now, we've done the parking to accommodate potential restaurant utilization of that. So I think with Adams on Atlanta and Old Concord, they did something similar, because we're not quite certain what the retail will be. It may be cut down into two separate pieces to accommodate two separate retail, or I see it being potentially a restaurant. We do know that the other component is going to be a convenience store with fuel sales. And you had one earlier today that the applicant, property owner, didn't show up on. That was, I think it was Z19 from 2016, and it's just right around the corner from this. The difference is that it was an owner of a shopping center that wanted to put two pumps outside and I guess retrofit a portion of the shopping center and maybe tear down the rest of it. The point is that this will serve the neighborhood. This will be aesthetically very pleasing in the way that it looks. And you hate to use cliches, but I'll use it anyway because y'all used it a minute ago. And that is that this is going to have a halo effect, we think, on this part of the county, and we're counting on that. The architectural style and composition will be just as I'll have asked David to put it up again, just so you can, as if you can't remember what Mr. Rosen just presented, but this is what it looks like. And of course, this is without the canopy and the fuel pumps, but you get an idea of what it looks like. And it's prototypical in terms of Mr. Giussani and the way that he approaches things, but it's a little smaller than the prototypical, your racetracks, your QTs that are all about 6,200 and some change. But it's perfect for this particular neighborhood and the uses that it will provide. The lighting on the site is going to be environmentally sensitive. The dumpsters will be shielded, of course. There'll be an enclosure around them. The DOT has asked for the voluntary donation and conveyance of right-of-way on both Pat Mill and Favor, 25 feet from the center line of both. You can see that the intersection, or rather the point of ingress and egress on Favor is not in a position so that we can really have full turning movements, so the turning movements there will be restricted in an abbreviated decel lane, whereas on Pat Mill, it's just the opposite, and we've got plenty of room there. No, it's the other way around. It's the other way around. It's Favor that is disadvantaged, but let's see, I appreciate it. In any event, we'll have exactly what DOT has provided within the staff analysis and staff recommendations in terms not only of voluntary donation, but also of tapers as well. This site will have underground detention and water quality on the site. It's a small site, and so we've provided for that. We're complying with the recommendations from the water system. I will tell you this, that there's a private water system to our south in the apartments. There's a little bit of topographical difference in getting to sewer on Pat Mill Road. So right now, Mr. Crump and his engineering firm is doing a study to determine what's the best way to go in concert with Mr. Davidson and the water system. There's a little-known International Fire Code regulation that Mr. Rock Toller, has asked us. I see he's left, but he's asked us to agree to. It's called emergency responder radio coverage, and you're going to be seeing that as a boilerplate stipulation from the fire department. So we've agreed to that. We'd like the district commissioner to be positioned to make minor modifications with respect to the site plan, the stipulations as we go through the plan review process. But we have some, no. He's still here. David's going to show you the additional stipulations and conditions which we have agreed to as a part of the rezoning, primarily as a result of the dialogue we've established with Mr. Porter, in whose district this is located. And you can see we elaborate a little more on the dumpster situation in terms of it having the rubber bumpers and to keep noise from occurring, and also the design of which will comply with the county ordinance and be subject to final review from the district commissioner in terms of its architectural style, and that'll comport with the building that you've seen. Hours of operation, this is not really a 24/7 part of the county, so the hours of operation will be from 6 a.m. until midnight. And then you also see that the district commissioner will approve the landscape plan. And there's a number of otherwise permitted uses that we've prohibited, and I think you've seen this list before in this part of the world and in other parts of the county. Pawn shops, automobile, truck sales and service, tire rims, you've seen the list. they're just not appropriate for the site as a principal or even an ancillary use. So we've agreed to preclude those. So with that being said, and with your staff having recommended approval and knowing how far we've exceeded time limits all day today, and we're just not going to do that here, we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation, and my client, our engineer, and I will be available at the appropriate time, Mr. Chairman.
Garvis, you're slipping. You always go over, but I appreciate it. Hey.
I think, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's hear from the opposition at this time, please.
Hello, my name is Mike Miller, and we own a property at 293 Pat Mill Road. It's Arrow Lakeside. We built and developed that in 1988, so we've been there 29 years. We've seen the area right there grow and change, and we're opposed of having a convenience store and retail shopping in that small parcel of land that's right there that they're proposing. We had also developed a strip shopping center on South Cobb Drive, and right after we sold that, within a month, the convenience store that was there, the clerk was shot and killed. We had just gotten out of it, and we were sorry to see it, but right after that happened, that strip shopping center kind of went downhill. The convenience store closed. We're concerned about there being a strip shopping center there, especially with a convenience store, because there's two convenience stores within 300 feet of each other in that same area. And right now, you can go up there and there's people hanging out. The residents that I have are young, small families, and they're concerned just to walk up to the corner at Favor Mart. That's the closest convenience store to us. And they're concerned, they get approached every single time they go up there by somebody trying to bum money from them. And then they're threatened when they don't give it to them. Having another convenience store closer to us, we're concerned that there's going to be that same problem, and it brings it even closer to us. I've gotten a report from the Cobb County Police Department from 2015, October 2015 to October 2016. And in that report, in the general area of this precinct 3, which is the police department, there was over 340 incident calls, anywhere from strong arm robberies to threats with guns to murder. And within the intersection of Austell Road and Pat Mill Road and Favor Road and Pat Mill Road, there was over 125 incidents that were severe that were called into the police. We are very concerned, I'm speaking for behalf of my residents, but we're very concerned about there to be a convenience store and the shopping center that's one driveway away from me. And my tenants, we had a meeting last week, my tenants are all opposed of it. They don't like it, they'd be concerned and scared for themselves to be even walking up the street. I don't think anybody in here would want to walk at night in that stretch of area just because of the people that do hang out there. The people that own Favor Mart or the employees that do work in there are afraid, and they're afraid to run the people off because of the threats that they get. The Favor Mart was robbed within a month ago was robbed. It broke through the front window and went in and robbed the place. It is a concern. As everybody knows, convenience stores are a high-risk business, and having that closer down towards us, we're very concerned that that would be considered to be developed. We don't need another convenience store. We don't need another strip shopping center. The strip shopping center at Austell and Pat Mill Road looked nice when it was first developed, but now it's gone downhill, and it's an eyesore now. And in fact, I even think some of the residents that were there, or some of the tenants that are there, have moved out. So we're just concerned about having the problem that is up towards the intersection of Austell and Pat Mel Road, having that brought further down towards us, and then also having our people having to walk by the people that are loitering outside this particular development. I don't know what kind of safety the concerns that they are going to address, but I don't think their employees are going to want to run the people off. These people are rough people, and it's just unsafe. So I hope that you guys turn down the recommendation for approval. I didn't hear about this until late, where I would have had some pictures and things to present as well, but I do hope that you turn it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else wishing to address Z6? Come on up.
Hello, my name is Gary Johnson. Thank you for staying so late, and thank Mr. Sams for notifying us. My wife and I own the Edinburgh Apartments, which is directly across Pat Mill from the proposed site. It's a senior community of 128 apartments, and we're opposed to the creation of another convenience store. I mean, the pictures, the renderings look beautiful. That would really make the site look better. But with the convenience store already right next to it, across the street, kitty corner, has been a source of perpetual problems with young men loitering, selling drugs, fighting. There was a shooting, as Mike mentioned, about a year and a half ago. And the owner is afraid to control that too. We're afraid that another convenience store is going to perpetuate that kind of a situation. We've worked with Cobb County Police for years and years, and they've been very helpful in many cases. We've even dedicated apartments for them to be able to watch the situation, and that's helped at times. My biggest concern, again, is another convenience store right across from us. So we'll have convenience stores on both streets across from us. And if this deteriorates to the kind of condition we've been struggling with for decades, 20 years at least, then I hope that you would turn it down for that purpose.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to address any issues related to Z6?
Mr. Chairman, Board, my name is David Trevino. I'm an attorney. I represent the property owner, Lubin Trevino. I'm also a resident of Cobb County. We're involved only in the aspect that we own the property, and they're going to be buying the property and developing the property. The structure that's there right now is a general mechanic shop that's been there over 60 years. So the property in that area does need improvement. With the proposals, they'll be taking both properties together and creating one good use for the property. We support the proposal. Your staff has supported the proposal. We believe that combining both properties and giving it the zoning that's being requested will enhance the neighborhood and improve the conditions for the neighborhood. So we ask that the board approve the application as presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Anyone else? We have a couple of minutes left. Anyone else wishing to address the Z6? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. Galt, I believe this is yours, sir. You want to handle our discussion, please?
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, this is a little bit of a tough case, and it's almost like we were talking about on the last case, where you need something to start spurring improvement in the area. This site, not exactly half, but the half to the west is zone general commercial. It was a gas station, the type that had mechanical work done and all of that, your traditional 1960s kind of gas station. And now they do primarily transmission repair and other automotive repair there. So it's a site that really needs some work. Now, they could open up a gas station there tomorrow and a convenience store without any approval from us, without building a new building, improving anything else. They could just say, hey, we want a gas station. We're going to convert this back to a gas station and open it up. So that's, something to consider, because it's probably not my favorite spot for a gas station, but I understand they can put a gas station there and they could just keep an older rundown building and not make a real improvement to the site, because they're not going to tear down that just to build a little new gas station in its place. So that's what makes this case kind of difficult. And they could run it 24 hours a day with their current zoning. They're coming before us because they want to add this other piece of land so that they can put a little bit more of a retail area and have a little bit more room for the gas pumps and that. And that's really where, you kind of get to the point of looking at it. If they want to put a store there, they can do it. They could open one tomorrow. Literally just go down and get the business license and go about doing it. And it wouldn't necessarily be an improvement to the neighborhood. So and as most of you probably know, the state of the current repair business there is not very attractive. There's some code violations that could be cleaned up, but a lot of stuff would just be able to stay there. Some of the storage and things laying around is not really allowed and should be cleaned up. But that's kind of the back and forth. There is no buffer to the residential apartments behind the current building. That wasn't required when it was built before. So they're grandfathered. They don't have to put in any kind of buffering, anything along that line. So that's, with me analyzing the case, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. Is we're not really allowing them to go in with something that they couldn't already do on the intense part that people are objecting to. They could do today with the existing building. Now, with other retail, maybe you'll get, some type of restaurant. You may get some type of sub shop, something. Who knows exactly what they're going to go in there. We have a list of things that can't go in there, and Mr. Sams showed that earlier. So from my way of thinking, it's better to allow an improvement, and let's hope that this, as we talked about in the last case, they call the Cobb police and keep people run off the site. I do know the site right down the street that was Z119, a block down. When I was there were people hanging out in the parking lot and all of the kinds of things that you're mentioning. I drive by this all the time. I didn't happen to come by it this morning, but I usually do. I actually went by the other site this morning, went up Old Concord to Atlanta Road. But I usually come either up Favor or that way to get here when we come for hearings and for other things. So, I'm familiar with both areas to a pretty good extent. And just my way of thinking, getting something nice and new there that will improve the area is better than keeping a rundown building that they could put what they want to put, minus the extra retail there anyway.
No, we've already closed that part of the hearing. I'm sorry. Unless he calls you back up. Okay.
You call it.
No,
Okay. I don't really think there's going to be anything substantially different. I will say that the plan does call for there to be buffers between the apartments, landscape buffers, so that you're not looking directly at the property. The dumpster that they proposed is in front of the building, which is why that additional stipulation we talked about with it matching the architecture of the building and having it looked at more is just because of its visible site, and there's really no place to put it behind the building in this particular case. Does anybody have any comments before I make a motion?
When I went out to look at this site, as we try to do with every site, I made the mistake, and I know it's a mistake now. I pulled into the parking lot on the adjacent corner of the location you're talking about, and there was a group of young men standing there. One of them did approach me, but I didn't give him a chance. I just rolled up the window and drove off. I went across the street into this site because it was a weekend. It wasn't open, so I pulled into that and watched and looked at this site. And lo and behold, the guy followed me across the street. And I don't know what he wanted because I left. This is a high crime area. This is an area that has a lot of rental homes, especially houses back in here. It has a lot of transient people moving into and out of this location. I was really surprised to see someone wanting to put this much money into a new building on this site in this neighborhood. I agree with what we heard from both Mike and Gary. It's a gamble, especially if it's not going to be open 24 hours a day, because as we heard earlier, sites that are open 24 hours are really safer, generally speaking, than ones that open and close at various hours. There are more opportunities for burglaries and more opportunities for people to be held up as they're coming and going and so forth. But I don't know. I have some real reservations about this. If this retail portion becomes a restaurant and they serve alcohol in there, if they try to put a bar in there, I don't think that's a good idea for this neighborhood. I just don't. I have real reservations about that.
Yeah, I've got some questions. I had a similar, I parked in the same parking lot across the corner there, across the street, and there were 3 or 4 guys who were on this property just sort of staring me down, and I wasn't there very long. What else could go here that would fit, that would make sense? Because this is just a piece of property that looks like it needs to be fixed. So that's one question. And another question is it really true that they could just reopen this as a gas station without going through some sort of hoops on getting permits and so forth?
Well,
It's
that's
zoned
John to
that way,
verify,
but
GC.
from a zoning point of
That's
view,
my
they could.
understanding.
But are there other constraints, other restrictions, regulations that might preclude that from just being reopened as a gas station? I'm just wondering
Right
if
now,
that's
it
really.
is grandfathered because it's zoned general commercial and a neighborhood activity center. So it would have to go through rezoning if it changed to a different use or if it redeveloped.
Good point. I didn't think of
If
that.
it stayed this, it could be this forever.
That's right.
So my
Would it
question
be-
really is, what else could it be?
Is it considered a different use if they went back to a full-service gas station from a repair shop right now? Would
Yeah,
you
because
consider
right now,
that different?
it's all auto repair right now.
Okay.
It's not a convenience store.
Okay. Good point. I didn't think about the fact that it could lose its grandfathering for that.
It
So,
does need help.
but they
though.
can stay automotive repair related for as long as they want to. That's kind of my thought.
I understand what they're talking about, the issue, but that's probably an issue that everybody faces in areas that are so run down like this. When it's redeveloped with new buildings, new people on the site, we don't know that it wouldn't get better.
Right.
That's that halo that Garvis is fond of.
There's not going to be, we'll agree to stipulation, no alcohol. If there's a restaurant, there's not going to be any alcohol, that type of restaurant. So, also, if you wanted 24/7, Mr. Porter and I talked, and we thought maybe there's a lot of residential here, maybe 6 to midnight would be better, but my client just told me, if you want 24/7, he'll do that. Obviously, that's what he wanted from the beginning.
Okay, I just worry about noise and things for the adjacent apartments. That's why I asked for it, at least be closed through the night, but.
Garvis, you talking serving of alcohol?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean,
Okay.
obviously, the C-store will have beer and wine.
That's fine, but
Yeah,
but if it's a restaurant, are you saying we could stipulate
Yes,
alcohol will not be poured?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Nor
That-
taken out or even,
No, I
not even in
understand, I
the
understand.
restaurant.
Well, okay, okay. Well, I feel better about that. And maybe Judy's right, and Galt is right, that if we do something nice on this corner, perhaps it will have an effect that will cause other nicer developments to occur up and down Pat Mel. I have my doubts, but it could happen.
But you can't just leave a site like this and hope that you can't leave a site like this and hope that all the things we've been talking about will go away, because they won't. But perhaps with new development, some of those things will go away.
Well, I mean, I was asking, is there another use, like, for example, self-storage? You know, wouldn't have the kind of activity that this potentially would. And that could be, I mean, nobody's proposing that, but I'm just thinking there may be some other
That's where the
ways.
drug dealers would hide their stuff.
This is 1.2 acres. I don't think we're going to have a self-storage unit on this site. It's too small. But I get your point.
Well, so, I still kind of view it as, it's a lot better than what's there, and it gives the neighborhood a chance. So, and I appreciate you saying no alcohol pouring sales. I'll add that on here as well, and let me go ahead and make a motion. Make a motion that we recommend approval of Z6, subject to all of the following: all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Letter of agreeable stipulations from Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated January 9th, 2017. Dumpster lids to contain rubber cushions to reduce noise. Dumpster enclosure designed to be complementary to the building architecture while meeting all development standards. Designed to be approved by the district commissioner. County arborist and district commissioner to approve landscape plan. Do we want to restrict hours or not? Okay,
Yeah, I don't-
okay, I'm
That
gonna
shouldn't
drop
be our
out
call.
the-
That's a business decision. We can't dictate
Okay.
that to them.
I'll leave it out. Okay, then the following uses will be prohibited. Pawn or titled pawn establishments, auto or truck sales, service, or storage, tire and rim sales or installation, gold or other precious metal buying and selling, tattoo parlors, adult novelty or bookstores, thrift stores, secondhand stores or flea markets, gun, knife, or weapon sales, liquor or package stores, check cashing establishments, and no pouring of alcohol. Well, that's,
If it is a
in
restaurant.
a restaurant.
If it is a restaurant.
Yeah, if there is a restaurant. Okay, and that's the motion.
Okay, can we get a second? Okay, any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. Okay, that passes 4-1. I have to read this into the record with me in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Porter.
Thank you. All right, John, what's next, please?
Rezoning case Z8, Racetrack Petroleum Incorporated. Request rezoning from NRC with stipulations to NRC with stipulations for the purpose of a convenience market with fuel sales in land lot 910 of the 16th district. The property is located at the northwest corner of Roswell Road and Old Canton Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z8? No one opposed?
I know there are people that want to speak, but they're not necessarily in opposition. They just want to share something with us. Ready, set, go.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Parks Huff, law firm of Sams Larkin Huff and Valley, and I can do this faster than Garvis did. This is a zoning for Racetrack, which, as you know, is a local company, headquarters right here in Cobb County. They're the third largest, excuse me, they were the second largest now. They were the third. Now they're the second largest privately held company in the state of Georgia. They're, a very big company throughout the southeast, but their headquarters are right here, and their corporate office employs many people around the Cumberland area. And this is a property that you're very familiar with. It's the Roswell Road at Old Canton. And it is catty corner to the Quick Trip convenience store that has been there for many years and that y'all recently handled a rezoning on for remodeling that store. The first question that's come up on this one is why another convenience store in this location, and that the intersection has some challenges in terms of traffic congestion. And the short answer and the correct answer is that now we have convenience gas at catty corner to each other, and that greatly improves traffic because you don't have to take a left to get to gas. And right now, if you're heading west from Johnson Ferry towards Marietta and you want to get gas, you have to turn left and then left in, and then you got to come back out and turn right and then take a left on Roswell Road. So all those left turning movements come up that intersection. So in actuality, this is a great opportunity to improve the functionality of that intersection with providing fueling at both corners. The other question has to do with some of our variances that we've asked for. And the first thing to consider is the fact that the property is currently, was, number one, a gas station, an old-style service station with service bays and canopy out front. And it has now been converted to a hand car wash operation with emission control, emission inspections and things like that. And so really the variances are actually often improvements to the existing conditions. And what I mean by that is, like in the front of the store, we're asking to reduce the front 8-foot strip, a landscape strip that's required along frontage, to 4 feet. And that sounds like we're asking for a variance that's going in the wrong direction, but actually that pavement, it goes over the right-of-way line. Right now, the pavement is 3 feet into the right-of-way. So we're going to recover the 3 feet that's in the right-of-way, and then we're going to add 4 feet additional landscape strip along there. So that's a variance that's driven by the actual existing conditions. Same with the impervious setbacks. The other issue is some of our setbacks. This is an out parcel to a shopping center with the drive aisles surrounding the property, and the property line, quite frankly, is kind of a little bit of an arbitrary property line. So we do have some setback variances that are driven by that. You know, if they had thought a lot about it beforehand, they would have moved the property line the other side of the drive aisles. We wouldn't have a setback variance. So those are a little bit arbitrary because we're in the middle of a shopping center parking lot. So in the racetrack has done a good job of coming up with a site plan specific to this location and a store. And I can show you here the rendering of the store. And it's in the theme of their current prototypes that they're building. But this is not the 6,000 or 5,500 square feet. They've sized it appropriately. It's going to be 4,400 square feet, but it will still have the food offerings inside, the yogurt offerings, the fresh food, freshly prepared foods that Racetracks is known for. And so this will be able to add to their stores in Cobb County so that when people go, they know exactly what they're going to be getting in this store. The site plan also, and let me have you put up the site plan, you've got it in your agenda. It is we're showing a right-in only on Old Canton, which is currently a drive, but we're reconfiguring it so it's going to be a right-in only, and the way we can do it is it's very angled and very narrow. So the concern about people trying to make it a full access or out cannot happen. It just really functionally cannot happen. And so we're going to have right-in only off of Old Canton. Our other access points using the existing full access on Roswell Road, and our partial access for the full access is further up Old Canton. We've had the pleasure to work with the East Cobb Civic Association, who put us in touch with the Princeton Corners Homeowners Association. And I like going late in the day when my opposition is worn out and left, but I don't like it when my support has been worn out and left. And a representative from the Princeton Corners Homeowners Association was diligently sitting on the front row this morning, Mr. Maggio, and I think he's had a chance to speak to to the chairman that he has expressed his support for this. And the letter dated February 6th encompasses a lot of the agreements that we've added at their request, dealing with the dumpsters, the landscaping plan. I've been asked to make one change to paragraph number 9, where we said the plan review, the landscape plan with approval from an applicant in the Princeton HOA with final approval with the district commissioner. I've been asked to make that change, and we're fine with that. I did want to talk a little bit about our signage, because that has been a question that the East Cobb Civic Association has raised, and want to make sure. What we've done in the previous cases involving racetrack is we've submitted the sign package, because their architecture really is integrated with the signage, and there's some little quirks, like sometimes that racetrack logo is actually pulled out in front of the building just a little bit, so it's not actually a wall sign. So we've had to ask for variance of that. Visually, it provides depth and looks attractive. So that's one of the reasons why there's some sign variances in there. The other issue is that we have 2 proposed monument signs, one on Old Canton and one on Roswell Road. Both may not happen. There is a sewer easement along Roswell Road, which may prohibit us from having a monument sign there. And there is some setback issues with the DOT's request for additional right-of-way that may limit the ability to build that monument sign. So what we're asking for is alternatives. It's either the monument sign, which will be the consistent monument sign we've done in other locations, or we'll have to put the pricing on the canopy. And this gives you an idea of what we're talking about, the pricing on the canopy. It would only be for the directions that aren't covered, because we've lost monument signs due to those giving right our way to DOT, or because of a sewer easement. And it's integrated in with the canopy, attractively done and scaled. And one reason why I wanted you to see this is the scaling of it is appropriate for the size of the canopy. And that goes for the racetrack logo also in the middle of the canopy. Quite frankly, if you don't have that logo, it does look a little odd to have that expanse without it broken up with something. So our signage is done in such a way so the scaling fits the architecture, fits the area. And so that's the reason why we have some of those sign variances that we list there. I have the detailed letter stipulation. I'm not going to go through all the conditions. I will, since there's nobody here in opposition, I'd rather respond to your questions and answer those. And I did want to make sure that, what we've got is the 3 different pricing on each sign. I think the LED has the 3 different pricings on the sign, because one of the other things that Racetrack is very proud of doing is offering consistent fueling in every location, so people, again, know that they can get the full complement of fueling that they need and also interior products. So be glad to answer any questions you have. Dan Brown is also here with Racetrack, and he can answer any more detailed questions. But it's been a pleasure to work with the East Cobb Civic Association, and were instrumental in getting us with the Princeton Corners Homeowners Association and addressing their questions and concerns. And we think this is a great opportunity to redevelop this, formerly service station that's now kind of a hodgepodge car wash into a brand new convenience store fitting for the East Cobb area. Appreciate your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. Let's go ahead and hear from the opposition at this time, or I'm not sure it's an opposition comment we're going to hear, but let's hear the comments.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Trish Steiner with the East Cobb Civic Association, and for the record, we are not in opposition to this rezoning. We want to thank Mr. Huff. It's been a pleasure working with him and with Racetrack. They have agreed to all the additional stipulations, and Princeton Corners especially appreciates them cooperating with them completely, and thank you. We wish them the very best, and please agree to have this rezoned to the Racetrack. Thank you.
Thank you, Trish. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z8? Okay, not seeing and hearing anyone. It's back to this board. This is in District 2, so I'll handle this one. I'm just going to echo some of what you just heard. I do appreciate all the hard work from the neighbors, from the Racetrack officials. I met with them, and then they met individually a couple of times. Dina Rodriguez, PJ Maggio, who was here until a little while ago, Trish, Dan Brown, Parks Huff, we all got together and hammered out the stipulation letter, and I was really pleased at the way that whole thing went. This store does have a smaller footprint, which I think fits not only the neighborhood, but fits this site. We are getting rid of an old, very unattractive, very old service station, which been used as a car wash for quite some time. That's going to go away. That's a good thing. We do have access in both directions. Access is really, I think, excellently designed so that it's an easy in, easy out, and is very safe, and I think DOT agrees with that. The community has input and will continue to have input into the landscape design. That was a part of the package that they agreed to as well. I do think this will have a positive impact on traffic flow through the area. I wondered why they wanted to be across the street from their biggest competitor, but when I sat down with Dan and he explained it to us, it really makes total sense, and I think it will be an enhancement to the neighborhood to have them there. They will be operating 24 hours a day. They will be serving food there. I understand that that's very important to them to fix fresh food on the site. We're seeing more and more of that. I think that's a good financial investment for them. We are gaining access, or we are gaining sidewalks here that we don't now have. So there'll be sidewalks on both of the roads, Old Canton as well as Roswell, and that's a good thing. And the access, as I said, is excellent. So I'm very pleased with this as well. Any questions at all by the board? Okay, I would make a recommendation then that we approve Z8, subject to the site, subject to the all staff comments and recommendations, subject to the stip letter from Mr. Parks Huff dated revised February the 6th, with all of the attached site plans and renderings that go with it. Let's see, I do want to make a couple of changes to the stip letter, very minor. Stip number 1 mentions 4,500 as the square feet of the store. That really should read, the building will not exceed 4,400 square feet. That's just a small correction. Also, down on number, let's see, 6, stipulation number 6 talks about the environmental standards. That really should read that the property will be developed to current federal, state, and county environmental standards. Again, just a minor tweak. Number 8 has to do with outdoor storage. I know we've agreed to an ice dispenser there, but at the end of number 8, we should add no other outdoor storage will be allowed, and that was agreed to as well. Let's see here. And finally, the thing about the signage, I do understand that they're asking for us to consider dual monument signs on this corner. I'm not sure that will fly, so I think what I want to say on number 12 at the end is that the proposal and the request for dual monument signs must be dealt with at plan review. And we'll see how that works out. I think that'll be easy to work out, but probably at plan review. We could even say district commissioner to have final approval. We could do that. Well, I mean, you'll discuss it at plan review, but we could even say district commissioner could have final approval over the signage.
That's
Okay.
fine.
And I know you've agreed, Dan's agreed to comply with our signage ordinances, but that one question about the dual signs, I'm not sure about that, so. Here's number 9. You know, I had that on here and I overlooked it, I'm sorry. Also, number 9, I was just reminded I did have to add to the end of that final landscaping plans will be approved by the county arborist and the district commissioner. So if we can add that as well. And that would be my motion. Yeah, and Parks, one other thing.
Just one quick clarification. I actually put 4,500 because I always like to
You're
leave a
fudging.
little wiggle room in case the tape measures are a little different. The site plan's 4,425, so if you want to make it that tight, instead of say 4,400.
Well, you had told me 44, and I thought it was a mistake to put 45, but I'm okay with 45. It's not.
Yeah.
So we'll leave that at 45 on whatever that step was, number 1. So let's have no changes to number 1 and leave it at 4,500. So I'm fine with that. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a second. Any further discussion? Okay, call for the vote. That's approved 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you, Parks.
Just to clarify, we added that to the consent.
I'm
agenda.
sorry, I did mean to add that to the BOC consent agenda. So if we can do that as well. Debbie, we okay? Forgive me. She frowns at me. I should have done that earlier. No, it's not. We have a couple other things. We have to do
We have
the,
another business item to consider a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners regarding 2017 code amendments for Chapter 134. And Mr. Johnson will present those.
okay, Dana Johnson is here. We do have some possible code amendment changes. Dana Johnson's going to come up and explain that to us. And then we have one other thing after that. Dana, go ahead, please.
Good evening, sir. Dana Johnson, Cobb County Community Development, here to go over the changes in Section 134 that's being considered by the Board of Commissioners on February 28th of this particular month. Getting into Section 134-36, this is under the Administration and Enforcement section of the zoning code. This is to recommend altering the language to make sure it's clear that the ability to suspend or revoke a temporary land use permit means that it would need to be based on some kind of violation of local, state, or federal law that regulates that particular business. And that same exact language is also in Section 134-37G as it relates to special land use permits. So same exact language, one deals with the temporary land use permits and one deals with the special land use permits. Also, under the special land use permits 134-37, there are some recommendations that we add some additional uses into our SLUT processes. This would be clubs or lodges and non-commercial when they're located in residential areas, fraternities and sorority houses or residence halls, and cemeteries for animal or human internment.
Dana, for clarification, that is for new, not existing.
Right now.
On the cemetery, correct?
Right now, it just says cemeteries. I have heard from a number of people that they might want to just see it be imposed upon new cemeteries. So if the Planning Commission feels that way, I would recommend that you incorporate that into your recommendation for a motion.
Okay, we'll get to that then. Okay.
Under 134-68, this is under the Planning Commission. These deal with subdivisions and plats. And basically what we're doing here is we are aligning the Cobb County Code with the Cobb County Development Standards. Right now we have two totally different sets of rules that deal with how plats are supposed to be done. Both of them have been approved by the Board of Commissioners. And we're just making sure they align together and that they are both having the same process so it's clear how these are done through all of our various rules and regulations of the county. Getting into Section 134-95, this is under the Board of Zoning Appeals section. This deals with how an individual would appeal an administrative decision. And we took a look at this code and determined that it probably needed to be clarified to make sure the process was very easy to understand by the public. So we are recommending some amendments so that the public would have a very clear idea of how one goes about making appeals and the processes for the appeals. Under 134-126, this is under the rezoning and land use permit applications. This is really just clarifying, because right now, under site plan and stipulation amendments, it says that rezonings would be able to alter stipulations and site plans after approval by the Board of Commissioners. And we're just making it clear that this incorporates any type of zoning decision made by the Board of Commissioners can be amended through that same minor modification process, which incorporates approval by the Board of Commissioners before staff could approve it. So that includes temporary land use permits, special land use permits, rezonings, and any other type of zoning action like an open space community or something like that. The vast majority of the rest of the codes all deal with the same thing, and this is really going through all of our residential zoning categories, from R80, your least dense, all the way up to our RM12s and others, which are some of our more dense zoning categories, and everything in between, where we are removing permitted uses that require special land use permits out of the permitted use section, since they are already listed under the special land use permit section, and then instead incorporating some language that says to refer to the temporary or special land use permit area in order to get those particular uses. This was a point of confusion for some people over the course of the last few years, and we thought it would be appropriate to clarify that so people did not receive conflicting information saying it's a permitted use here, but requires a special use permit here. Probably one of our largest changes in the zoning book deals with the community care retirement community ordinance as well as the residential senior living ordinance. We are recommending the deletion of the entire community care retirement community ordinance. And we are making some amendments to the residential senior living code to incorporate some of the standards to allow for a mixture of different senior living types within the same development threshold. Now, there has been some confusion out there about what we're doing. All of the regulations as they currently are listed in the residential senior living code would still be in effect unless they are shown as being amended in this particular section. I think there are some people who, because they did not see the entire code in here, think that we may be altering some other aspects of the code that's not listed. And I just wanted to be clear that we are only amending the sections that are shown listed under the different and various sections of the RSL. There are a couple other amendments that are currently listed in this version of the code amendments. There is a recommendation under non-supportive RSL to remove collector roadways from being an area allowable for non-supportive RSL developments. And there are some clarifications contained in all of them, such as incorporating definitions for housing for older persons that makes a direct reference to the Fair Housing Act, as well as incorporating some of those aspects of CCRC like accessory retail uses being allowed in the supportive and the urban units, but not in the non-supportive units that are contained in the document. So that is, I think, a good summation of what's being done on the CCRC in the RSL code.
Can I ask a question?
The last change, do you want to ask a question first, sir, and I'll continue?
No, go ahead.
Okay. The last change deals with the donation drop box registrations. And here we are just asking if it would be appropriate for a registration fee to be approved by the board, by the county manager prior to us doing full implementation of this code. And with that, I'd ask you to please open a public hearing, sir, and then I'll take any questions or comments from or clarifications from the board.
This is a public hearing. I don't know that there's anyone here to comment, but would anyone like to make comments on any of the code amendments that were suggested by Dana? Okay. I know that we on the board do have some questions and some thoughts on some of these, so who wants to start? Skip?
Just real quick. I know that we discussed very briefly at our work session on the 203.2, the RSL non-supportive section, the idea of you're taking out collector roadways, also the idea of taking out the restriction that it's intended not to be in VLDR, very low density residential future land use parcels. Is that something that's still being considered, or we do that on a case-by-case basis when it makes sense?
We did receive from you, I think it was from you or Jason, one or the other, some suggested language that dealt with this collector issue that we might want to insert. Am I right?
The Planning Commission during their work session did provide some ideas that you asked staff to draft up. And I emailed that out to you, Mr. Chairman. I think Mr. Portable, I think you had a lot of the questions. And I think you decided to take the lead on it.
I have it. I mean, do we need, and I agree with it. Maybe, do you have it with you?
I do, sir.
Why don't you read the part about the non-supportive as it relates to the collectors and see if everyone agrees that we want to add collector back in but use this language? Can you read it for us?
Sure. This is under 134.203.2, residential senior living non-supportive residential units, subsection 1. the first recommendation from the planning commission from your conversation was to add the words "or collector" back into that particular purpose and intent, which would mean that it would be allowable on collector roadways if that change happened. The second thing that you asked for was the following language. A non-supportive residential senior living may only be located on a collector road if the acreage is more than 10 acres and the density is less than 4 units per acre. Note, the Board of Commissioners may reduce the density based on the surrounding density, topography, deforestation, drainage concerns, or the like.
Okay, does that satisfy your concern, everyone's? I like that, and I appreciate you helping us with that language. So I think we do want to insert collector back in with the language you just read.
Okay.
Okay. We also talked at that same 134-203.2 about the underground parking description. You want to talk to us about that a little bit? I know we have some language that relates to that as well that we might want to insert.
We did receive some public comment in the first public hearing as it related to the desire to see some language being inserted into the code as it relates to underground parking. A number of years ago, there was a committee that was put together of residents and industry experts to help craft some recommendations, and the committee was not able to agree on how best to incorporate this. But one of the recommendations that came out of it that had a lot of support with the community dealt with the following definition that would be added to section 134-203 under 2 definitions. It would say underground parking means a portion of a building partly underground which has more than 3/4 of its height measured from finished floor to finished ceiling below the average grade of the adjoining ground. An underground parking level shall not be deemed a story and shall not be calculated on the overall building height unless more than 25% of the parking level is above the average grade of the adjoining ground. This definition shall be used in the calculation of height for all types of RSL developments.
I'd hate to be the building inspector that has to go out and with this in hand to try and figure out if they were in compliance,
So,
but
so basically, if 25% or more is coming up from the ground, it would be incorporated in. If it's less than that, it would not be incorporated in.
okay, any comments or
To
questions?
give it
about that?
the easy version.
Okay, well, I appreciate you helping us with that because I could never have come up with that language, but I think I like it. Galt, you had some questions during our work session about another area, and I'm not sure I understand which one. Do you remember
Okay,
what?
yeah. Daniel did a great job of drafting these up. So in 134-203.2, subitem 11Q, it originally said at least 50% of each dwelling
yeah,
unit.
okay.
And we're going to change
Yeah.
that, recommend changing that to each individual dwelling unit's facade must be constructed with a combination of stucco, stone, shakes, board and batten, or other hardened surface. So that was one. And then subsection S said maximum building height of 2 stories, and we want to make that consistent with others, so maximum building height of 35 feet.
Okay. So we'd like to ask you to incorporate that into it. And let's see, did we have, I think that was it, wasn't that
I
it?
think
Wasn't
that's
that
it. On
I think
those.
that was it, Dana. So we'll request that you do that before it goes to the BOC, and yeah, we'll have to do that. Anything else, any other changes, any other comments, Debbie?
No, I was
I
just
saw
gonna
you
say,
turn on your light.
well, you do want to do a motion.
We're gonna do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask that we do a separate motion for 13468, which is the subdivision recording, because I'm still not satisfied that what we're changing, that what it already says isn't what the state law is supposed to be. So, and I know other people have different feelings on that, so I guess I'll go ahead and make a motion that we recommend approval for all parts of the 134 chapter, less the 13468, and with the revisions that we read into the record to the Board of Commissioners.
Is that adequate, Debbie?
What are you trying to vote no to the change to the plats?
Yes. So we're gonna do that particular one separate. So I pulled that out of my motion.
Are you gonna?
Everything else,
Are you gonna make a separate motion?
I'll make a
to-
separate motion for that.
Okay.
You could make the whole motion and then we would just tell you the portion we didn't like.
You can do it as a whole and then just pull out one section if you wanted to, or you can do it in two motions. Either way is
Okay.
fine.
Yeah, I made one motion for everything but that so far, so let's.
So you're gonna do a separate motion?
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of like that, by the way. Okay, so we have a motion to approve as amended for everything on 134 except 134.
468.
68.
For point of clarifications, the amendments, I just want to make sure we have them all listed. To incorporate that the special land use permit would be for new cemeteries? Was that part of your desired motion?
I think I agree with that. We did talk about that, and I
So
think
let's include that in the
So
motion.
new cemeteries, incorporation of the definition for underground parking into residential senior living, amending of the collector language,
Yeah,
and then the amending of section 11Q and S as it was read by Mr. Porter.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we should have gone back and picked up the cemetery comment, and I'm sorry we didn't, but Judy's right, that was our intent. Okay, this is convoluted, but I hope Debbie
We got
blesses
it.
this. Are we
I hope
okay?
Lori's got it.
Is Lori okay? Are we still televised? We're all getting loopy up here. Okay, all right, so we have a motion. Do I have a second? Have a second, so let's vote on that. Everyone register your vote. So that's how we'll do that. Now, Galt, do your second motion.
Should I be the one doing the second since I'm gonna vote against it? Does it matter? Or should somebody else?
You're gonna recommend denial.
What's it? Well, that's why I thought maybe you guys wanna just make, I just thought you guys may wanna just make the motion and I'll vote against it. Somebody wanna make the motion on 13468?
Sure.
This is
If I
the
can get
Christie
through
motion.
it without,
Christie's going downhill fast too.
That's right. And I'm out of water. I drank that whole pitcher of water today. Okay, so I'll make a motion with regard to the code amendments, that we recommend approval of the changes presented to section 134-68 subdivisions.
Okay, so we have a motion for that particular part of the code, and she has a second. And then you can vote against it if that's your desire. So everyone, please call for the vote. So Galt does vote in the negative. Everyone else is in favor of that. So that's where we are. Anything else, Mr. Dana?
Thank you, sir, I appreciate you.
Oh, we
and-
have
and the rest
minutes
of the
to
planning commission.
approve. 2 sets of minutes
Planning commission minutes,
for January the 4th, January 30th,
yes.
as presented.
As presented.
Okay, any other changes to the minutes? Are we okay?
Let's vote on let's vote on the fourth first, all my stuff is compacted. So.
I'm sorry.
January 4th.
January 4th?
So I got a motion and a second. Vote.
Okay, vote.
All right, let's clarify. Your motion is for approval of the January 4th, which is the comp plan. Okay, comprehensive plan. Okay, all in favor? So we approve that. Now we go to the other one. Judy, you want to do that one too?
The January 30th, make a motion to approve it as presented.
Can you get a second?
I'll second.
Second. Please register your vote. So that's approved too. Madam Clerk, does that get it? Mr. Peterson, Debbie, does that get it? We're not done, are we? I'm having so much fun. I'd just like to stay. My wife keeps texting me, where are you?
No. Almost got to you.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't been any fun at all.